Hey guys, welcome to Fanfic Fanatics. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Izuku had Saiyan Bloodline movie. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is Izuku Midoriya, Saiyan Hero by Armored Lord 1115. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. 7 years had been a long time for a lot of things to happen. Today marked the 7 years anniversary since Cell, a terrible monster who had threatened to destroy the Earth, had been defeated by the savior of this world, Hercules Satan. Or it is what many in the world had believed in their hearts. Hercules Satan is a world martial artist champion and a small-time hero who hoped to make it big by defeating the terrible Cell when many had tried and failed. Fortunately for him, luck had been on his side on that day, as the world had mistakenly assumed that he defeated Cell, which he did not deny. In reality, Hercules had been swatted away by Cell not even a second after he attacked and left incapacitated throughout it all, leaving the true heroes to fight and defeat Cell. It was only due to the debris that covered the camera that no one knew the truth except for very few. One of the heroes who had defeated Cell currently lives in a one-story modern luxury home that is big enough to sustain a small family of 4. Although only 2 people lived there. Despite it being a one-story home, it does actually have an underground floor where the 2 residents of the home actually train in secret without anyone interrupting them or bothering them about any noises they might make while training. The home is currently surrounded by fences equipped with security that has allowed the owners of the home to be notified of those that come and exit the property. Although it is unnecessary, as there is no one in this world that could ever hope to challenge them, but better be safe than sorry. Leaving that aside, in the backyard of the mansion, there is a swimming pool with an unmanned bar that serves the drink. A small garden is located in the front yard of the property, which gives a visually appealing sight to those who pass by the property. All of this was the perks of being associated with Bulma Briefs, who is one of the world's wealthiest women, even listed in Forbes. Albeit, there are things that they had bought themselves or had made themselves using their own hands or through key manipulation. Today is the entrance exam. You should get going or you might get late. Inko interrupted the silence, clearly not intimidated nor bothered by the sight of the dirty plates stacking over each other to create a pillar that reached the ceiling. It's really expected that with 2 Saiyans living together, that they would eat this much. How they clean the dish, they had their own machines to clean it for them. Although, Inko does clean them from time to time when she really has nothing better to do. Inko Midoriya, she is a beautiful woman who still looked to be in her early 30s despite being older, but that was really expected, as Saiyans do age far slower in order to remain in their prime for as long as possible. As a Saiyan, she still continued to train even to this day. Her hair was dark green, tied in a ponytail, with her eyes being black. Inko was not her real name, it was a human name she had picked up in order to mingle with the humans when she first arrived here years before Vegeta and years after Goku. Her actual real Saiyan name was actually Echelot. Yeah, I know, Izuku said with a sigh as he rubbed his belly that had bloated due how much food he had digested. Like Inko, Izuku had inherited similar traits as her, like the dark green hair and black eyes. He also had a mature look to him, appearing to be a bit older than he normally is. After freshening up, Izuku had come down wearing clothes from his former middle school Aldera. Inko, showing her support, is now standing near the door ready to see him off as he heads to his future hero school Lua. Make sure to crush the competition, shall it? Inko said as she ruffled his hair while Izuku grinned back. Inko had thought it would be natural that she would grant her son a traditional Saiyan name, and so she came up with the name of Shallot, which closely resembled her own. I will naturally crush all of them, Izuku said with a smirk, not out of arrogance but because he already knew that he is the strongest on the planet and there is no one besides a select few that could even hope to challenge him. For that very reason, Izuku was confident in his own capabilities. You've come quite far from the child who once cried over not receiving those silly quirks, Inko said with a proud look while Izuku scratched the back of his head in clear embarrassment as he remembered how much he had despaired when he first learned that he was quirkless. Please don't remind me of that, it's kind of embarrassing, Izuku said with a blush while Inko had laughed, as she did enjoy teasing him about his past, but it was harmless. She wanted to simply remind him how much he had grown from before. Izuku used to be shy and often got dragged along with Bakugo and his goons. When Izuku was declared quirkless, it crushed his spirit, especially when the other humans mistreated him. Inko frowned a little as she remembered the past. The kindergarten at the time had refused to take accountability when she brought up the issue of her son being bullied, but they labeled her son being harassed as roughhousing between kids, but she knew what they were thinking. As 80% of the population are now wielding powers that they thought existed only in the comics books, it was only natural that many would start assuming that quirk users are now the next evolution of humanity, and those that do not develop one are defects. If it wasn't for her many years of self-control, she would have wasted no time in vaporizing them on the spot and then burning down the entire kindergarten. To think that those lesser beings, not even worth the pebble on the side of the road, would act all high and mighty with her. Luckily for her, Bulma had learned about it, and immediately that kindergarten was shut down by the very next day. All of their dirty secrets they kept close to their chest was aired out in the open, and it was only a matter of time before a lot of parents hounded the former kindergarten. After that day, Izuku had gotten homeschooled for a very long time alongside Gohan, although she was not as strict about his studies as Chi-Chi had been with Gohan, as Inko truly believed there should be a balance between studies, training and hobbies. It was only after the Cell game that she had allowed Izuku to return back to middle school so he could make connections with others his age. She is now glad to hear that Izuku had made a few friends that he could trust, some which already knew the truth about him. "You should get going," Inko said as she gave him a pat on the back while he nodded as he walked outside the home. He glanced at the watch and saw that it was 8:22 a.m. and the exam was going to start at 9:30 a.m. Izuku didn't live that far from UA compared to Gohan, who lived in MT Paozu, which is hours away from here. Izuku was in no particular rush, but he often preferred to meet his friends halfway and then walk slowly together towards their own destination. "Gohan, over here," Izuku called out as he saw the black-haired teen waiting a few distance away. It was clear that Gohan had been waiting for them after he had sensed them. Izuku didn't come alone as he had his amigo tagging along with him. "Izuku, you're really here." Gohan spoke with a grin on his face, clearly excited as he walked at fast pace towards Izuku while the latter raised an eyebrow as he checked on what Gohan had been made to wear, which he did expect since Chi-Chi would have picked this for him. "You're looking more and more like a nerd every passing day." Bakugo spoke as he saw the suit that Gohan was wearing. It was a bit too stuffy, while Gohan had awkwardly started to rub the back of his head out of habit while chuckling a bit at the comment, since he was often reminded of that fact by Bakugo and Izuku. "Mom had insisted on picking it for me." Gohan chuckled awkwardly. "She said I can't go around looking like a delinquent on my very first day, especially right in front of the UA staff who will be watching." Gohan ran his hand on the suit. It was obvious he was uncomfortable but never voiced his complaints. "Typical anti-Chi-Chi." Izuku laughed before he shook his head. It was really expected. Chi-Chi was after all one of those helicopter parents that you'd see in those documentary shows on TV. In the first place, it was a total surprise for many that she had allowed Gohan to attend UA despite having for years stubbornly insisted on turning him into a scholar that she could be proud of. But Izuku knew Chi-Chi too well and knew what buttons to push. It so happens that the only thing that would ever change her mind was money. When Izuku casually brought up how much money a hero makes compared to a scholar, she had completely lost it, and thus she started to encourage Gohan to join UA. It's one of those times that Izuku was grateful that his mother was the flexible type. Even Katsuki, who was at odds with his mom in the past, had developed a newfound appreciation for her after his first encounter with the beast which is named Chi-Chi. "Let's not waste any daylight and get inside," Katsuki cut in, receiving a nod from both half-breed Saiyans. Despite the fact that it was still somewhat early, the three teens walked into the UA auditorium in which they will be taking their exams. The only source of light inside is that of the large screen at the front, which has the UA logo in gold colors and blue background. There were a sizable number of people inside the auditorium, some who clearly came early either due to the anxiety or other reasons. Since Izuku and Katsuki had gone to the very same middle school, they were bound to get a seat next to each other along with the ones who came from the same middle school as them. On the other hand, Gohan, who was homeschooled for almost all his life, had found himself much to his disappointment on the other side of the auditorium where students like him are located. As a result, he had to separate from both Izuku and Katsuki. "I will see you later, guys." Gohan raised a hand to wave a goodbye, which had been half-heartedly returned by both Izuku and Bakugo. Naturally, Gohan had garnered some attention given that his voice was somewhat loud compared to the others. Izuku and Bakugo both sat rather comfortably, almost to the point of lounging on their respective seats, which garnered them attention as many were rather unnerved by how calm and collected they were despite Ua being known for how hard it is to enter. It wasn't a baseless confidence. For Izuku, he was the strongest man in the entire planet, only rivaled by Gohan and Vegeta. He had earned the right to have his head held high and to act in any way he wishes because that's the right of the strong. For Katsuki, while he can't compare to the potential of the Saiyans, he was not weak either. Even by the Z Warriors' standards, he is seen as strong. He even received key training and had fully awakened his explosion quirk to its fullest potential. So you named your quirk Disaster? Katsuki looked surprised. How did you get away with a name like that? Katsuki assumed that such a violent name would have not been approved, but much to his surprise, it did. Izuku didn't have a quirk. He was quirkless like the rest of the 20%. Even then, very few people know about the existence of Ki, mainly because it's a well-kept secret among the Ki practitioners around the world, not to mention the fact that Ki is not easy to learn for normal people. As such, Izuku couldn't just go around spamming all kinds of attacks because everyone will start looking at him suspiciously. As such, long before he applied for Ua, Izuku already came up with a fake quirk and registered it years prior to avoid suspicion if someone were to try and dig for information on him. Endeavor's quirk is called Hell Flame, Izuku said with a deadpan. Besides, the word disaster is a rather vague word. It could mean many things, and so if I were to actually do something abnormal and questionable to others, I could get away with it. Izuku explained calmly. Katsuki understood what he meant. Disaster might mean that Izuku might be able to wield an elemental quirk comparable to natural disasters. It could also mean the opposite in terms that Izuku is a counter to disaster-related attacks. As such, Katsuki liked the name. I guess you're right. Bakugo hummed in agreement. By then, Present Mikan walked to the center of the auditorium and towards the podium that was there from the start. As expected of the very eccentric hero who hosts his radio show every week, he had made a very flashy entrance trying to get the new prospective heroes to go along with him, but much to his disappointment, no one cheered or even showed a hint of enthusiasm. It was naturally expected. The hundreds of attendees today are either way too nervous to go along with the heroes' eccentricities due to how the acceptance rate at UA is low, or they simply just didn't want to be caught dead looking like a total fool in front of many by cheering. Present Mike was not discouraged when he received no cheers. Instead, he had wasted no time in explaining the practical exams. In short, the test is revealed to be a 10-minute-long cityscape maneuver. Each competitor is assigned to a testing location. Exam ticket. Examinee No. 2234. Test location. Battle Center B. I'm Battle Center B. Izuku spoke in a low voice before he shot a look at Katsuki's card, and it confirmed his suspicions since the ashy blonde explosion user was instead assigned to Battle Center A. Exam ticket. Examinee number 2233. Test location. Battle Center A. That's so kids from the same middle school can't help each other out, yeah. Katsuki guessed, which Izuku had found himself agreeing to since it was only logical. The practical exam of the UA entrance exam was designed in order to test the capability of each individual examinee that wants to attend the most powerful hero school that had produced the top heroes of Japan. As such, it's expected that UA staff would prefer to avoid examinees from teaming up. As expected, this year's exam was robot-based. There were 3 faux villain robots. Points were awarded based on the difficulty of each one of them. For instance, the first is a 1-pointer. The second is 2-pointer, and lastly the third is a 3-pointer. Their goal as examinees aiming to join the prestigious hero school in Japan is to go around and destroy each one of the robots, acquiring points which are all being calculated by the staff. This would be helpful in sorting out the students in both Class A and Class B. Naturally, examinees going around playing anti-hero by attacking others is prohibited, and thus if such a scenario were to occur, the person in question will be extracted from the school grounds and may face legal consequences depending on their action. PSSH. This is so stupid, Izuku thought. He already anticipated the entrance exam would be the same as all the years before, and so he knew that his own powers made him overqualified. May I ask a question? A hand was raised abruptly, interrupting Present Mike's explanation. From among the crowd of examinees, a teen stood up wearing a brown-colored suit that looked quite expensive, denoting that the person was a rich snob. Why am I not surprised? Izuku's lips curled into amusement. This is still Ua High, it's expected that there would be elitists in the midst of such a crowd. I was honestly wondering when one of them would make their debut. Izuku let out a sigh. Generally, children of wealthy families receive recommendation letters which allows them to take separate exams from the entrance exam. The exam was a guaranteed entrance to Ua. If anything, the recommendation exams are just there for formality's sake. After all, most of the recommendation students come from families who were sponsoring Ua. That meant that they couldn't afford to kick them out, since it would mean they'd lose money. Ua might try to vehemently deny it, but in the end, nepotism will always remain a general issue in every working place. Which is why Izuku was mildly surprised that the younger brother of the hero Ingenium is among such a crowd instead of getting a recommendation from his own older brother or maybe his hero family. There appear to be no fewer than 4 varieties of faux villains in this handout. The bespectacled teen shouted while pointing his finger at the handout paper in his hands. The light of the auditorium shone down on him, allowing others to see him far more clearly. Such a blatant error, if it is one, is highly unbecoming for Ua, Japan's top academy. The teen tune shifted to reprimand. We're all here today in the hopes of being molded into model heroes. He continued to shout. As if he already didn't cause enough scene for a single day, 4 eyes quickly turned around, shifting his attention towards the back row seats, glaring with his judgmental eyes, trying to obviously find fault in others in order to criticize in front of many. And, you, with the black spiky hair. He pointed towards Gohan, who currently sat at the back of the auditorium. Gohan was startled as he pointed at himself in clear confusion as to why he is being called out, while Izuku and Bakugo are getting quickly annoyed. You've been muttering this whole time, it's distracting. He reprimanded. If this is some sort of game to you, then please leave immediately. He glared at Gohan, who looked nervous as he rubbed the back of his head while offering a small apology which made others laugh. Why are you even concerning yourself with what happens at the back of the auditorium? Izuku had abruptly stood up, getting attention from pretty much everyone and startling the teen. Excuse me. The teen was startled by being confronted like that. It was very obvious to Izuku that the teen didn't have anyone curbing his entitled attitude. Not only that, Izuku just couldn't tolerate the idea of anyone disrespecting his friend, especially in front of him. You heard me, dipshit. Izuku smirked, earning him a few gasps of shock from the examinees. The fact that you're even throwing your damn ears at the very back of the auditorium shows that you weren't actually paying any attention at all to present Mike's explanations. Izuku glared. You even had the audacity to interrupt Present Mike in the middle of his own explanation and openly and brazenly criticized UA. Izuku continued. Aren't you getting ahead of yourself? The one who should leave is you, not him. You shameless and disrespectful bastard. Izuku glared. The teen in question was extremely flustered and downright embarrassed as everyone laughed at him. At this point, he found himself awkwardly returning back to his seat while lowering his head in clear shame. Izuku's lips curled into a satisfied smirk before he too sat down. All right, let's cool it, everyone. Present Mike interjected in order to start de-escalating the situation. Examinee 7111, nice catch. Thanks. Present Mike looked at the teen with glasses, trying to get the heat off him since some were still laughing. But the 4th faux villain variety gets you only 0 points. He's more of an obstacle. Present Mike continued while the teen from earlier looked even more embarrassed at the revelation. The 0-pointer was like a thwomp from the old retro game, Mario Brothers. It was a gimmick that'll rampage around in close quarters. In that sense, it had served no other purpose other than to be avoided. Izuku did not believe that this was the only purpose of the 0-pointer. They want to evaluate how the examinees would react against an unbeatable opponent. Izuku thought. Will they confront the faux villain? Avoid it, or will they finally overcome their fears and help others? Izuku mused with a clear disinterest. That's all from me. I'll leave my listeners with our school motto. The great hero Napoleon Bonaparte had once said, "Less than true heroism consists in being superior to the ills of life." Greater than, Present Mike lips stretched into a smile. Plus ultra. Break a leg, everyone, shouted Present Mike encouragingly. I feel bad for what I'm going to do. Izuku whispered ruefully, but despite those words, there was no hint of regret. After the explanation, they were all taken to their respective assigned cities through a bus. Each of the examinees present had changed to different sportswear clothes. For Izuku, he wore a simple black half-sleeve shirt and blue pants. Izuku just stretched his body here and there, clearly minding his own business and just ignoring any looks he might be receiving, including the four-eye bastard from a while back. He stretched his senses, pinpointing each robot in the city. There were around 100 plus of them inside, his lips stretched into a grin. He knew what he was going to do will definitely turn him into the most hated person by the others who were unfortunate enough to share the same battle center as him. And, begin. Present Mike shouted through the intercom. Izuku immediately launched himself inside the city, startling others. What's wrong? The test started. Run, run. Present Mike shouted once more, causing all of them to rush inside in panic. It's already over. Izuku grinned as his hand started to glow a green glow. In an instant, through an inexplicable phenomenon, all of the robots in the battle center were instantly denied gravity and thus were flung very high into the air without any warning. Everyone in the battle center held their breath as they watched all the robots converging into the air, surrounded by a green psychic aura that is the result of Izuku using telekinesis. Izuku grinned even more as right before their eyes, he had then clenched his fist slowly. KRRSSSHH. Boom. The explosion was naturally contained through the psychic green energy that had acted as an insulation. All the robots without exception were destroyed on the spot, leaving nothing but the dust and debris. Everyone went silent as they held their breath. Oh oi, this got to be a joke. One of the examinees spoke shakily. Right. There is no way this is allowed. Hey, this got to be illegal. The examinee shouted, trying to get the staff to hear him, which they did. Less than all the faux villain robots in the Battle Center B had been neutralized. Congratulations, examinee number 2234, for breaking the record. Greater than everyone had received the answer to their questions directly from the principal of UA himself, Nezu. The principal voice didn't show any hint of surprise, as if having expected such an outcome. On the contrary, the other staff of UA who were all present in the control room were all surprised by the result. That also includes the homeroom teacher of this year's Class 1A, Shota Aizawa. Don't fuck with me, one of the examinees roared in clear anger, a sentiment that is closely shared by many in the Battle Center B. How is this fair on any of us? He continued to spit out in anger. Some even started to cry from among the examinees. That's right, a female examinee shouted as well. How is this fair for any of us? We demand a retry, damn it. UA can't do this. We didn't even get to take the exams. She had continued to shout in clear indignation, receiving support from many. Izuku casually tilted his head to the side, avoiding a right hook that was aimed at him from behind. He followed this by jumping, avoiding an attempt to tackle him to the ground. He expected this to happen. Many would obviously seek to take revenge on him. Oh wow, you guys are something else. Izuku laughed, only adding more fuel to the fire. Don't you know there are consequences for playing an anti-hero? Izuku warned, but it was obvious that none of them were planning to listen to him. Shut up, a muscle-bound idiot shouted, launching both of his big arms for a choke hold. This is all your fault, you selfish bastard. Go to hell. He shouted along with the others, but he casually avoided the many attempts to hold him down. Already went there and took a stroll around the area, and I have to tell you, this place is boring as hell. Izuku laughed. It was actually true that he had taken a few trips to hell at one point, and god, that place is boring as hell. Izuku could guess that this is the purpose of hell, to bore the hell out of the condemned soul. Besides, why am I being blamed? Izuku asked. The rules were pretty clear. Destroy the faux villains to score points. If you should blame anyone, blame UA for not placing any restrictions. Izuku snorted in amusement. Or you could go and blame your luck for ending up in the same battle center as me. Izuku laughed as none of them could even reach him. Or rather, you could blame yourselves for not being fast enough to score a single point. He taunted, only fueling their anger even more. This is not fair. One of them roared in his face while he rolled his eyes. It's not our fault that we ended up with a bastard like you. I worked so hard to get here. The examinee breathed fire in his face, which Izuku blew away with his breath, much to his shock. 023, Diablo from Tensura. Fairness and equality. Izuku scoffed and laughed mockingly. Since when was the world ever fair to anyone? From the moment quirk itself came to be, the concept of fairness and equality were nothing more than an old relic of the distant past. Izuku mocked. In a real-life scenario, what I did was logical. Izuku continued to dodge. I saved the city a lot of money that could have been wasted on rebuilding the damaged infrastructures. I also saved the life of civilians who could have been hurt, crippled or died. Every second matters in real life. If you're even late by a millisecond, the life of someone could be snuffed out by a villain. They lagged behind even when Present Mike declared the start of the exam. He didn't do anything wrong. Izuku had efficiently and quickly neutralized the threat to the city. He had saved countless civilian lives who could have easily lost their lives, which meant that the government wouldn't also have to pay a lot of compensation for families who lost someone. He also prevented the unnecessary destruction of property and infrastructures that cost a lot to fix. What Izuku did was what any model hero should aspire to be. It was not his fault they were slow. Before the situation could escalate any further, the quirks of all the examinees were temporarily erased. Shota Aizawa Racerhead quickly arrived on the scene, followed by Ectoplasm. It was quite obvious they came to put a stop to this and assuage the examinees from committing a felony. That's enough. Aizawa's voice was harsh, making many flinch as he glared at everyone with the exception of Izuku. We clearly warned you all that any attempt to attack another examinee could lead to repercussions. Aizawa was quick to remind them, making them gulp. Ectoplasm had his clone go around to separate the examinees from Izuku, who for his credit didn't even raise a single hand at any of them, which could have complicated his situation if he did. Everyone had their heads lowered while Izuku looked unremorseful. Now then, Ectoplasm interjected in place of Aizawa. We understand that many of you are dissatisfied with what happened, but examinee number 2234 did not break any rules. Ectoplasm attempted to slowly calm them down, but it had only irked them more. Break any rules? Aizawa had scoffed, getting the attention back at him. His action, if anything, was exemplary. Aizawa pointed his finger at Izuku. This is what is expected from anyone aiming to join UA High. He efficiently and swiftly took down the villains without wasting even a second. Many ground their teeth in frustration, some had already started to shed tears of sorrow. Ectoplasm, seeing this, decided to interject, knowing that any more of Aizawa could cause problems for the examinees' mental psyche and could get some of them to go crazy. Regardless, the blame falls on us. Ectoplasm interjected, getting attention back at him. Examinee number 2234 has already passed. All of you are going to get a second chance to retry the exams in order to give you all the chance to display your quirks. The revelation had quickly brightened the expression of everyone in the battle center B. Hope returned back to their eyes while Izuku shrugged his shoulders as he predicted this would happen either way. Once again, the staff of UA extend a sincere apology to each one of you. Ectoplasm repeated calmly. Some of us were aware that examinee 2234 is overqualified, but we allowed him to compete in order to avoid showing any favoritism. Ectoplasm justified UA's action. Everyone seemed to calm down while others scoffed. If they knew Izuku was overqualified, why the hell did UA allow him to participate among them? They should have thrown him into the recommendation exams amongst the other elitists. Right now, we've refilled the entire city with robots. Ectoplasm got serious. We ask you to return back outside the city and wait for the countdown. The examinee 2234 won't be participating as he has already passed. Ectoplasm had finished, much to their relief. Let's go, problem child. Aizawa motioned for Izuku to follow him, which made him sweat drop at the nickname. Let's escort you outside. You've already got a seat at 1A. Aizawa patted Izuku's back. He didn't particularly approve of Izuku's condescending behavior as well as his habit of egging others, but he also couldn't deny that what the green-haired teen said was right. He didn't do anything wrong. If anything, Aizawa had seen Izuku as a perfect example of a hero. Sure thing, sensei. Izuku listened without any complaint before he turned his head slightly towards the others. Good luck to all of you. Do your best. Izuku waved them goodbye. Go fuck yourself, you asshole. One of them shouted, a sentiment shared by a few. Albeit it seems that many had calmed down and their aggression had dialed down after learning they were given a second chance. Either way, he did not care. Less than all the foe villain robots in the Battle Center A had been neutralized. Congratulations examinee number 2233. Greater than Nezu's voice had reverberated once more across all battle centers, as it seems that Bakugo had actually destroyed more than half of the robots inside his city, which he could sense. It took him a bit longer to finish. Izuku whispered to himself as he ignored the earlier insult. It was not worth it answering the provocation. Not to mention, he can't behave condescendingly in front of the staff of UA. Part of him also had understood their anger. Even then, he won't apologize for what he did. He followed the rules down to the letter. If he was at fault, he would have admitted it himself and apologized for his action, but he wasn't. With that said, Izuku followed the two staff without any complaints. That was completely unreasonable of him. Toshinori complained openly in hopes he'd garner some sort of support from his fellow staff members, but he had little luck at that, as either they supported his action or they took a more neutral stance. Toshinori Yagi is none other than the #1 pro hero as well as the symbol of Peace All Might. Currently, he has adopted his true form, which is a skinny version of himself. No one aside from very few knew about the identity behind the symbol of peace. I have to agree, Midnight showed her support, but, at the very same time, he didn't break any rules. He did perfectly what he was told to do and had a very reasonable cause behind it. Midnight sighed. Her position was impartial as most other staff present. I don't see anything wrong with his decision. Snipe interjected. Even though his intention may not have been completely pure, but as he had stated, if this is a real hero versus villain scenario, his action is ultimately the correct one. Snipe showed his support towards Izuku's actions. I'm not saying his decision was the wrong one. Toshinori defended himself. If anything, I'm impressed by his great control and command he has over his quirk. I'm sure he'd be a great hero of his own, but Toshinori admitted and then paused. I also think this is extreme on his part, especially since this is an exam that is aimed to evaluate the very next generation of pro heroes. Toshinori reminded them. Ultimately, don't you all think he might have been selfish? Toshinori asked, but no one seemed to agree with him. Aren't you also the same as him, All Might? Vlad King had pointed out the hypocrisy in those complaints. Despite the terrible state your body is in, you continue to waste it on low-level grunts, not allowing any of the other heroes to handle it. Toshinori flinched right away. Some snickered at him at having his hypocrisy pointed out. He tried to open his mouth to justify his action, but ultimately, Vlad was right. It's understandable that you feel so strongly about this, my friend. Nezu said with a smile. But you should understand that less than 30 people from among those hundreds of examinees will be chosen to fill both of the hero classes. Nezu reminded not just Toshinori but everyone. The hero course consists solely of both Class 1A and Class 1B. There is a 20-student limit per class. If you just do a simple math addition, the hero course has a 40-student limit. If you subtract the already accepted recommended students, 4 had been accepted so far, there are currently 36 seats that are open for anyone to take in the entrance exam. In that sense, only the most impressive individuals will be able to join the UA High Hero course. It's unfortunate, but as Izuku Midoriya himself had stated, Nezu's eyes had darkened. The concept of fairness and equality is nothing more than a distant relic of the past. Nezu then turned to look Toshinori in the eyes, daring him to challenge his words. I think he was a bit condescending with the other examinees. Present Mike started. We should curb that habit early on, since heroes will be expected to de-escalate situations and not add fire to the gas. Everyone seems to agree with him. I think he already knows that. Hound Dog gruffly spoke. He had received a full mark in his written exam. He lifted the graded paper to show to some of the other staff who had yet to know about it, which had surprised many of them at the test scores. The written exams of UA High consist of things like math, science and other basic related subjects that one studies in their middle school. The reason why Hound Dog pointed this out is because hidden in the written exam paper were opinion-based questions. Those opinion-based questions hidden in the exam are aimed to evaluate the character of the ones wanting to join their hero school. Of course, the question was pretty basic, so they could only get a surface-level idea of what they were dealing with. Izuku exams show that he is a sort of maverick. Despite his somewhat chaotic personality, he could be reasoned with and has no problem complying or even apologizing if he feels that he is in the wrong. He's definitely a chaotic person. Hound Dog continued, but I believe that he is ultimately on the good side. Given his compliance with both Eraserhead and Ectoplasm, it could be ruled that he is a reasonable individual who is very much capable of listening to authorities. Well, that's good. Smentas spoke with relief. Rebellious students are often the very hardest to deal with. I too think that he isn't as bad as he may appear. I believe he has a unique way of speaking. Many seem to also agree with his sentiment. He's the maverick type. Hound Dog corrected. He knew what his action would have led and ultimately went through with it. I don't think he cares all that much about what others believe in him, a very helpful thing if you wish to be part of the limelight. Heroes are always under scrutiny by many. Most people often believe that being a hero means being popular and rich while receiving the adoration of the public, but there is more to it than that, as this is only the tip of the iceberg. As heroes, there will naturally be those who dislike you. It was natural, as you can't get everyone to like you. Those who worry excessively over what others think of them and those who wear their hearts on their sleeves will have the hardest time being heroes. His action also shows a strength in his character. Hound Dog continued. He had been willing to sacrifice his likability among the other examinees in order to do the right thing, that is if we're talking in a real-life scenario. So one could also say that he is decisive in taking action. Toshinori contemplated those words said by Hound Dog and ultimately found himself acknowledging his own hypocrisy. The other staff at UA seemed to also agree with the lifestyle guidance counselor. They watched as Izuku was being escorted by Aizawa and Ectoplasm. Did they ambush you as well? Izuku laughed as he watched Bakugo walking while grumbling angrily. Izuku guessed correctly because after the ashy blonde explosion user went around destroying 99% of the robots in City A, the others had been quick to band together to beat him up. Surprisingly, Bakugo exercised great restraint when dealing with all of them as he opted to dodge all the attacks aimed at him until the staff at UA had arrived to de-escalate the situation. Before long, the two of them were escorted to the entrance of UA. HMPH, so they did the same to you? Bakugo rhetorically asked, and then he huffed. He had been half tempted to launch an explosion at the time at those who dared to attack him, but Katsuki Bakugo was anything but stupid, so he did nothing but dodge. I didn't do anything wrong. This is UA, the best hero academy in the country. Katsuki scoffed angrily as he remembered the words of those weaklings. Do those people think they could make the cut with their mediocre skills and their quirks? While ultimately everyone is free to have their dreams of what they want to be, there is a difference between dreams and delusion. Dreams can be attained if you're willing to put the necessary effort and dedication. Delusion, on the other hand, is when you insist on something that is impossible. In Katsuki Bakugo's dictionary, those people were delusional. While there might have been some impressive individuals in his city, but the rest were all trash. I mean, what can a guy who could twist his fingers do as a hero? It's delusional. Totally understand. Izuku sagely nodded his head in understanding. Here, have popsicles. Izuku pulled out a frozen ice cream and handed one to the explosion user, who smirked. It seems we are now enemy number one to a lot of people. Izuku laughed a bit while Bakugo laughed as well. They expect that their first day at UA would be a hassle since they will be the center of attention from a lot of people, because no doubt, rumors will spread around very quickly. It's good that you two are aware of the consequences, Aizawa said, getting the attention of the two problem children as he dubbed them. Either way, you both did quite well. You've embodied UA's motto of going plus ultra. I do hope you both continue with such an attitude. I second that, Ectoplasm interjected as well, although I'd prefer if you stop antagonizing others. Ectoplasm looked directly in Izuku's eyes. It's good to have thick skin, but as heroes, you will be expected to work with others. So do get along with your future classmates. Ectoplasm encouraged him. I'm willing to work with others if needed, Izuku answered with a smile. The question is if they were willing to be professional and work with me regardless of their personal feelings towards me, or will they let their own emotions get in the way of the line of duty? If they're easily antagonized by mere verbal insults, then they don't deserve to be heroes. Bakugo added to Izuku's words. Villains will always aim to try and get under our skin. If a hero could be easily taunted, then they won't make the cut, especially in UA. I'm glad that two of my students already have a grasp of what it means to be a hero. Aizawa felt proud hearing this even though he hadn't known them for long. They have much more common sense than all the others. This time he turned to look at Ectoplasm, who sighed. You both will be receiving your acceptance later shortly after, so make sure to be prepared. Ectoplasm offered those few words before he watched the two leave the school grounds, with Izuku lightly waving them goodbye. I don't look bad at all. Izuku smirked as he adjusted his UA school blazer. He contemplated for a moment just tossing away the red tie since it will bring him unnecessary discomfort, but decided against it. If he doesn't like it, he can just remove it on the spot. Today is his first day at UA High as a hero course student of Class 1A. He had a lot of expectations for his next 3 years in school. He was confident in his capability in breezing through it all without any problem. For a moment, Izuku recalled the day when he received the result. It was less than just a week after the entrance exam that he received the UA acceptance letter. He didn't need to look at it to know that he passed. But he had nonetheless opened it with his mother being a witness, but she too knew he had passed. Aside from the neatly folded letter inside the envelope, a projector device had been placed inside as well, which activated on the spot. All Might had creepily made his appearance in the recorded footage while shouting something along the lines of, "This is a projection." Izuku was sure that All Might must have given many of the students who had received a letter from him a heart attack due to the jump scare. I mean, who in the world shoves their face close to the camera? That's literally asking to give people a heart attack. Apart from All Might comical introduction, he started by congratulating him on passing the written exam with full marks, which he had easily expected since in terms of academics, he was considered to be a genius, not falling any short to Gohan. In regards to his practical score, he had a score near the 200s as he easily broke All Might's record. Considering that he destroyed all the robots in the city, it was expected that he would be the highest. In regards to the document inside the envelope, it talked about his assigned hero class, which was 1A under homeroom teacher Shota Aizawa, whom he had met during the entrance exam. It had other information such as his seat number, including his student ID card. In regards to his UA clothes, it's going to be mailed to him, but he had to give out the measurements so one could be made for him by the academy, which he took care of right away when he mailed in their official email written directly on the document. After that, he had to wait a few more weeks for the first term to start around the second week of April, which is during spring. This is why he stood with a smirk plastered on his face as he took pride in his achievements. Ho, how long do you plan to ogle yourself in the mirror? Inko asked from the door with a damnable smirk on her face while Izuku huffed. That aside, you do admittedly look good in the uniform. As expected of my genes. Inko laughed as she walked away. Izuku smiled nonetheless as she slung his backpack behind him. Izuku was not offended, as this was his mother's way of telling him that he does indeed look ravishing. She had to include herself in the compliment for humor, and it made his day. Izuku and Bakugo walked side by side without any care in the world, as if they owned the entire place. Having come early by less than half an hour, they just walked in a relaxed manner, taking their time to navigate the many halls of the UA High. They came to a stop when they saw a large door with 1A engraved on the entire classroom door vertically with crimson red color. The door was quite gigantic, a clear display of UA's material wealth as to throw money on such expensive facilities. The door slid open, causing many eyes to fall on them. The entire class broke into hushed whispers, all which revolved entirely around both of them, who were the stars of the entrance exams. With Izuku being the one who broke the UA record. As expected, there were many emotions that could be felt from the rest of the class. Contempt, jealousy, distrust, neutrality, amazement and curiosity. Izuku and Bakugo naturally ignored all of that and took their seats, which were right behind each other. Excuse me. A voice seemed to pierce the chatter of the classroom as four eyes had closed the distance between him and Izuku. I'm from Some Private Academy. My name is Tenya Iida. The now introduced Iida Tenya took the initiative to introduce himself to Izuku and break the tension in the air that was created from both Izuku and Bakugo walking in. Seeing this, Izuku's lips curled into a smirk. He did not particularly have anything against him. I'm from Aldera Junior High. Izuku started before pointing at Bakugo as well with his thumb. Actually, we both come from the same school. My name is Izuku Midoriya. Izuku introduced himself with a smile, making Iida's lips part into a smile. Many seemed to be particularly surprised that he returned the greeting back. It was natural that people would have the impression that Izuku and Bakugo are both arrogant and unapproachable, a clear result of both their overwhelming power they displayed in the entrance exam. I'm definitely arrogant to some extent, but I'm not unfriendly, Izuku thought as he shook the hand of Iida, who seemed to be happy that he managed to make a hopefully better second impression after having ruined his first impression at the exams. I'd like to first apologize for the way we started in the exams. Iida sighed as he remembered one of his embarrassing moments. I do hope we could build a good rapport between us as we're going to be classmates for the next 3 years. You don't need to apologize to me. Tensions were quite high at the time, so I don't fault you for being on the edge. Izuku forgave him. I also would like that we'd get along as well for the foreseeable future and even after we graduate together. Iida smiled even more. Some of the skepticism permeating the air had been dispelled as some had made their way to Izuku to also introduce themselves to him. My name is Ejiro Kirishima. The teen with dyed red hair shouted in a rather passionate voice. I've heard how you destroyed All Might's entrance exams record. That's pretty manly. Kirishima flashed him a thumbs up along with a toothy grin. My name is Mina Ashido. A pink-skinned girl butted in before Izuku could get the chance to answer, introducing herself rather cheerfully. You're already in the spotlight on the first day, you're pretty amazing. Mina had laughed as she patted him on the back. A few came forward to introduce themselves to Izuku, clearly driven by the enthusiasm of the two energetic classmates. Izuku managed to keep up with all the introductions and answered them with a smile on his face, getting all of them to be more comfortable around him. Naturally, everything wasn't all smooth. Some of the other seated students just simply opted in giving him a simple nod as if to say they acknowledge him, but at the same time they still don't trust him enough to approach him and talk to him. It was fine for Izuku. He didn't expect to befriend the entire class right away. Such a thing takes a bit of time, especially after the disaster of the entrance exams that obviously made some detest him or just view him as a selfish and self-centered asshole. After that, everyone seemed to return to their seats. Izuku noted 2 other people that had been in the same battle center as him, such as the French-looking teen and the brown-haired girl. The latter had been shooting him looks of contempt which then soon morphed into neutrality. Izuku, who had a powerful photographic memory, remembered that she had been among those who had been very nervous. He could vividly remember her doing a sort of breathing technique. After he destroyed all the robots in the city in an instant, she had been among those who collapsed in despair and fainted from panic attack. From the looks of it, she had properly recovered and took the exams and passed it. Good for her. I don't blame her for her contempt. Izuku mused, clearly not bothered by her distaste towards him. His action was selfish even if he had justifiable cause for what he did. Besides, not everyone can be forgiving like Iida, who had let it go and took the initiative in conversing with him. Today, they're supposed to have their entrance ceremony in which Nezu will formally welcome them to their new school life at Ua High. After that, they still had their guidance session where they will receive their curriculum for the first semester and other related documents. Well, color me surprised. A voice seemed to pierce the silence in the class as everyone tensely turned to find a head sticking out of a yellow sleeping bag. I was expecting that you guys would be rowdy on your first day, but I guess this year's class is rational. A hand stuck out of the sleeping bag as he revealed a jelly drink packet and proceeded to suck it dry in an instant, startling almost everyone. After doing so, Aizawa then removed himself from the sleeping bag. I won't waste any time since time is valuable. Aizawa fully emerged from the sleeping bag with a haggard, I'm your homeroom teacher for the foreseeable future, which is the next 3 years. My name is Shota Aizawa. I am pleased to meet you. The introduction was rather bland as everyone tensed once more with a few exceptions. After determining that he got everyone's attention to him, he then took to shuffling through his yellow sleeping bag and pulled a PE uniform out of it. Quickly now, change in your gym clothes and head out to the grounds, he ordered, which both Izuku and Bakugo had done without question, followed by a 2-toned hair-colored girl. Seeing this, everyone snapped out of the shock and quickly rushed to follow their lead. It seems those 3 are going to be the leaders of the class, Aizawa had muttered as he slowly walked outside the classroom and into the grounds. It did not surprise him one bit. Izuku, Midoriya and Katsuki Bakugo both broke All Might's record, with Midoriya taking the lead in the first place and Bakugo in the second place. Todoroki on the other hand is not only among the recommended students but she is also the daughter of the number 2 pro hero Endeavor. She equally to some extent dominated the recommendation exams and only fell short compared to Momo Yaoyorozu in terms of written exam scores and also fell short to Inasa Yoarashi who scored first in the 3-kilometer-long obstacle course. It's a shame that he had foregoed his own acceptance at UA and instead had joined Shikatsu. Aizawa sighed, but it was for the better. Someone like that who is easy to emotionally provoke does not deserve to be a hero at UA. He did us all a favor. Inasa Yoarashi had a powerful quirk called Whirlwind, which grants him the ability to freely manipulate the air around him over a very wide area. He had been among the top scorers but because the daughter of Endeavor had just rudely brushed him off, he ended up holding a grudge and dropped out. Aizawa scoffed when he saw it. Other staff members were more disappointed at the loss of a potential student but he was happy. Good riddance. If he came here to UA just to make friends, then he should leave and bother another hero school. Aizawa's lips flashed into a smirk when he saw Izuku and Bakugo standing at the grounds wearing their PE clothes and ready for the exercise. The others had yet to still come out but he was in a good mood. A test of our quirks. Many from among the 20 students of Class 1A had collectively shouted in shock. After they all came down to the ground, Aizawa had wasted no time in getting to the point of what they will be doing today. This had naturally come as a shock to many of the students. What about the entrance ceremony? Or guidance sessions? The brown-haired girl rapidly asked. No time to waste on that stuff if you want to become heroes. Aizawa replied with a bored voice before his eyes narrowed to the class. UA is known for its freestyle educational system. That applies to us teachers as well. This naturally got almost everyone on edge at his words. After that, Aizawa got to explain the quirk apprehension test which all of them had done back at their middle school but without a quirk partly because society itself has strict regulation on quirks. The quirk apprehension test consists of the following: softball throwing, the standing long jump, the 50-meter dash, endurance running, grip strength and side-to-side stepping, upper body training and seated toe touch. This time, he wanted the class to do them but with a quirk, hence the name. Midoriya. Aizawa called abruptly seconds later after he finished criticizing the Department of Education for procrastinating and being overall irrational. How far could you throw in middle school? He asked. 145 meters. Izuku answered. Truthfully, he could throw higher than this in his base power without powering up using ki. The 145 meters had been his score at the time when he held back a lot in order to avoid looks, albeit he did still get a lot of looks. Great. Now try it with your quirk. Aizawa's expression remained unchanged even after hearing the actual score, which is admittedly very impressive. Do whatever you need to. Just don't leave the circle. Izuku caught the ball in hand as he went forward inside the circle. Everyone aside from Bakugo were on the edge. Now they get to witness with their own eyes the power of the one who broke the entrance exam record and scored first in both written and practical exams. Izuku took a deep breath as he let his ki flow outside his body. A green ki surrounded his entire body, causing winds to blow fiercely. His eyes changed with his sclera turning pitch black as the void, his iris turning green in color with a black slit in his pupil. Everyone held their breath, even Bakugo is curious about how this is going to end. The entire ball was coated with his ki in order to eliminate the friction so that the ball wouldn't burn to ash if he threw it with a bit of force. He took a pitcher stance. Here I go, Izuku whispered, but his voice seemed to carry on reverberating through the bodies of everyone. Before long, he threw the ball with more force than usual. The result was disastrous as he had expected, as the ball had shot to the sky like a green meteorite. The shockwave spread all over the entire UA campus, nearly shattering all of the glasses in the entire campus had Izuku not exercised some bit of restraint. He didn't want to pay reparation for damages to UA's property, so he had held back a bit. CRAAACCKKK. A sickening crack reverberated around as everyone including Aizawa looked at the sky with a great deal of shock, seeing a hole in the air, or rather a hole in the space. Izuku had broken the dimensional wall separating the mortal realm and the afterlife realm. This got to be a joke, right? A Pikachu ripoff whispered, but nobody dared to say anything as they witnessed the spectacle before them. The afterlife is separated into two levels that would be heaven and hell. It was the only two main destinations for deceased people. However, there is also a level that exists between the two. Izuku's ball tore through two of the dimensional walls as if they were made of glass. The ball had first entered hell, where all the condemned souls are sent there to repent for their sins, before it continued forward like a comet and just entered the Snake Way path where Emma Palace resides. The ball pushed forward towards the direction of King Kai's planet. Goku, who had been training earnestly for the tournament, sensed the familiar ki of Izuku and looked up to see a green star coming towards him at a blinding speed with the intention to turn the entire small planet of King Kai uninhabitable. So Izuku wants to play catch again. Goku grinned as he took a stance so he could receive the ball. The green star immediately impacted him, sending him skidding halfway through the entire planet and damaging King Kai's lawn. "My lawn!" King Kai tearfully and comically screeched as he saw his damaged lawn and crumbled tearfully. "Those damn Saiyans, they have no respect for people's property." The dimensional hole created from Izuku's throw naturally closed on the spot right after it got pierced. It was a harmless throw and he had minded his own throw. It certainly wasn't his first time doing this and he got away with it all the time. If anything, the people up there enjoyed it very much since it was a change from their boring everyday bureaucratic life. "I've caught it, Izuku." A voice seems to echo in the minds of everyone in the training ground. It was telepathy. Bakugo's eyes immediately shot wide open as he realized what Izuku had done and looked at him with shock. "Nice catch, uncle," Izuku shouted to the sky with a thumbs up. Nobody had dared to say anything. Everyone, including Aizawa, held their breath, not even daring to make any abrupt move before he turned towards them, making some flinch from fear. "Ah, I'm not getting paid enough for this," Aizawa muttered. He didn't want to even know what happened. "Your score is immeasurable. The device couldn't calculate that absurd throw." Aizawa sighed as he showed the device that has the word, immeasurable, written on it. The stupid ones didn't understand the magnitude of Izuku's action. The smart ones tried to rationalize what Izuku had done. There is no way that a first-year student had torn through the dimensional wall of their universe so casually. It must be some sort of spatial-type quirk. Yaoyorozu muttered, being heard by those close to her. He must have connected two spaces together while tossing the ball inside it to another undisclosed location. She said a bit more loudly. Everyone aside from Bakugo nodded their heads fervently, clearly agreeing with her deduction. That was the only logical answer. If he is truly capable of tearing through dimensional wall, then that would make their classmate the most dangerous individual on the planet. "Wow. You figured part of my quirk out," Izuku said with a smile which made everyone look at him. "If I could calculate the coordination precisely, I could manipulate my quirk to open a sort of wormhole to another location. I'm not that good at it as of yet." "I see, that does make sense." Yaoyorozu seems to sigh in relief and smile in clear happiness in getting it right and also for receiving praise from one of her classmates. "That is an impressive throw, Midoriya-san." She complimented him, which he accepted. Everyone seemed to finally calm down and laughed. Aizawa hadn't scolded them and instead let them relax a bit. He let out a sigh and narrowed his eyes a bit at Izuku. He didn't expect this. Izuku's quirk is incomprehensible. At the start, many believed that Izuku had a sort of powerful telekinesis-type quirk or some sort of gravity-type quirk. But all that changed at the moment. He didn't know if Izuku was lying or not, but if he took his words seriously, does that mean it's a spatial-type quirk? The latter sounded more plausible, but he imagined that there is more to his quirk than meets the eyes. He tried racking his brain over it for a while and then he gave up. He was going to check on Izuku's student profile to get a bit of a grasp on his quirk. "That's pretty manly, Midoriya bro." Hiroshima cheered for Izuku as the latter walked towards the group of students, receiving pats at the back from many of his own classmates for his throw. It was obvious that many were pretty excited and pumped. "This is awesome." Mina cheered loudly, throwing both her hands up in the air in clear celebration, with a few imitating her. Many had wholeheartedly agreed with Mina. The Hero Association did have a lot of strict laws when it comes to quirk usage, so getting to use one was a great change. "Awesome. You say?" Aizawa asked, his voice coming out as a whisper. It looked like Mina and the others had just touched a nerve. A heavy aura had descended on everyone, getting almost everyone to feel chills as they turned to look at their homeroom teacher. "You're hoping to become heroes after 3 years here?" Aizawa narrowed his eyes at them, making many to gulp in clear fear. And you think it'll be all fun and games? He asked ominously. Right, the one with the lowest score across all 8 events will be judged to be hopeless. Aizawa paused, his weary eyes raised looking directly at his students. And will be expelled. Aizawa concludes as his lips parted into a sinister grin. What? Many of the students shouted with great deal of shock as the callous words of their homeroom teacher echoed through the desolate training ground they were in. This signaled the start of yet another test that will determine their very fate in this school. Your fates are in our hands. Aizawa spoke sinisterly as he pulled the bangs of his hair upward to show his eyes that seemed to glow faintly red. Welcome this is. The hero course at Ua High. Aizawa had revealed, resulting in a bit of a shock with Izuku and Bakugo grinning accepting the challenge. The lowest scorer will be expelled, Uraraka asked in clear panic. It was obvious that she wasn't confident in being able to breeze through the test like some of her other unreasonably overpowered classmates. It's only the first day. I mean, even if it weren't, that's totally unfair, she shouted. Her words seemed to resonate with many of the students with non-combat type quirk or those whose quirk is not strong. Since those are physical fitness that relies on quirk, it will come down to those with physical enhancement type of quirk and those with overpowered or conveniently useful quirks. Natural disasters, highway pileups, rampaging villains. Aizawa listed a few of the common unfairness of their world. Calamity is always right around the corner. I'd say Japan is full of unfair things. Aizawa answered with a very bored voice. Heroes are the ones who correct all that unfairness. Aizawa let his bangs fall down and let out a sigh. If you were all hoping to spend your evening hanging out at McDonald's, I'm sorry to tell you that for the next 3 years, UA will run you through the ringer. That's plus ultra. Aizawa smirked at the class. Use your strength in order to overcome it all. So bring it. Aizawa made a come motion with his finger as he encouraged all of them to give it their all in order to maintain their position in his class and at UA. It's an obviously rigged test that favors individuals with a quirk suited for this. Izuku laughed in his head. The entrance exam was a clear indication that UA is not going to play fair. Although, Aizawa, or rather Eraserhead, is likely just doing this to get the others to take this seriously. He mused with interest. His new classmates seemed to treat this hero gig half-heartedly. Aizawa probably did not like such an attitude at the start of the very first day. Which is why he is trying to stomp on it early on. The quirk apprehension test had gone on rather smoothly if you were willing to ignore how completely unreasonably overpowered both Izuku and Bakugo are as they dominated the entire test, shattering many UA records as if it were just a video game. They couldn't be properly measured. Aizawa let out a tired sigh, feeling the urge to let out a groan. They broke existing UA records and I could tell they are taking it easy. Aizawa was starting to think that both Izuku and Bakugo were going to be the very death of him, one of these days. The UA robots stationed at each part of the 8 exercises were meant to capture, record and calculate the scores of the students. Unfortunately, the UA robots had just learned today of its limits as it failed at each exercise to measure those 2 monsters. Bakugo had fallen short to Izuku when it came to the final exercise, which is the softball throw, since thankfully this time around, it seemed that his device had at least managed to record his score, and much to the shock of everyone, Bakugo had launched the ball through the moon and on the other side. Those 2 are monsters, Kaminari complained as he wiped the sweat off his chin, feeling himself growing very tired to continue, but the threat of being expelled kept him from surrendering to his instinct. How do we even compete with those 2? We don't, Jiro replied with a scoff at his words as if he said something stupid. There is no way anyone in this class could ever compete with those 2. Let's just hope we pass first and worry later. She grumbled with frustration. Goo. Why is this world so unfair to people like us? Mineta grumbled as he shot hateful looks towards the 2 disaster duos who are treating everything as a game. Not only are they your typical good-looking Bishonen, but they are also op. Mineta grumbles loudly. Yeah man. Siro agreed wholeheartedly with the midget, who was envious of the 2 for their very good looks. They're like your main characters from your typical shonen series. It was a sentiment that is closely shared by a few of his classmates. Everyone chatted amongst each other about the two duo while Izawa just looked at the recording device in his hand as it calculated all of the recorded scores of the students and then ranked them from the highest scorer to the lowest scorer. "Quiet down all of you." Izawa's voice pierced through the hushed voices of the students. Moving along. Time for the results. Izawa pressed a button in the device causing a holographic image to appear showing the scores. Izuku Midoriya, Katsuki Bakugo, Momo Yaoyorozu. The last person turned out to be a boy named Minoru Mineta. Izuku looked at him and sighed in amusement since the boy was like Master Roshi. He would not be surprised if he turned out to be some distant relative, that is if Roshi even had a family of his own to begin with. Also, I was lying about expelling someone, Izawa revealed after having just waited to see the reaction of everyone. That was a rational deception meant to bring out the best in all of you. He laughed with a creepy grin on his face that was unsettling to many. Fought. A few in the class vocalized their shock through a scream. It was unexpected to many while obvious to some of the others. Well, of course it was a lie. Yaoyorozu sighed as she shot an disbelieving look at the others for not realizing this. Didn't take much to figure that out. Nah. Izuku refuted her words. According to the upperclassmen, our seniors, Izawa-sensei had a streak of expelling many students in the past. Izuku just dropped a bomb out of nowhere. He apparently expelled an entire class last year because they didn't make the cut. Izuku continued with an amused chuckle. So I wouldn't get comfortable if I were you. He didn't expel anyone this time around because we lived up to his standards. For now at least. This came as a shocking revelation to many who heard him. It also didn't help that Izawa never denied his words. If anything, their homeroom teacher only grinned, further causing the fear that had just subsided seconds ago to once again reignite in their hearts. That means you all can't afford to be mediocre. It was Bakugo who spoke this time around. If you end up performing poorly this year or this semester, your seats will simply be swiped from right underneath your legs and just be given to someone else from another course who is more deserving. Easy for the two of you to say that. Ojiro complained in a low voice as both of his classmates are far superior to all of them combined. Despite his voice being a whisper, he was heard by the two, with Bakugo simply ignoring him, but Izuku didn't. Consider it a friendly piece of advice from a classmate. Izuku looked directly in Ojiro's eyes, who quickly flinched upon realizing that he was heard. As long as you give it your all, I think you'll be safe, but that depends. Everyone in the class went quiet as they tried to grapple with the new piece of information. The revelation had meant they were not completely safe so far. At any moment, their seats as heroic students of Class 1A could be just as easily taken from them on the whims of their cruel and sadistic homeroom teacher. Yaoyorozu had quickly deflated upon realizing that she had nearly given her classmates a fake sense of security, which could have been very costly to the low performer and those who would have inevitably let their guard down due to being lured by her words. Anyway, we're done here. Izawa spoke once more, having not confirmed nor denied Izuku's words. Your documents about the curriculum and such are in the back of the classroom. Give them a look. He nonchalantly just turned around and left. Everyone seems to whisper amongst each, discussing the disaster that is their very first day at UA High. There were those that were naturally excited about the next 3 years at UA and those that felt like they might end up falling off the hero course. Midoriya-san, Yaoyorozu called out to the green-haired half-breed Saiyan who turned to her. I'd like to thank you for correcting me. She lowered her head slightly. I can't imagine how I'd feel if one of my classmates were to be expelled due to giving them a false sense of security. It's quite fine, Izuku casually replied back. You didn't know. I was just lucky that I've done research prior to getting into UA. I do know some senior student here at UA who gave me the warning. Izuku comforted her, which seemed to do the trick since her face brightened up. You're far nicer than what I've heard about you, Yaoyorozu said awkwardly and somewhat cautiously. The rumors about the entrance exam had spread around, so I apologize as well for assuming wrong about you. She apologized once more. Again, it's fine really. Izuku wasn't really bothered. I could understand why others would hate me. I knew the consequences of my actions and I decided to take responsibility for them. Izuku admitted, which seemed to finally put her at ease. That's an admirable quality to have, Midoriya-san. Iida interjected into the conversation, commending Izuku for his attitude. I will also strive to be the best as well, Iida said rather seriously, making Izuku sweat drop and sigh. From the corner of Izuku's peripheral vision, one person seems to particularly stare at Izuku with more interest. Aside from her two-toned hair both red and white, she also had a mismatched eye blue and gray. This is the daughter of the number 2 pro hero Endeavor. Those two are strong, she thought coldly. She hadn't expected to meet two actual people who possess such fine control over their quirk and could cause such damage. The fact that they broke UA records as if they were collecting pebbles from the street unnerved her. She knew without a shadow of a doubt that not even her old man could ever beat them, let alone one of them in a 1v1. What intrigued her the most is that while it almost looked like the two were neck to neck in terms of power, but she knew better. He is stronger and by a large margin. Shoko mused as she looked at Izuku directly. The robots simply couldn't measure their scores because they were on a higher level. Even then, Shoko was not scared nor discouraged by today. It only meant that she now had a clear target. If she could beat Izuku using only her ice side that she inherited from her mother, she could finally prove to her old man that she didn't need his fire quirk. I will defeat you, Izuku Midoriya, she vowed. Oh, hey guys. Gohan waved as he then rushed a bit faster to catch up to both Izuku and Bakugo, who were walking ahead of the UA gates. Wait up. Both disaster duo paused in their steps, allowing Gohan to catch up to them. How was your first day in Class 1B? Izuku asked curiously. He had heard that Gohan had ended up in their sister Class 1B. Unlike them, Gohan had held back significantly during the entrance exam and scored just enough to get a pass at UA. Izuku didn't know how to feel about this. If Gohan had at least tried, he would have gotten a pass at 1A. Even Vegeta had scoffed when he also heard that Gohan was trying to act all weak by holding back just to blend in with the other humans. It was all right. Gohan chuckled lightly, remembering some of the hassle he got. I didn't see you guys during the orientation. What happened? Gohan asked as he changed the subject. Our homeroom teacher decided that orientation was just a waste of time and held a quirk apprehension test. The last person in the scoreboard will quickly be expelled. Katsuki didn't sugarcoat his words, shocking Gohan. Wow, that's a tad bit extreme. Gohan freaked out upon hearing this and felt an odd sense of relief for having such an understanding homeroom teacher. Did someone really get expelled? He asked worriedly, clearly feeling pity for the one who'd end up last. Nah, no one got expelled this time around. Izuku revealed. Aizawa-sensei was content with our potential so far. He would have expelled the last place or anyone if he deemed them to have zero potential, so they are safe for the time being. Izuku said with a nonchalant tone. Gohan went silent as they collectively walked together to the train station. It was a bit awkward for Gohan, who decided that he couldn't bear the silence and tried to start a topic. Did you know? The daughter of Mr. Satan is actually part of Class 1B. Her name is Vital Satan. Gohan dropped a bomb out of nowhere, which caused the two to pause abruptly in their steps and turn to him with a great deal of shock and anger. That fraud has a daughter, Katsuki yelled, getting attention from everyone around them at the train station. Gohan freaked out as he brought his finger to his lips and tried to shush the two, but he failed since the two are now angry at the revelation. Huh, so someone can actually tolerate marrying a clown like that? Izuku said with clear surprise. So what's she like, the daughter of that fraud? Izuku was curious as he didn't deign to call her by her name. Izuku and Bakugo both held immense amounts of contempt towards the world martial arts champion. The man had wisely chosen to retire from the hero field in fear that his lies would be aired out if he is forced to fight a villain who is far stronger than him. The man continued to host martial arts tournaments and the like. The rest of his time is spent with him laughing like a clown while bragging about his great victory over Cell all the damn time, and even going as far as to insult them, the Z Warriors, as well as make fun of his uncle's death. Gohan might have the capacity to forgive and maybe forget, but Izuku was not one to forgive that easily. Bakugo not only hated Hercules but also hated how the entire world seemed to give a clown like that the power to behave the way he does. They have no one to blame but themselves for getting scammed and fooled for 7 years straight. One day, the secret that Satan tried to push under a rug will spill out and he won't be able to salvage his reputation while also dragging his daughter alongside him to hell. Her name is Vital. Gohan vehemently corrected the two, which earned him a scoff from the two. That aside, she is not bad. She is a tad bit forceful. He laughed awkwardly. But I think she is not a bad person. I'm sure you wouldn't mind her if you met her. Do you like her or something? Izuku asked with a sigh, which had resulted in Gohan's face turning beet red, completely flustered by the accusation thrown out of nowhere. Oh God, it's only been less than half a day and you're just already getting the hots for her. You have quite the low standards, nerdy boy. Bakugo scoffed. I don't really get how you Saiyans think, but even if you act pathetically, I believe you should choose better. Bakugo reprimanded. Before Gohan could try to come up with a rebuttal, the ashy blonde teen just continued. I agree with you that no child should be held accountable to their parents' sins. Bakugo sighed. But I also believe that we are the products of our own environment. Bakugo believed that Vital having been forced to hang around such a person will inevitably develop some screw loose along with it. Given what Gohan had just revealed about her, it looked like she had been harassing him on their first day at school. I second that. Izuku agreed wholeheartedly with his best friend. You've said it yourself, she's obviously harassing you in some way on your first day at UA, didn't she? Izuku turned to look at the black eyes of Gohan, who turned away because it was true. It's not like it's her fault. Gohan pitifully defended her. I had just stopped a robbery this morning since the heroes weren't around, and so I transformed into SSJ to hide my identity. Gohan paused before he continued. She had naturally heard about the rumors and started to suspect you. Bakugo interjected with a scoff. What did you expect, dipshit? In the first place, why are you even risking exposure? He reprimanded, making the black-haired hybrid flinch once more because it was true. He should have known better. We agreed that we won't use Super Saiyan, and for an actual good reason. It was Izuku's turn to reprimand him. Logically speaking, the Super Saiyan forms are just too much. We're not trying to turn the entire galaxy into space dust, so accessing such a form is overkill. Despite saying this, it's unlikely for them to destroy the galaxy because they had that much control over their transformation, but dealing with the grunts is different from the threats they all collectively faced in the past. For instance, many of the small fry villains that heroes deal with barely could destroy a single building. For him, who mind you is in his base form, he could lightly brush his knuckles on a building and it will topple to the side and cause a domino effect in where all buildings will topple as well, causing a disaster. Imagine what would happen if he was to transform to SSJ, or God forbid SSJ2. He could literally sneeze half of Japan, if not all of Japan, into oblivion. This is why one has to exercise restraint in this kind of scenario, hence why Izuku had been annoyed with Gohan. The most troublesome part is the fact that the world will easily recognize us as the ones from 7 years ago. Izuku clenched his fist. We don't really need that kind of attention, especially considering that Fool had made us out as the frauds instead. Many of the Z warriors and those related to them wished for peace. Some just needed space to mourn their own losses, Goku's sacrifice. An example of that would be the Sun family, more so Gohan, who feels responsible for his father's death given that he played around with Cell instead of finishing him off. Some preferred to maintain their privacy for one reason or another. Either due to the fact they just detest the very idea of being thrusted into the limelight like Piccolo, Android 18, Vegeta and the like. Some prefer their privacy because it will endanger their own families, kind of like Krillin, who had married 18 and had a daughter with her and as such didn't want his family to be under constant 24/7 harassment by the media. Overall, many just wanted to live normally. Cell and the androids were our responsibility, Izuku thought. Or rather, it was Uncle Goku who brought about their very birth, but as his family and friends, it was also something we need to take care of. Cell and the androids were the result of Dr. Gero desires to get revenge on Son Goku for the destruction of the Red Ribbon Army decades ago, when Goku used to be an uncontrollable wild child. In that sense, those monsters were their responsibility. Goku had realized his own faults as well as his contribution for creating such monsters and decided to stay in the afterlife so that those who bear grudges against him won't come looking for him on Earth. Hence, this is why Earth has been peaceful for 7 years. They won, and as such they've returned back to their normal day-to-day lives because this was their collective wish. They didn't fight to get people to sing praises for them, nor did they fight for the sake of money or any of that utter nonsense. It's why they chose to let Satan get away with his stunts. They were making use of him as a pawn. Even if the secret is revealed to the entire world, They could let Satan take the fall and blame him for everything, but the revelation of the man having a daughter did change some things. If the secret is revealed, there is no doubt that this vital chick will take the fall alongside her irresponsible old man. Izuku thought with a bit of bitterness. He was in a current impasse. On one hand, he didn't care that much since he didn't know her long enough for it to bother him, so it was not his problem. Izuku is the type of person who believes in taking responsibility for one's actions, so Hercules will eventually have to learn it. But on the moral side, Izuku felt pity for her. If it's to be assumed that she is as clueless as everyone else, then she is as much of a victim as the rest. She will definitely be seen as an accomplice to her father's schemes. This is not a very pleasant thing. I'm sorry. Gohan offered a weak apology as he got reprimanded by the two, and he knew his mother would also do the same thing and worse if she heard about his reckless action. She will probably pull on his ears while chewing him outright directly in them. He knew he was in the wrong. There was no need for him to have involved himself in a petty bank robbery where the life of citizens wasn't really that in danger since no one died or hurt badly. The pro-heroes were also around the corner, so they would have handled it. Be more careful the next time around, Izuku said. This vital woman you're so infatuated with seems like the type who has a bad habit of sticking her own nose into other people's business. Izuku's lips curled into amusement as he saw Gohan flustered. When you've lived a life being at the bottom of the food chain, you're bound to develop envy towards those sitting at the top. There will also be undoubtedly a desire to also be among them. Such was the man Hercules Satan who dreamt of being at the top. Now that he had become one of the wealthiest and influential men around the globe, it had meant that everything that had once been impossible for Satan to afford are now something he could buy. His daughter is no exception. Her father must have spoiled her to the fullest extent, and with everyone showering her with praises for being related to him, she must have likely developed an ego and a sense of entitlement that she is above even the laws. Izuku's instinct had told him that Vital Satan is going to be headache-inducing, and he didn't like it one bit. If Vital were to one day overstep her boundaries, he will put her in her place. No wonder I got told to not get my hopes up, Izuku grumbled as the second day came by and they were having completely normal classes. It should have been naturally expected, as UA is still a high school and education in Japan is both highly valued and seen as important. Even then, it felt really boring and so normal. Everything they were teaching was something he knew about when he was only a child, since he got forced once into a study group with Gohan by Chi-Chi. His mother didn't particularly mind at the time as long as Chi-Chi didn't overstep her boundaries. In hindsight, the only reason why his mom at the time had let this slide is due to her pride as a high-class Saiyan warrior. Contrary to others' impressions of Saiyans, education is surprisingly very valued in Planet Vegeta. They weren't all simple brutes. In fact, his mom used to be an assistant scientist back on Planet Vegeta when she was young and would have been promoted to one of the lead scientists if the planet didn't get destroyed by Frieza. So naturally, as her son, he learned a lot from her. Another reason why his mom allowed the study group is because she wanted him to prove his superiority over Kakarot's low-class spawn, which he did very easily at that, since unlike Gohan, he had studied in a smart way rather than in a stupid way. Study smart, not hard, Izuku mused as he picked a tray of food after a boring class with present Mike, who was their English teacher. He felt his head ringing slightly from having to hear the hero speak loudly. That hero bastard had no utter consideration for those with sensitive hearing like himself. The girl with earjacks constantly twitches every time present Mike started to shout, as well as that big guy with a mask covering his mouth and nose who would shift in his seat at times in clear discomfort. You ate less than normal, Bakugo pointed out in clear surprise. It's true, he had been very considerate in not emptying the entire food supply. Then again, even if he were to do this, it's doubtful that lunch rush would allow him to eat this much, since there are other students that need to eat. I ate in the morning before I came to school, Izuku revealed. If I were to eat like I normally do, no one would have a single thing to eat. Izuku chuckled in amusement. HMPH, you also can't afford to make even more enemies than you already have. Bakugo smirked. Even now, students from other courses seemed to not so subtly look at them. It didn't bother either of the two, none of them were a threat. Assuming that some of them were to try something against them, There were obviously hidden cameras all over the cafeteria along with eyewitnesses that would testify against their attackers, that is if everyone present didn't turn out to be in cahoots with them. Maybe you're right, Izuku laughed. Or maybe I don't want to subject others to me eating. Izuku smirked. Bakugo understood. Saiyans have naturally fast metabolism and that is only made worse whenever they are done training, so they eat much more. Bakugo himself had bore witness to Saiyans eating. It made him feel queasy and he lost appetite. He had long since adapted to those abnormal aliens, but others wouldn't have developed resistance and there is no doubt that they will vomit. Yeah, Bakugo scrunched his nose in disgust. Even though I say I've gotten used to Saiyans eating, I still don't think I will ever fully be able to get used to it. He dug his fork into the piece of steak to eat it. Bakugo was grateful that Inko, his aunt, had taught her son table manners. He had heard about Goku from others, and from what he heard and seen from the video clips, the man looked like he was giving the meat a deep throat. It really was disturbing to watch. There were even some nasty rumors among the circle of the Z fighters that Goku once used a piece of meat to brush his teeth with because he couldn't be bothered to buy a toothbrush, and even rinsed his mouth using a soup. It was so disgusting that Goku had his face used as a punching bag by his wife, who was embarrassed at the barbaric action of her husband, who had looked unremorseful. Ahahaha. Izuku laughed as he saw Katsuki's face turn green. Is that really appropriate for you to think about this when you're eating? Izuku doubled in laughter even more as Bakugo had lost his appetite just from thinking about Goku eating. Lunchtime had finally ended, pushing forward to their afternoon class's hero basic training. While everyone in the class is pondering over who their heroic class teacher would be, Izuku already had an idea. As he was well connected, he knew who it was. I have. A loud booming voice from outside was heard, followed by heavy running footsteps. Come through the door like normal. The large door of the class was abruptly opened as All Might made his flashy entrance wearing his Silver Age costume. How is that normal? Both Izuku and Bakugo shared the same thought. The others burst out in excited cheers at the sight of the symbol of peace coming to their class in person. Even Iida, who was serious about the school rules and reprimanded anyone that had slighted it, didn't say anything about All Might running in the hallway of the school. Instead, his expression seemed to brighten considerably. Everyone had something to say to this scene. Izuku and Bakugo didn't have much to say about this, but it was undeniable that they both had great deal of respect for that man who dedicated decades of hero work for Japan. Even if that fraud had still remained as a hero, he wouldn't be able to outrank the symbol of peace. Izuku firmly thought in his head. The most he would be able to achieve is a number 2. All Might had been around for many decades. He had been instrumental in stabilizing Japan in the past when villains rampaged freely. It was due to his presence that the crime rate in Japan had lowered to the 1 digit, unlike in the past. In hindsight, All Might's great success in the hero field had been to an extent possible with the Z fighters who had dealt with the great threat like the Demon King Piccolo and the Red Ribbon Army, who in the past had nearly taken over the entire world. It's undeniable that he is a great hero worthy of respect, Izuku thought. In the past, he used to idolize the man for his achievements. While he had outgrown this phase in his life, he still held respect for the old hero, but he had found the man to be extremely eccentric and disturbing to some extent. This became clear when All Might stood in front of the podium while doing a kneeling double bicep as if he was in a Mr. Olympia contest. This caused the two teens to cringe a bit, but they had no right to criticize the man since they were also eccentric. Hero basic training, All Might said while still maintaining his kneeling double bicep. The class that'll put you through all sorts of special training to mold you into heroes. No time to dally. Today's activity is this, All Might shouted as he finally pulled a card with less than battle greater than engraved on it in bold. Battle training, he revealed with a bright smile on his face, sending the entire class into a frenzy of cheers as all were excited. And for that, you need these. All Might pressed the remote control, causing the hidden compartment shelf to open up from the side of the walls to reveal 20 briefcases where their respective heroes' suites are inside, causing great awe among the class. In accordance with the quirk registry and the special request forms you filled out before being admitted, All Might said before he then paused for a while for that flair. Costumes, he shouted, causing many of the class to stand up to cheer. After you change, come out in ranking order in ground beta. All Might then concluded his speech with a great smile while receiving shouts of approval from many of his students while others just simply chose to give a nod as if to acknowledge his words. This is very convenient, Izuku hummed in a pleased voice as he tapped a red button in the smartwatch causing his hero suit to appear directly onto his body instantly without the need to change. That I agree, Bakugo agreed as he too received the same watch but with a different color. Izuku's watch is a mix between green and black while his on the other hand was a mix between black and orange. The transformation watch is one of Bulma's many creations. Izuku could have naturally made one of his own as long as he had the necessary material, but since Gohan requested one for himself, Bulma decided to make one for all of them at the same time. The materials for their hero costumes are made with the latest technology that Bulma could offer, so it was top quality. It was specifically also tailored for both of them, so it was going to last longer compared to those damn charlatans who call themselves support companies, but really, they were just scammers. All Might looked surprised when he saw the two just walking out to meet him. That was fast. The symbol of peace looked surprised and thus had forgotten his earlier word about coming out in ranking order. It's because of this wristwatch. Izuku pointed at the wristwatch while tapping on the screen rather lightly, causing All Might to gain a look of recognition as he noticed the logo. Capsule Corporation, All Might exclaimed in surprise as he was familiar with the high quality that the Brief family produced. You boys must be either rich or pretty well connected to be able to get yourself a support item made by them. All Might flashed a smile. All Might had actually received some items from them in the past, but he had mostly stuck to the items made by his best friend David Shield. You can call him whatever you like, but he, All Might, wouldn't betray his friend by going to another support company even if they were the Capsule Corporation. Even then, he had to admit, the Brief family is legendary. They've taken total control over the economy of the world due to their very first invention, which is the Dynacap, capable of storing just about anything that isn't human, such as a house, car, airplane, etc. The Dynacap was so revolutionary that it became essential. Just by storing anything inside those small yet easy to carry capsules, one can save a lot of money that could have been wasted on transportation, the gas fuel, as well as even preventing traffic jams. So every business-related company and governments in the world needed the permission of the Brief family to use their Dynacap. As no one could replicate them, it meant that the Briefs literally monopolized the entire market. So if the Briefs were to ever impose sanctions on their products, it would be a nightmare for the world. It did happen once in the very past due to an incident, and it caused the world to turn upside down. The government at the time had literally thrown themselves at the Briefs' feet to beg them not to do this. Who knows? Izuku's reply was disappointing to All Might. It seems that both the two problem children, as Aizawa had dubbed, have a lot of secrets, but All Might didn't let it bother him that much. Everyone is entitled to have their own secrets as long as it doesn't bring harm to others. To All Might, as long as those two continue to wield their quirk for the good of the people, that is more than enough for him to be happy. From what he had seen so far, the two are not only strong, but they were also willing to interact with others. All Might had half expected that the two would be too arrogant that they would be unable to look past their noses, but he was happy that he was wrong about them. The two had a bright future ahead of them, and depending on what they do today, they might be eligible candidates for being the 9th user of OFA. Although they're quite violent and chaotic. All Might worried about this. It's not like he's looking for a successor who is a carbon copy of himself like this Mirio kid who, while good-natured, was already in his last year at the academy, and so adding OFA to his already difficult to control quirk would be unfair. Even then, those two worried him the most. Izuku already proved that he had a habit of egging others intentionally, while Bakugo already proved that he is a ticking time bomb that is ready to explode on anyone's face. So it left him a bit hesitant. He let out a sigh and decided to push those thoughts away as he heard the sounds of footsteps. Like he had asked, they all came in the ranking order as they showed off their respective hero costumes. "Aw man," Hiroshima started as he looked at both Izuku and Bakugo. "How do you guys dress so fast?" It was a question that many had shared. "We didn't see you enter the changing rooms with us back then." He walked towards the two and marveled at their hero costume. Izuku didn't say anything, he just simply opted to show them by pressing the button on the watch, causing his hero costume to disappear and be replaced with UA standard clothes, gaining looks of surprise before he pressed it once more, resulting in his hero costume to appear once more. Is that a Capsule Corporation watch? Yaoyorozu asked in genuine surprise. Her parents had done business with the briefs many times in the past, and as such, she had been well versed in how expensive their products are, and so it came to her as a surprise that the two could afford such support items. Ahem. All Might coughed loudly in his hand to gain the attention back on him, and he successfully did so. I'm happy that you all are communicating and are furthering your bonds with one another, but I'd prefer that you do so after this class is over. All Might did not mind if they just sat down and talked amongst each other, but he had only 50 minutes for this period to teach. If he neglected his duties as a teacher, he wouldn't hear the end of it from Aizawa, who will chew him out for it and will try to start a problem. We're sorry, All Might sir. Iida shouted rather stiffly as he stood wearing an all-body armor suit that is modeled after his older brother Tensai Iida, who was the hero in Genium. It's quite all right. All Might raised one hand to calm him down. Today's hero class will be indoor anti-personnel battle training. All Might revealed with a bright smile, with his teeth reflecting light in the faces of the students, causing some to cover their faces and making Aoyama green with envy. Villain battles are most commonly seen outdoors, but All Might paused as he saw attentiveness from his students. Statistically, the most heinous villains are more likely to appear indoors. He revealed, his ever-so-permanent smile seemed to become slightly serious. That's true. After all, why would you even leave yourself out in the open to be picked on by the hundreds of licensed heroes in Japan? Izuku thought. That is, unless you have the power to render numbers meaningless with raw power alone. Many of the small fry villains tend to just make the mistake of attacking out in broad daylight where many heroes are out patrolling. When cornered by the heroes, they fight back instead of choosing to escape. Those are some of the many cliché rookie mistakes done by the villains. If you fight in the dead of the night where hero patrols are far less than in the morning, your chances are far higher. That also increases if you have a sort of base of operation, hence giving you a significant territorial advantage against the heroes who will be going in blind. You'll now be split into villain teams and hero teams. All Might announced, and face off in 2-on-2 indoor battles. The symbol of peace revealed the training for today. So no basic training? Suyu asked with a tilted head. A question that some of the students in the class were also curious about, as battles between students seemed to be very abrupt for their second day at UA, but the symbol of peace did not look worried. Practical experience teaches you the basics. All Might answered with a big grin on his face, a sentiment that is closely shared by both Izuku and Bakugo, who agreed with the symbol of peace. Kind of reminds me of the time when Piccolo tossed me and Gohan in a large mountain and told us to just fly down. Izuku thought with amusement as well as a bit of nostalgia. Or when he would punch us at random while telling us to dodge to get us to develop our battle senses. At the time, Gohan was a total crybaby. It wasn't like he didn't have some of his embarrassing moments, but he was far more motivated to fight compared to Gohan, who had little desire to even fight or do anything at all other than to study to be a scholar. The distinction here is that you won't be fighting disposable robots. All Might explained before he shifted to look at everyone in the class. Shall we begin, my wards? It's time for battle training. All Might announced once more as he got everyone to straighten up. There were a few questions that had been asked shortly after, but with how rapid they were, All Might found himself helplessly unable to keep up with all of them. At one point, the symbol of peace, who was unaccustomed to teaching, had pulled out a small note. Listen up, here's the deal. All Might got the attention of everyone in the class. The villains will be hiding a nuclear weapon in the hideout, and the heroes have to go in and take care of it. Is he really reading from a small note? Izuku thought with surprise. It's not like it was necessarily a bad thing. Most people don't have a strong enough memory to memorize, but still. Did he really need to read? It wasn't like it was a complicated one. The heroes have a limited amount of time to either capture the villains or secure the weapon. All Might explained while still reading from the note. The villains must either capture the heroes or protect the weapon until time is up. Your battle partners will be decided by. All Might shifted to pull out a box with the less than lot greater than written all over. Quote. Drawing lots. The number 1 announced while gaining apprehension from Iida. Is that really the best way? Iida asked in clear apprehension of All Might's method of selection. After all, wouldn't it be best if they were to be all teamed up according to who they get along with? Heroes won't always get the luxury of choosing who they actually want to team up with. Izuku started getting Iida's attention and everyone. Certain emergencies will require the heroes to act quickly even if it means working with others you normally don't work with. Ultimately, we are all heroes. Our collective goal is to defeat villains while at the same time saving the lives of the innocent. Izuku continued, so when it comes down to it, we're all comrades, so this exercise will be more helpful in developing thick skin against those you don't like. Ah, I see. Iida seems to have finally realized everything and shot the green-haired hybrid Saiyan with a look of admiration for having realized something even he never thought about. I apologize for getting ahead of myself, my mistake. The teen apologized. It didn't take long for the lots to be drawn. Izuku arched an eyebrow and then turned to look at the brown-haired girl whose face was etched in a mix of both despair and a look of resignation as if her fate had been sealed from the very start and she had to accept it. Why is she acting like I'm going to pull her behind the school building? Izuku let out a sigh. Then again, this is the result of my action back in the entrance exams. The heroes are Team A. All Might announced as he pulled a white ball with a engraved on it with black marker. The villains are Team D. Announced the symbol of peace as he pulled another ball but it was black in color and the D is written in black. Whoa there. Kaminari let out a startled voice. Is it all right for those two to be fighting against each other? Kaminari asked with clear anxiety as he saw that both Izuku and Bakugo were against each other in this exercise and he didn't like it one bit. If the entrance exam and the quirk apprehension test was any indication, the two together or against each other is just asking for a disaster. It was a feeling shared by many who worried that the two powerhouses will not just bring the entire building down but rather the entire ground beta. I have to agree as well. Suyu added as she looked at All Might. The two of them have already proven themselves to be extremely powerful, it worries me what will happen if they were to duke it out. Suyu shifted to look at Iida and Uraraka. Especially with those two sharing the same building as them. It's quite all right. All Might raised one hand to stop the chatter. I understand your collective concerns but this is also more reason why those two should be paired against one another. Gaining a surprised look from the other students for his decision. From what we've seen so far, the two are great rivals as they are friends. All Might said, if we pair other students against one of them, it will be unfair. But at least those two fighting together will give them both the challenge needed. All Might explained, it seems like we're both going to be duking it out on the second day. Izuku said with a grin which the ashy blonde explosion user smirked as he raised a fist for a fist bump which Izuku returned with his own. I may not be as strong as you, Shallot, Katsuki admitted, but I ain't going to make it any easier for you to win this so you will have to take our battle very seriously. He challenged which made Izuku smile clearly enjoying this as the two walked forward. Sure thing, Katsuki. Izuku replied with a smirk. He's going to crush Bakugo in this exercise no matter what, a sentiment shared by the explosion user. Make sure to struggle as much as you can because I will definitely enjoy seeing you squirm. The two shared a laugh. The villain team goes in first. All Might explained. The timer starts in 5 minutes, when the hero team sneaks in. All Might paused a bit as he looked at everyone to see if they were following so far. The rest of us will watch via CCTV. Iida, Bakugo, you boys need to adopt a villain mindset. All Might shifted to the two teens. This is practical experience, so go all out. Don't hold back. All Might encouraged, though I will stop you if you take things too far. He also quickly assured them. So how do we go about doing this? Uraraka awkwardly asked as she kept her face firmly in the blueprint of the building while Izuku glanced at her for a brief moment before he kept his eyes firmly in front of him having already got through reading the blueprint. Me and Katsuki share a history together since we're childhood friends so I'm familiar with his disposition. Izuku started. Knowing him, he will rush forward to confront me in a 1v1 leaving behind his teammate to guard the bomb. I see, she muttered with a bit of relief. She had expected that conversing with the green hair would be awkward. But wouldn't it be ideal for him to just team up with Iida-kun? She asked, wondering if she was overstepping herself here. Katsuki is smart. Izuku praised the blonde as despite his overall attitude, he is known for his academic excellence even back in middle school. If we end up fighting, both you and Iida will get caught in the middle of it. Hence, it is in the best interest of all of us if we took our fight elsewhere. Their powers were beyond anything one could imagine. An explosion from Katsuki could destroy ground beta if he were to put some power in it. If the two of them clash, Iida and Uraraka will lose their life in the process of trying to get away. For now. You should leave Katsuki for me to handle. Izuku turned to look at the brown-haired gravity girl. For you, I want you to deal with Iida or to at the very least capture the weapon, which would be a guaranteed victory for us as the hero team. That will be difficult, she sullenly complained at his expectation. Iida-kun is fast for me to capture or even get behind him to grab the bomb and get us a victory. You're not thinking the right way. Izuku sighed with irritation as he poked her head a bit. I'm not asking you to outspeed him or to try to capture him. This is very much beyond your capabilities. Izuku added bluntly. Even then, you can still outsmart him. So how do you suggest I'd go about beating him? She asked challengingly. It was clear that she still held bitterness from the day of the entrance exam. It was Izuku's selfishness that nearly took away her chances at getting into UA hadn't it been for the retry. From what I've noted so far from yesterday, quirk apprehension, Iida can only run in a straight line. Izuku pointed out bluntly. He can't steer himself in any other direction, especially if it's at the last second. Izuku explained. So take advantage of it. Make him rush towards you and then at the last second throw yourself on the floor, allowing him to run past you and hit a few walls on his way, and if you're lucky, Iida might end up knocking himself out cold, Izuku pointed. Then, it will be your chance to capture the weapon. It was a fairly simple one. All she had to do was to use herself as bait, and Iida, who doesn't know the concept of underhandedness or rather wouldn't expect it, would rush blindly at Uraraka with the intention of knocking the air out of her lungs. Uraraka will throw herself on the side at the very last second. Iida, who had no way of pulling the brakes on his speed or changing direction, especially in such a narrow place, will eventually find himself face-planting into a wall, kind of like Tom and Jerry. If you don't like how risky it is, then make use of his very serious disposition. Izuku added. Iida is a stickler to the rule. He'd most likely be trying to get into the villain role. Grab a pebble and toss it far away, distracting him long enough to run for the bomb. Izuku didn't think it would work. It was a momentary distraction, and it will only work if Uraraka is fast enough to capitalize on that second or two, but he truly doubted it would work in the first place. If that isn't to your satisfaction, then use your quirk. Izuku pressed forward. Your quirk is zero gravity. It's a perfect counter to Iida's speed if you could make contact. Izuku explained. With him floating in the air, he'd be semi-vulnerable. Izuku truly doubted that Iida could fight against zero gravity. His speed quirk isn't equipped with running on air unless he of course missed something, but he truly doubted that Iida would have trained for such a scenario, so he was confident it would work. Uraraka was left speechless at his words. All those plans were good, and she could see herself being able to do it as it's within her capabilities. She is also left surprised that he would help her and give her advice. I don't know why you're underestimating yourself. Izuku huffed with a bit of annoyance. You're very much capable of neutralizing Iida if you actually do believe you can. Uraraka looked surprised by his compliment. Besides, it's not like I will completely leave you on your own. They were teammates at the end of it all. Izuku was still going to give her a bit of help, but he will be busy having his game with Katsuki. Even then, if Uraraka executes the plan perfectly, she is guaranteed a victory over Iida, allowing her to confiscate the bomb, securing their victory in this exercise. I will be helping you get into the floor right underneath Iida, using my quirk to float you silently up there. Izuku explained. This way, you wouldn't have to get caught in my game with Katsuki. All you have to do is to play your role in this match. Oh, okay. She was genuinely surprised by his compliments, and it made her feel a bit bad for being rude to him at the start. She also felt good to receive praise for her mediocre quirk, especially from someone who was naturally born with a powerful quirk like Izuku's. My name is Ochako Uraraka, by the way. She introduced herself awkwardly. At first, she had no intention of befriending Izuku, but now she quickly changed her mind. He wasn't as bad as she had imagined. They had just started on the wrong foot, that's all. Izuku Midoriya. Just call me whatever you like, I don't really mind, nor am I big on formalities. Izuku replied back with a smirk. Now they were finally getting somewhere. Before she could attempt to strike conversation once more with Izuku, All Might's voice echoed through the ground beta announcing the start of the exercise and giving the hero team the permission to infiltrate the building in order to capture the weapon or the villains. The rest of the class are all collectively watching everything through a monitor room along with All Might, who was standing with both a pen and paper ready to grade the 4 students on their performance in this exercise. All of them were excited to see how this goes. Izuku had started. Using telekinesis, Uraraka found herself being floated in the second last floor of the building. Despite the fact that Uraraka could easily do that with her own quirk, Izuku had noted that she had a limit and might end up going over her limits. "Let's get this show started," Izuku whispered excitedly as he walked in rather confidently as if he was taking a stroll in an amusement park. Izuku had long since pinpointed Katsuki's location through his key, and so he was going to him in order to start their game. Just like he had predicted, Katsuki already took off to find him the moment All Might had given them the okay. With their speed, it didn't take long for the two to find each other, with the ashy blonde teen taking a swing at Izuku with his left hand coated with explosion. Boom! The explosion had resulted in the building to tremble as if an earthquake was happening. The heat of the explosion enveloped the entire hallway alongside Izuku, scorching everything in the process, much to the shock of everyone in the monitor room. "Less than isn't that a bit too much?" Greater than Ojiro asked in the monitor room as he watched as the smoke covered the cameras, making it hard for them to even determine the fate of their classmate. Before anything could be said, Izuku's voice was heard from the monitor. "Not bad," Izuku said as he came out of the attack unharmed. This came as an even greater shock to the others that Izuku had easily shrugged off such an attack that would normally leave many of them knocked out if not badly very injured. "Less than whoa." Midoriya tanked through Bakugo's explosion like it was really nothing. Greater than Kirishima expressed his own excitement openly. "Less than this is really manly." Greater than Kirishima shed a few manly tears. "Less than I know, right?" Greater than Mina agreed with Kirishima with an excited grin of her own as she looked like she was going to jump from excitement. "Less than Midori is sure like a Terminator tanking through such an attack. Is there anything he can't really do?" Greater than she wondered with a grin. HMPH. Bakugo huffed angrily, but his lips curled into a smirk as he put some distance between him and his childhood friend. "I knew this wouldn't be even enough to take you down, shall it?" Izuku smirked as he then raised his palm in the air. A translucent green ball appeared in his palm before he tossed it into the air. Instantly, a barrier had surrounded the two of them, expanding the space inside the barrier he had created. "Less than what is that?" Kaminari asked in clear worry, a feeling that was shared by many of his classmates as they watched through the monitor as a deep aqua-colored barrier covered the two inside, seemingly expanding from deep inside, but the outside remained relatively the same. "Less than amazing." Greater than Yaoyorozu admired the barrier. "Less than it's a sort of spatial barrier that expands the space inside, but it keeps what's outside unaffected." Greater than she explained. "Less than it seems that Midoriya-san is taking into consideration the dangers that will come from their battle." Greater than. It was a close guess on Yaoyorozu's part. It's a space-time barrier which Izuku to some degree could manipulate both space and time, hence defying the laws of physics. It had been inspired mostly from the hyperbolic time chamber that is a completely different dimension from the Earth's dimension. Everyone seemed to note what Yaoyorozu had said with great shock that also included All Might, who listened silently as he tapped his pen against the paper contemplating on the new revelation. Izuku then exploded forward with great speed, leaving behind shockwaves as he launched a devastating punch at Katsuki, a punch that would destroy the entire building in the process hadn't it been for the barrier set up beforehand to prevent damage. The latter had reflexively put his guard up to block the punch, with Izuku's fist connecting against his elbow. Katsuki grit his teeth as he felt his bones creak from the force of the punch, with Izuku digging his fist even more. Katsuki, not backing down, had launched a roundhouse kick with an explosion to Izuku's side. Boom! Instantly, he put distance between him and Izuku, knowing that not even such an explosion would put a bruise in Izuku as he absent-mindedly just rubbed his very bruised arm where he got punched in. "That's cute," Izuku mocked lightly as he blew the smoke with a burst of ki, his body now coated into a deep aqua-colored aura, while the green-haired hybrid Saiyan grinned broadly as if this is nothing more than a game. Even then, Katsuki was far from being discouraged by such an overwhelming difference in power. He had long since come to acknowledge that Izuku was born genetically superior to him. He was just glad that he got to become as strong as he did. Even then, I still don't plan to give up on trying to reach your level, shall it, if not surpass you? Katsuki thought with a grin of his own. Even though he had accepted the difference in genetics and powers, he is Katsuki Bakugo and he never gave up even in the face of insurmountable challenges. As such, a light orange aura seems to gush out of him from all his pores. He decided to start taking this fight more seriously, seeing as Izuku is taking it a bit seriously. Izuku then launched himself once more with fluidity and grace that had taken the spectators off guard, his hand coated in the aqua-green color aura. As he got close to Katsuki, these fluid-like water movements turned into a storm of violent punches. The first punch that Izuku had landed caused a shockwave to explode from all directions, threatening to crush the very barrier set in place, which is constantly being under repair by Izuku's energy. Despite the devastating punch, Katsuki managed to respond in kind. Izuku spat out a few saliva as Katsuki landed a punch in his sternum coated with explosion, but he managed to shrug it off quickly and uppercutted Katsuki into the ceiling of the barrier, causing the explosion user to bounce off about everywhere in the barrier, ricocheting around. Izuku rushed forward once more and openly displayed the full extent of his martial arts to the entire class. Katsuki, who paled in comparison to Izuku's years of training from the age of 4, found himself quickly getting overwhelmed as Izuku abused every part of his body with punches. While Katsuki's martial arts is impeccable and honed to a great degree, Izuku had easily found holes in his martial arts and landed punches everywhere he found an opening, in making it impossible for Katsuki to even have the chance to retaliate against his childhood friend. Izuku crouched down and masterfully swept his feet from right underneath him before launching a one-handstand double kick to the blonde sternum. This had the result of sending Bakugo flying to the other side of the barrier. Gah! Katsuki yelled in pain as the air was knocked out of his lungs, making him fall to the ground in a heap, but even then, Katsuki's indomitable spirit had shown to everyone that he had yet to give up. This was nothing, since he was used to fighting Izuku on a much higher level. Wow! Hiroshima wiped the sweat forming in his forehead as he watched the few minutes of battle between the two. This battle is so intense. They're not even holding back on each other, kind of manly. Hiroshima said with a bit of excitement mixed with a feeling of inferiority. Hiroshima looked at his hands, which hardened due to his quirk hardening. It was a pretty cool quirk, but it was not as flashy as some of his classmates. The fight he just witnessed left him wondering if he would be able to keep up with those two, much less his other classmates. It's really unmanly for me to feel jealousy towards my classmates. Hiroshima snapped himself back to reality. I just need to do my best, that's all. Hiroshima tried to muster such determination, but he still felt depressed. All Might sensei, Tsuyu spoke up, snapping All Might from his dazed shock. Is it really all right for us to not be doing anything? She asked. Isn't this fight getting a little too far? They almost look like they're trying to kill one another. Tsuyu's concern resonated with everyone in the class. A concern that many in the class had expressed either vocally like Tsuyu or just showed overall silent discomfort. Yeah, Rikido hesitantly spoke as well. I feel uncomfortable watching this. It's just too extreme for me to stomach. Rikido expressed his discomfort from the match while rubbing his belly. It felt like he might vomit. I get your point. All Might agreed as he gripped onto the mic. I will interfere if I feel like it's going too far. I don't want to disrespect their fighting spirit. All Might answered, but deep inside, he was questioning if he was actually making the right choice or not. Even then, seeing the fighting spirit of the two struck a chord in him. Could he even get in between such a fight? He knew that the two must be holding back, but he didn't know to what extent. So despite his urge to put a stop to this, he hesitated. He hoped he wouldn't regret this decision. Typical boys, Hagakure complained as she averted her eyes from the screen, seeing as Katsuki was coughing blood. They always do things like this, and one wonders why it's women who tend to live longer than those with brains for muscles. Naturally, some of the boys looked at the invisible girl with indignation for her offensive words. They're not muscle brains. They're just passionate about a lot of things. Some are just a bit too much like both Izuku and Katsuki, but it's harmless. I'm sorry, Midoriya-kun. Uraraka apologized in her head. She had ended up compromising her own hiding position earlier when she let out a laugh escape her lips upon seeing Iida getting into the role of a villain. Iida, who had taken notice of her hiding position, wasted no time in starting his monologue like Izuku had earlier predicted. Despite this, it seems that Iida had been attentive enough yesterday to remove anything in the room that could be used to slow against him. Even though she could no longer use distraction to her advantage as she had originally intended, there were two other working plans which were either get Iida to chase after her with his quirk effectively getting him to hit himself in the walls of the narrowed building or to take the offensive. Ah! She let out a battle cry. Even though she had failed to distract him due to compromising her position, she could still improvise. Her target had been the bomb, or so that's what Iida had thought, who turned half around to protect the bomb. Squeeze. Her hand shot forward before it changed direction at the last second to grab the younger brother of Ingenium, taking him by complete surprise as he found himself becoming weightless, floating in the air as Uraraka denied him gravity, preventing him from making use of his speed quirk. What? Iida was rightfully flustered by this trickery that was unexpectedly done by the hero. His training hadn't prepared him well enough to fight against one of the four fundamental forces of the universe, gravity. This is it, Iida-kun. Uraraka gave another battle cry as she had then grabbed Iida's outstretched arm and performed a taekwondo throw. With her quirk, she had an easier time doing so as Iida, who was under the effect of zero gravity, weighed nothing. Releasing the effect of gravity at the last second, Iida found himself slamming hard against the concrete floor, denting it in the process and knocking the air out of his lungs. It was partly thanks to the full-body armored suit he wore that the shock had been bearable. This is our win, Iida-kun. She shouted as she rushed to grab the bomb, as she made use of the few seconds she bought for herself to hug the bomb with both her arms and legs, granting the hero team a victory over the villain team, something which All Might announced loudly. Less than the hero team wins. Greater than All Might's voice echoed through all of the ground beta. This caused the two to pause from fighting, with Izuku wiping the trickle of blood that formed in his lips. Bakugo still stood on both his feet despite how beaten up he was. Izuku didn't look like he struggled that much, but Bakugo had fought well. If he was allowed to fight all out without worrying about others getting caught, Bakugo might do more damage, not that it would change the outcome of the battle. In the end, Izuku had proven his superior combat skills and forced Katsuki into a corner. Now everyone in the class should know by now that Izuku Midoriya is the strongest student in the entire class. Here, Izuku pushed forward what appeared to be a small vial. Katsuki, who recognized what it was, reached out for it and grabbed it. You fought well. If you got to fight at your very best, I wouldn't have come out unscathed. Izuku complimented him. No need to butter me up. Katsuki scoffed as he drank the content of the vial. He felt all the pain wrecking his body disappear as if they were but dream. All of that was the miracle work of the less than senzu potion. Greater than cliché. Definitely yes, but it's effective. It was a project that Izuku, Bulma and Inko had worked on. The senzu bean was useful, and they can't ever go to a fight without having one on them at all times for an emergency situation. It was the senzu bean that saved their lives many times in the past, but it had a side effect. The senzu bean worked as a substitute for eating. It means that if you take one, you won't need to eat for 10 days straight. This could be a bit too much for a normal human unaccustomed to doing so. Hence, upon his own suggestion years ago, Izuku got both his aunt and mom to help him in this project. It was not easy, but it wasn't impossible. In the end, they've created countless other products centered around the senzu beans to help. The senzu potion is less potent compared to if you take the real senzu bean, since it was modified enough to deal with minor injuries and exhaustion. Of course, the side effect was that you'll have to go a day without eating, but it is far more tolerable compared to the original senzu bean. I know the difference in our power is too huge, Bakugo said as he walked by Izuku's side as they exited the building. I'm not that upset over it. You've had far longer years of training and largely your genes supporting you, Bakugo said while Izuku didn't deny them. Saiyans have Zenkai boost, allowing them in general to come back stronger from every battle they fight. Many had called it a cheat power-up system that gave the Saiyans a potential for unlimited growth because the very concept of a limit is foreign to Saiyans. Izuku had been fighting since the age of 4. From the time when Raditz first set foot on Earth to Vegeta and Nappa invading the Earth for the Dragon Balls, and later when he traveled to Namek, which led to several battles with Frieza's minions, which in turn led to a final showdown with the Galactic Space Tyrant. Even after returning from Namek, Izuku had no chance to particularly rest as he had to fight the androids that nearly destroyed everything, which later led to Cell being born and becoming perfect upon absorbing both 17 and 18 and thus evolving. It came down to a final showdown with Izuku and Gohan teaming up to blast Cell straight to hell. With Goku's sacrifice, Earth regained peace. So with such a resume, Katsuki didn't feel particularly angry at his loss, instead it had only motivated him to reach that level. "You guys, wait up," Uraraka shouted as she alongside Iida rushed to catch up to the two, and much to both their shock, Katsuki looked roughed up if we compare him to Izuku. Well, I'd say, the VIP in this battle, Iida. All Might revealed, much to the surprise of many in the class, as some expected that it would be Izuku who was the VIP due to his dominance in the entire battle exercise. "I guess we can't always get to be at the top all the time." Izuku laughed it off, clearly not bothered by it. This came as a surprise from many of the students who expected that he would be angry at having his UA record breaker streak interrupted. "Are you not upset with this?" Shoji asked carefully as he stared down at the green-haired beast, who in turn shook his head with a wry smile as if he just asked a stupid question. "No. Not really." Izuku denied being upset. His smile and overall calmness showed that he has good sportsmanship. "We can't always be the winner at everything. Besides, I did expect that kind of outcome," Izuku explained while All Might was intrigued. "Oh, can you tell us why you think that way, young Midoriya?" All Might asked eagerly. The symbol of peace wanted to hear Izuku's assessment. Clearly he was surprised and happy that Izuku was accepting this. "Me and Bakugo had separated from our respective partners in order to duke it out somewhere else when the goal of the exercise is preferably teamwork, I assume," Izuku explained as he received a nod from many. "You guessed it right." All Might nodded his head approvingly for this. While there are times when heroes have to divide in order to cover a wide area, it's ideal to fight with your teammate in order to complete the mission as efficiently as possible. "Not only that," Izuku interjected once more, "so while it's for a good reason that we chose to take our fights away in order to avoid harming our partners, it still did not change that we were purely motivated by our desire to compete in a 1v1 uninterrupted." Izuku continued to explain. "I could have aimed to neutralize Katsuki in order to assist Uraraka, but due to trusting in her capability to handle it on her own mixed with enjoying my fight with Katsuki, I pushed it in the back of my mind." Izuku admitted, making the Gravity Girl blush at the trust. "Correct," All Might shouted approvingly. "Indeed, I do have to first applaud the two of you for being considerate to your teammates." All Might applauded the two. "But as young Midoriya admitted, the two of you have gotten distracted by your fight." "I understand," All Might said with his arm raised. "It's always fun to slug it out with your friend in order to measure one's strength, but it should be practiced in moderation so as to not get in the way of the line of duty. So remember that you too." All Might patted both Izuku and Katsuki in the head. In regards to young Uraraka, All Might had shifted his attention to the very nervous girl. "You fought admirably, very well, and you've even managed to surprisingly neutralize young Iida." Uraraka's face brightened up. But you had given away your position to the enemy. If it wasn't for young Midoriya's foresight in formulating 3 plans for you to use against young Iida, this might have been the hero team's loss that day." All Might pointed out, making Uraraka lower her head a bit. "Either way, I still commend you for improvising even though it was reckless." All Might praised. Everyone in the class was surprised. As they couldn't hear what was being said from the monitor, All Might's words informed them that Izuku did indeed play a significant role in the hero team's victory, making many of them perk up even more. If Izuku didn't go all battle junkie on Katsuki, Izuku might have actually been crowned as the VIP of the match instead of Iida, who also made some mistake as well. "As for you, young Iida," All Might shifted to look at the unmasked teen who went stiff. "Your plans were solid. I do commend you for your counter strategy against young Uraraka." Iida smiled. But you made mistakes of your own, very fatal ones. For starters, you were distracted." All Might pointed out. If it wasn't for young Uraraka giving away her own position, the match might have ended not even a single minute since the start of the battle. Iida flinched at hearing this much criticism. "I do applaud you for the monologue. You did very well in trying to demoralize young Uraraka." All Might praised him a bit. But You were very stiff and got distracted once more when you started to give your villain speech, allowing for young Uraraka to take advantage of it. I'm truly sorry, sir. Iida apologized sincerely as he gave a stiff bow. I have a lot to learn. Iida continued while All Might awkwardly scratched his cheek at the young man's stiff attitude. Either way, I'd say that you are the VIP as you were more attuned to your role as a villain in this exercise. All Might applauded the young man. I advise you to work on being less stiff and attentive, especially not falling for underhanded tactics. I will take note of that, sir. Iida said while trying to be less stiff in his bowing, which All Might was happy with. Thank you for the criticism. The teen raised his head, his eyes sparkling at how good Ua is. He felt a degree of shame as he remembered the day of the entrance exam. Good. All Might shifted to the rest of the class. We will announce the next team to fight, so prepare yourselves. All Might said, managed to get everyone to get serious and ready. The hero basic training exercise concluded with everyone getting their chance to shine. Some had shined even brighter than all others, such as was the case with Shoko Todoroki, who proceeded to freeze the entire building, managing to end her battle very quickly. All Might had thus concluded the exercise for today while giving everyone an evaluation about their performance. Luckily, there are no serious injuries aside from Bakugo's, but the latter seemed perfectly fine after he consumed the Senzu potion, which got them many questions that remained unanswered. After All Might had bolted off due to reaching his limits of how long he could keep his muscle form, the entire class seemed to become depressed upon realizing that they had Aizawa in the next class. Hey Shallot-kun, Uraraka called out, causing Izuku's eyes to twitch in clear surprise as he had turned towards her, which she seemed to note his surprise. Ah, I'm sorry, she apologized quickly for her own impertinence. I just heard Bakugo call you that. This seems to gain the attention of many in the class, who were naturally also curious about the nature of the name. Everyone noted how, compared to all of them, Katsuki seems to refer to Izuku by less than Shallot greater than instead of his legal name, so they shot Izuku expectant gazes. Izuku Midoriya is my legal government name. Izuku revealed the obvious to everyone. Shallot is also my real name, but it is not my legal one. Only a few people ever use that name, such as my mom, Katsuki, and Uncle Vegeta. He explained, much to their surprise. Oh wow, Mina expressed her genuine surprise by the revelation. But why the two names? Wouldn't it be confusing to have two names instead of just one name? She still asked something that also got a few interested in the reasoning behind his two names. Shallot is a traditional name as compared to Izuku, which is a modern name. Izuku answered rather simply. Even those who knew about it preferred to just continue calling me Izuku instead of Shallot because they're simply just used to it. That's kind of awesome, man. Zero grinned from ear to ear as he liked the idea. It felt a bit cool to him. You know. You could actually use that as your hero name when we get to it. Zero added, gaining many agreement from many of the class. I actually plan to do so. Izuku confirmed it. My hero name will be Disaster Hero, Shallot. Izuku smirked, gaining cheers from others. Although, we still have to see if UA will approve of the name or not. They could always refuse for one reason or another. What a fitting name for the incarnation of chaos. Tokiyami added in a rather ominous tone, looking like one of those edgy characters and earning him many sweat drops from those around him. Overall, many had started talking amongst each other. Uraraka boldly asked if she could call him Shallot instead, which confused him a bit as to why she was getting familiar with him, but he had not much issue with it since it was going to be his hero name eventually. What's it like to learn from All Might? Asked a reporter who rudely shoved her mic in Izuku's face, trying to get some scope for her own news channel, which definitely annoyed Izuku. It was the day after their first hero basic training exercise with All Might, and it seems like the news of the symbol of peace taking a teaching position in the prestigious hero school had spread far and wide, attracting the media to their school. No comment. Izuku flatly refused to say anything more than this. Even then, their persistence was very annoying as they had kept trying to get him to say anything to them. It honestly made Izuku glad that Satan actually took credit back then. Back then, Izuku didn't have the very same level of patience as today. If they had pestered him 7 years ago, he'd have likely vaporized them on the spot for being annoying as hell. See, Izuku pointed out with his thumb finger at the mass of media that was right behind him. This is why I hate the media. They're like cockroaches who seem to not get the hint to just die. HMPH. Katsuki huffed, clearly agreeing as he too had brushed one of them off, but they kept harassing him. I feel you. I hope being a hero wouldn't be this annoying. Katsuki knew that entering such a celebrity-like profession would entail you to be well versed in communication with the media or paparazzi. UA should have something like that within their curriculum. Even then, he had hoped that he'd avoid it all completely. Katsuki had become a hero mainly because it's every child's dream to be one, hence why kids are always excited about what their quirk would be, as it will be the one thing that will determine if they have the aptitude for heroics or not. He naturally had one, so he wanted to become a great hero. After the disaster of the kindergarten, Katsuki had his ego curbed rather early. He was kind of glad that it happened. He couldn't imagine how he would have turned out had he not received a reality check. Regardless, Katsuki is now a hero to also help better society. While he can't call himself the ideal hero since he still held onto some of his old habits, a result of his mother's genetics. Even then, he is someone who has power, ought to use it to help those who are weaker than him. To use the power to make a meaningful change. I feel like you've just jinxed us, Izuku said with a feeling of annoyance that is bubbling inside him. Katsuki had the same feeling as well. After reaching Class 1A, the two friends took their respective seats only to be surrounded by their classmates. After the day before, it seems that everyone had finally warmed up to them. It was the third day, but yet everyone had already got acquainted with each other well enough that they've already started to form what you call the stereotypical school group. The most prominent group is the Shallot Squad. Aside from Bakugo, who hung around Izuku the most due to being childhood friends, there were others who joined either due to favoring the two or due to wanting to hang around the two strongest and popular kids. Kirishima and Mina had been the first members since they were the ones who openly approached the two on the first day, clearly attracted by the manliness and how cool they are. There was also Iida, who had also been among those that tried to build a good rapport with Izuku on the first day. Uraraka, who had let go of her own grudge, had followed, and to the perceptive eyes of some, it may look like the Gravity Girl may have started to develop attraction towards Izuku. Kaminari and Shiro had both followed, mostly due to wanting to be part of the popular squad. There were of course others that looked interested in joining the newly formed Shallot Squad, but they were contemplating the idea for a bit of time. Aizawa walked into the classroom, causing everyone to quickly find their own seats, and did so quietly, much to the satisfaction of the underground hero, who had nodded his head approvingly. Good work with yesterday's battle training. Aizawa started by congratulating the students as he placed a stack of graded paper. I've looked over all of your grades and evaluations, Aizawa revealed as everyone paid close attention, as they wondered if he's going to call some of them out. Midoriya and Bakugo, he called, looking at the two problem children, which had caused the two to perk up while the others wondered what the homeroom teacher would say. I'm not going to reprimand you both that much since you both are aware of your own mistakes, he revealed. Both of your judgments were correct. He praised the two, but it's undeniable that you two got too overly excited in your fight against one another. His eyes seemed to narrow a bit. This is a training exercise, not a match to the death. So the next time, make sure to exercise restraint. This also applies to some of you as well. Aizawa's eyes shifted to look at other individuals, such as the daughter of Endeavor. I know that the idea of finally getting to use your quirks on another human being may be exciting, but tone it down. It won't do good for anyone if one of you were to die in an exercise or just get crippled in the process, he warned. Some of you are still unfamiliar with your quirks, so do not get ahead of yourselves. Aizawa glared. The staff at UA are all here to teach you control. The class nodded their heads obediently to his words. Aizawa felt satisfied at getting this out. He knew that if he didn't put a stop to this early on, he would end up regretting it. As a teacher, he had to be stricter to ensure that his own students wouldn't think they could walk all over him. Now, onto homeroom business. Aizawa loomed over. Sorry for the sudden announcement, but today, he paused for the dramatic flair, causing many to fear the worst. You'll pick a class president, he revealed without any change in his emotion. It looks like Aizawa-sensei has humor in him. Izuku was amused. Everyone in the class seems to jump at the opportunity to be elected for the position of the class president, causing the class to become very rowdy. In regards to the position, The position of class president in normal school only entailed mundane tasks, hence why both Izuku and Katsuki never showed any particular interest in it, as it's just a plain waste of time. But Ua is different, Izuku thought as he raised his hand, showing that he too is vying for the position of class president. It may require extra work since it has many responsibilities to it, but it is useful in pushing me to the top. Izuku grinned. The position of class president in Ua meant that he gets to be the appointed leader of the entire class of 1A. It does have heavy responsibilities and extra work, but Izuku was not bothered by them since he was academically smart and competent as a leader. If you think about this from a realistic point of view, the position in itself is no different than opening your own hero agency with you as its big boss and the vice class president as your sidekick. Any hero worth their salt would aim to recruit him just from that alone. Quiet down, everyone, Iida shouted, getting everyone to go quiet and turn to look at him. Leading the many is a task of heavy responsibility. Iida slowly started, but ambition does not equate to ability. He continued to shout his own opinion. This sacred office demands the trust of its constituents, Iida said, earning him a sweat drop from most. If this is to be a democracy, then I put forward the motion. With that he raised his arm as high as he could. That our true leader must be chosen by election. There were of course some complaints in regards to Iida's suggestion. Some of them stem from the fact that they've barely known each other, so they have yet to solidify trust amongst one another. It was also hard to determine who was better suited for such a position. In the end, Iida got his way and a vote was held quickly after getting Aizawa to approve of it. The class blackboard was used to write those who had received actual votes, although some had chosen to vote for themselves instead. Of course you'd get voted. Katsuki just let out a sigh upon seeing the many votes his green-haired childhood friend had received. Izuku smirked at this. He had been confident that he had built a good enough impression at the start to get many votes. He may have come off as a jackass due to his behavior in the entrance exam, but he was always told by others that he had a very good charisma. The kind of charisma that makes people drawn to him. He not only proved his strength but also proved that he was intelligent. Fine, Aizawa said as he started to pull himself out of his sleeping bag, having earlier decided to take a short nap to pass the time until they had all settled on their election. So your president is Midoriya and your vice president is Yaoyorozu. The two in question had stepped forward before the class. Everyone started to show a positive reaction to the elected ones aside from the ones who were depressed over not receiving a single vote, such as Iida. What a shame. Yaoyorozu felt a bit of disappointment at being unable to take the class president position. Midoriya-san does have the qualification for the position, she thought, having developed respect towards the green-haired half-breed Saiyan. From the short time together, 3 days, Yaoyorozu had come to unravel the mystery that is Izuku Midoriya. He possessed overwhelming power, being also able to control it to such a great degree. His battle sense was top-notch, giving her the impression that he was born to be a warrior. Most people with such power are often brutes, muscle-brained fools who only know how to use violence to solve their problems, but Izuku is not like that. He had shown that his smarts were equally as deadly as his quirk. She had even learned that he had gotten full marks in the written exams. His charisma also shows that he has a natural aptitude for being a leader. He had been able to inspire Uraraka into gaining more confidence in her abilities and had helped her form a plan to neutralize Iida, who was arguably one of the most impressive students in their class. He was also able to communicate with others and managed in such a short time to get a following. Those are impressive traits for a class leader, since communication is an important facet to being a leader. He's also humble to some extent. While he may come off as arrogant, but he doesn't go out of his way to demean others for their weaker quirks, nor does he look down on anyone. His arrogance may be debated to be just a greater self-confidence in one's ability, which isn't necessarily bad. I look forward to finally working with you, Midoriya-san, Yaoyorozu said with a smile on her face. She truly hoped that she could continue establishing good relations with the green-haired teen. Izuku heard this and smiled back at her, making her blush. Likewise, Yaoyorozu-san, Izuku said as he then extended his own hand for a handshake, which she had returned with a flustered look, clearly having lost her own composure. After that, the class bell rang, signifying the end of the class and the time for lunch break. The cafeteria was still bustling with students from different courses. Izuku and Katsuki had taken their seats, but they weren't alone this time around, as many had flocked to sit with them. Gohan managed to successfully extract himself from his class to sit alongside those he was comfortable with, but it was short-lived when Vital Satan herself had decided to force herself in the group. Obviously she didn't give up on trying to stick her nose where it doesn't belong. Unfortunately, they couldn't exactly kick her off the table since they didn't own the place. As long as there's an empty seat that could be taken, anyone could sit there, and Vital exercised her right by doing just that. The only reason why there is this kind of division is because any creature that breathes instinctively forms their own pack whom they get along with, such as the case with the Shallot Squad. "You're being extremely rude," Izuku pointed out annoyingly at the daughter of Satan, who had been so far trying to extract any information from both him and Katsuki. "I came here to eat with my friends and classmates, so why are you even interrogating me?" Wah! Vital was flustered. She had never been confronted in such a way. "I'm not interrogating anyone," she retorted back with an offended look. "I'm just curious about Gohan's childhood friends." She weakly defended herself. "Do you take us both for fools?" Katsuki glared at her, making her flinch right away. "Where do you get such audacity to act this way with us?" he asked in clear anger. "Who goes around asking someone where they live, or what their parents do for a living? Gohan may be a wimp and wouldn't be willing to confront you due to his very overly good-natured personality, but we're not like him," Izuku warned. "So just mind your damn business. Your intention is disgustingly very obvious to us, you're not fooling anyone." The tension in the table was thick. Nobody could fault both Izuku and Katsuki, since they too had noticed how Vital had been asking questions they wouldn't even dare ask, especially on the third day of their school year. Gohan jumped to defuse the situation. "Ahahaha." Gohan laughed awkwardly, trying to dispel the tension that had just built up. "Let's not get angry at one another." He raised his arm in a placating manner. "I think the food is very delicious today. Let's enjoy it." Gohan tried, but he had no charisma and came off as awkward. "I have to agree," Iida interjected. "Let's not let our first meeting start on a bad note," Iida said. "We are both heroic class students. I'd like it if we could foster good relations with our sister class, so let's not antagonize one another, as we are bound to find ourselves working together in the future." Iida had managed to get the tense atmosphere to lessen with his words. Izuku, who had come to develop respect towards the teen, had also decided to let it go this time, while Bakugo simply grumbled his annoyance but kept quiet. This made Vital sigh in relief. "I agree with Iida-kun," Uraraka added enthusiastically, trying her best to make the atmosphere in the table far lighter with her bubbly personality. "That aside, congratulations on getting elected for the class president, Shallot-kun," she said with a big grin on her face. "Thanks," Izuku sighed. "I'm surprised that I got so many people voting for me in the first place," he revealed. Despite his confidence, he didn't expect that he would get voted by many. "Wait, you guys had your class election?" Gohan spoke in clear surprise, which had been mirrored by Vital. "And Izuku actually got elected?" Gohan smiled, widened considerably at the news. "Wow, I can't say you didn't deserve it, you always were good at this kind of thing," he complimented. "We too had our election as well," Vital revealed, and to her credit, she felt a bit embarrassed for her earlier blunder. "The class representative in our class is Itsuka Kendo," she revealed. Gohan somewhat got voted by others, but he relinquished it to someone else. "Yeah," Gohan said as he rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. "I didn't think I was suited for this kind of position. So I hoped that someone better suited at leading would take charge." "Of course you'd relinquish it," Katsuki scoffed, having expected that the nerd would try to avoid such a beneficial position. "If Auntie Chi-Chi heard that you gave away such a good position to someone else." Katsuki didn't finish. He just let Gohan's imagination fill it. True enough, Gohan's face paled right away. The thought of his mother, who had always worn the pants in the family, hearing about today filled him with fear. He could already feel the phantom pain in his ears, as if he could already hear her voice screeching next to his ears. "Haha, you're cooked, Gohan." Izuku laughed at Gohan's expense as the latter sulked even more. "I didn't know how someone could fumble so badly." Izuku doubled in laughter. "I'm starting to think you're a masochist." Gohan becomes flustered at the accusation. "I'm not a masochist." Gohan indignantly tried to defend himself. he's already despairing at the thought of his mom. It's just I've been homeschooled all my life, so I'm clueless on a lot of things, he revealed to the surprise of those who didn't know. I see. Iida perked up in surprise. While it's uncommon for homeschooling to happen, most parents prefer to take charge over their children's education in order to ensure constant monitoring over their growth and be sure they are growing in the right direction. Homeschooling tends to happen for multitude reasons. Some children have developed social anxiety due to past experience, and thus their parents had made the decision to homeschool them in order to not add any more pressure on them than it is. Some parents just can't afford high-level education due to how expensive the education is in their country and thus tried to find alternatives to do so. Hence homeschooling happens in such a situation. With the internet being affordable to an extent, it might be possible. Some parents had become disillusioned by the poor education system of the country, seeing them as leeches who steal money from them but never even teach their children useful skills. Yeah, Gohan awkwardly replied back, my mom had always wanted me to be a scholar, he revealed to the surprise of others. It's already a miracle that she agreed to let me attend the hero course. Mom always found fighting to be a thing only muscle-brained fools would do. I can't say she isn't completely wrong. Vital found herself agreeing to some extent as she remembered her father, who fit the criteria of a muscle-brained. But not all fighters are muscle-brained. You can be a fighter as well as being smart. Vital, while agreeing, felt offended as well since she is a martial artist herself. While she is far from being the smartest in her class, she was above average, and so she wasn't completely muscle-brained. I believe that fighting for the sake of others in need is a very noble act. Iida adjusted his glasses with his finger. If we can all help someone in need, our society will be far safer to live in. Iida continued passionately, earning him a sweat drop from those sitting with him. Unfortunately, most heroes nowadays are attracted to the profession for the sake of popularity. Izuku interjected with a scoff. I could guarantee you that many of the heroes on the field wouldn't even save anyone if the camera isn't zooming at them. At the sign of being pushed into a corner, all those heroes who act high and mighty will run with their tails tucked behind their backs. Izuku shook his own head with disgust. The Cell game is proof of that, Izuku said with a sneer that made the others flinch aside from Katsuki. Years ago during the Cell game, many nations had banded together and sent many of their heroes to take down the terrible Cell. When Cell had shown his overwhelming power, killing countless of the world's best heroes, many of the heroes ran away in fright. Some of the heroes just disappeared all completely, as if the earth itself had just swallowed them whole without leaving anything behind. It caused a lot of trouble back then, with the public losing their trust and faith in what they all had thought were humanity's protectors. What had left him disgusted the most was that some of those heroes who had disappeared back then had resurfaced back and acted as if they didn't just run away. He shook his head with a sneer of contempt. Yuri. Before anything could be said, the alarm started to ring all across the UA. A security level 3 has been broken. Less than security level 3 has been broken. Greater than a feminine robotic voice announced through the intercoms of the building. Less than all students. Please evacuate in an orderly fashion. Greater than the announcement repeated 3 more times. Screams erupted through the cafeteria as everyone dropped what they were doing earlier and started to bolt for the exit. Due to the large influx of students trying to evacuate at the very same time caused many to stampede over each other. Are they really students at UA? Katsuki couldn't help but scoff at the sight of this, as one of the students who had been pulled aside by Iida had revealed to them that level 3 meant that someone had infiltrated the school grounds, so they needed to evacuate. Who would dare infiltrate UA High? Vital shouted indignantly as she cracked her knuckles, looking like she was ready to take a swing at someone. Izuku let out an annoyed sigh as he stretched his sensing ability and realized they were the media. Calm down, Izuku spoke, getting his group to stop from rushing as well into the horde of stampeding students. It's just the media outside had managed to somehow get inside the school grounds. Izuku revealed, getting Iida, Uraraka and the others with him to stop. Of course they would. Vital scoffed in disgust, speaking of clear experience. Those people don't seem to know the concept of restraints or privacy. She clicked her tongue. Izuku ignored what she said as he floated above the horde of students and then used his telekinesis to force them to freeze in their place while also clamping their mouths shut with his green psychic energy, only allowing them to move their heads to look at him. Good. I've got all of your attention. Izuku sighed with annoyance as if he was looking at pathetic creatures. There is no need for panic. The ones infiltrating the school grounds are nothing more than the press. Izuku revealed with a lot of disgust, getting all of them to freeze in shock. The staff of UA are already repelling them as we speak. Izuku continued as he moved their head just enough to see that what he said was true. Izuku had half a mind to diss them all, but as he is the class president, he can't put a big target on his class back by antagonizing others. Now I will be releasing my psychic hold, Izuku said. I want you all to head back in orderly fashion to your respective class and wait for any staff or your respective teacher to come and see you. Izuku instructed. If you are injured, head to Recovery Girl and get treated to avoid infection. If you understand what I've said so far, I'd like you all to give me a nod. He said. Immediately, all of them nodded their heads rapidly. Satisfied, Izuku let them go after taking the liberty of shuffling them around in an organized way to allow them to move without hitting one another. Once his psychic hold came undone, everyone calmed down massively, with some properly looking at the window and confirming to the others that it was indeed the press. One by one, they all left back to their respective classes as they all followed Izuku's instruction. Some had also headed to Recovery Girls to get treated for their injuries which they received from the earlier stampede. In less than even a minute, everyone had already left. I'm surprised you didn't take a shot at them. Katsuki spoke with surprise that Izuku hadn't even insulted anyone so far and instead showed professionalism in dealing with them. I was half expecting you'd start insulting them for being pathetic. I'm the class president, Izuku said as if he was stating the very obvious. I'm the representative of Class 1A, I can't just go around antagonizing others and putting a big target at the back of my class. Izuku let out an annoyed sigh as he really wanted to insult them, but alas, he held it back for the sake of his class. You think someone had infiltrated the school using the press to redirect our attention elsewhere? Nezu asked curiously as he alongside the staff of UA had come upon Izuku's request and given his position as class president, he was taken seriously. I'm not speculating, I know it has happened. Izuku corrected. The residual energy that is left behind on the scene of the destroyed UA gates is the same one that had seemingly teleported or warped inside the building of UA. Izuku revealed, much to the surprise of the UA staff. Every living being leaves behind a footprint which is later examined by those of the forensics to determine the perpetrators. Izuku explained. In this case, they've left behind a notable residual energy through the destroyed UA gates which I can read, he explained. This came as a surprise to many of the staff who were unaware of this tidbit of information. Nezu on the other hand didn't seem surprised as the rest. It's true that he didn't know about this particular ability, but he had naturally expected it to be possible for Izuku. Nezu was among those who had figured out that Hercules Satan was a fraud and that Izuku and Gohan were the true saviors of this world, but he didn't say anything about it out of respect for the two choices in maintaining secrecy until they decided to come out, in which he will support them. I could obviously show you, Izuku offered. Despite seemingly giving them the choice to decide if they actually want to see or not, he didn't even wait for their permission as he just started right away. An ethereal green light just started to radiate from his eyes. The surprised UA staff found their eyes being closed against their will as they were ensnared by the green light particles released in the room. Slowly, they all had started to see visions of what happened as if they were there. This technique was called memory projection. Izuku had created it for many purposes such as this one. By reading the residual energy left behind, Izuku could watch what had happened as if it was a movie. Izuku had to admit that it's useful. Wow. Present Mike let out a sigh, clearly in awe at the ability of Izuku. Is there anything you can't do, little listener? He couldn't help but ask the op kid, who looked like he had no limit to what he could do. Many had nodded their heads as well, as they too shared the same feeling. My mom is a scientist, he explained with a shrug. I created this technique for research purposes. Being able to actually read the memory of the object is very useful if you ask me. He explained, getting many to nod in agreement as they saw his point. I see your point, Vlad said with a sigh before he turned to his colleagues, who all had grim looks. Now what do we do? He asked the others as they all had paused to think. Luckily, we have a clear image of the suspect who destroyed the UA gates. Midnight spoke, earning her nods from others. We also know to some extent that he teleported or warped inside the staff room to take something that we have yet to determine. What are the odds that the kid just wanted to see All Might? Present Mike had joked, but to his dismay nobody laughed. I mean, the media had no qualms in walking into the school grounds and causing panic just for an interview with All Might, so maybe. If that is the case, then it's not funny. Aizawa harshly interrupted with a low growl. In the many years of teaching here, no one was brazen enough to go and infiltrate the school grounds like today. He said, now, everyone will think it's easy to break in, take a stroll around before leaving. Nobody could blame Aizawa's anger. The fact that the school gates that had stopped anyone without a student ID was destroyed would get other people to try their luck as well. Naturally, Aizawa blamed All Might for everything that is happening today. In the first place, where is that damn oaf, All Might? Aizawa asked and just looked around, but the symbol of peace was out there wasting his 3 hours. He is the one who was causing us all trouble. He should be sitting here with us and hear what he indirectly caused. Let us calm down. Cemento spoke as he raised a placating hand to calm down the angry homeroom teacher of Class 1A. We can't fully blame him for what had happened today. I've always been against All Might teaching here for many reasons. Aizawa retorted. And now? Not even 1 week has passed since the start of the new school year and we're dealing with this while All Might is out there just fooling around, he pointed out. Your anger is understandable, Eraserhead. Ectoplasm said. But we need to start discussing the security measures we will have to take in order to ensure that such a situation doesn't repeat itself a second time. His words resonated with everyone in the room. I agree with Ectoplasm here. Power Loaded showed his own agreement. I'll be working on improving the security around the school, he said. I still don't know if I could create something like an anti-rap, but I could always try, he said while the others nodded. I will also create clones and have them constantly survey the entire school grounds to ensure the safety of the students and capture anyone that tries to get inside. Ectoplasm added, let us reconvene later this day once All Might is here. Nezu interrupted the conversation. Some of you gentlemen have classes to teach. He reminded them of their duties. It won't be good if the students start to panic and worry about this situation. Nezu's words resonated with almost everyone. Those people are so indecisive. Aizawa muttered in complaint as the staff of UA decided to reconvene later to discuss more in detail. Either way, good job for reporting this to us, problem child. Aizawa patted Izuku in the head, which the latter accepted. You're welcome, sensei, Izuku said with a smile. The two were returning back to the classroom after the unsatisfying conclusion of the meeting in which they were meant to discuss the steps they all needed to take to ensure the safety of just about everyone. The walk was silent, which Aizawa likes. Even then, he'd occasionally sneak glances at his problem child. The underground pro hero would be lying if he just said that he didn't feel suspicious of Izuku and Katsuki. They're abnormally too strong, Aizawa thought in his head. It had only been 3 days since the start of the new school year, but the two problem children had made him start to feel concerned. Aizawa had doubted that even the top 10 pro heroes of Japan could come out unharmed in a battle against those two, and he had a feeling that there is still a lot more that those two have yet to show all of them. As ridiculous as it had just sounded to him, it felt like the two were treating just about everything as a game to them. The hero training the day before had just given him an insight on what those two are capable of doing, and he started to feel a growing worry. The whole memory projection had also worried him to an extent because it meant that Izuku could access a lot of sensitive information on UA. It was no different than someone hacking into the CCTV and accessing footage about them. He may be a chaotic problem child, but I'm sure he isn't bad, Aizawa thought in his own head as his suspicions were slowly dispelling. If he is really a spy aiming to bring harm to the school, he wouldn't be this sloppy. The only reason his suspicions decreased is because Izuku didn't make any attempt to hide his abilities. Izuku had been very open and had even revealed the memory projection. He knew that if he asked, Izuku wouldn't mind telling him what he could do. No spy would ever be this sloppy. Any spy worth their salt would aim either for average or to try and not stand out at all. Izuku and Bakugo had only done the opposite by standing out, with Izuku becoming the class president of 1A. This is why he didn't suspect them. Not only that, Izuku had warned them about the intruder and helped them also identify who the intruder was. Izuku could have just kept it to himself and went on with his day since it wouldn't affect him in any way. For that reason, Aizawa could not bring himself to suspect the two. He's suspicious of me and Katsuki, Izuku thought. He couldn't read minds, but it was obvious. Even then, hiding my power like what Gohan is doing will only bring more harm in the long term. He mused as they finally made it. They then made it inside the class, which caused many of them to corner them, trying to ask questions on what had happened and the like, but Izuku refrained from saying anything in order to prevent anyone from panicking and instead had taken his seat. "All of you sit down," Aizawa ordered, which got many of them begrudgingly to return back to their seats. There is nothing that happened. Midoriya was just needed at the staff meeting room since he is the class president. Aizawa had easily lied. Nobody in the class besides Katsuki noticed the lie since Aizawa's face had remained pretty much the same. In hindsight, the lie was pretty convincing, so nobody called him out on it, that is if they have the guts to do so, since there is still fear of expulsion. Now for today's basic hero training. Aizawa slowly started. This time, All Might, myself and one other will supervise. Aizawa revealed to the surprise of the class, who had expected that their hero basic training is only conducted by the symbol of peace. What are we doing, exactly? Zero asked as he raised a single hand. The others nodded their own heads while giving Eraserhead expectant gazes as if hoping he'd shed a light onto the exercise. Preparing you for disaster relief, from fires to floods. He revealed. He pulled a card with less than rescue greater than written on it in bold crimson red letters. The entire class exploded into surprise at the revelation as they all started to whisper amongst each other on the news. "Hey, I'm not done." Aizawa glared with annoyance at the class, causing many of them to flinch right away and become silent. "It's up to each of you whether or not you wear costumes," Aizawa said as he clicked on the remote control. KRRR. The hidden compartment at the side of the wall opened up to reveal the hero costumes. "This training site is a bit remote, so we'll be going by bus. That's all. Get ready," he concluded. "We should all line up according to our respective ID numbers and fill all those seats in orderly fashion," Iida recommended passionately as they stood before the bus, all of them respectively wearing their hero costumes. "As our sensei would normally say, this is not rational at all," Izuku interjected into the conversation, getting everyone's attention. "Let's not waste time and just line up randomly. There is no need for it to be in ID order," Izuku said in a calm voice as he made his way inside the bus. Katsuki had nonchalantly followed after Izuku inside the bus, leaving behind everyone to shuffle around randomly in order to get inside as well. Iida, for his credit, shut his mouth and listened. Izuku is the class president, so he couldn't contest Izuku's authority over the class. Not to mention, Iida trusts that his class president wouldn't do anything without a good reason behind it. Thus, the entire class got up quickly on the bus without any complaints. It became very obvious when they got inside that the seating is far different from what most had imagined. The seats in itself looked more like a couch, and they were facing different angles than the standard bus seats. "Darn, it was this type of bus," Iida shouted, his head lowered in a sullen look upon realizing that the seating of the bus is not what he had first expected, and thus looked up at Izuku with a look of admiration for knowing this, and had thus acknowledged Izuku once more as the superior student. "Make sure to always check everything before jumping to conclusions," Izuku advised Iida and pretty much everyone in the bus. "The first thing I did was to look inside the bus through the window to see if everything inside the bus was safe. While I'm sure UA wouldn't be this sloppy as to put all our lives at risk, but it's always best to check things a few times," Izuku advised, which Iida felt rather touched by the advice. "Anything could happen, so we need to always keep a vigilant eye on our surroundings to not be caught off guard." Izuku was mostly talking from his own experience. Many weak enemies in the past had capitalized on their distraction to strike them when they least expected and wounded them. While he is undoubtedly the strongest, all it takes is one lucky shot from some nobody adding him letting his guard down and he'd be fatally wounded. Izuku had naturally developed techniques for the past 7 years to prevent this kind of situation from ever happening, but there was nothing wrong with being careful. Izuku, unlike many, had learned from this lesson, and thus he always was a lot attentive to his surroundings. Hence, the first thing he did was to look through the window, sensing everything in their surroundings as well as having sized up the bus driver so he wouldn't be caught with his pants down. I understand, Iida said with a clenched fist and a few tears in his eyes as if to say, as expected of such a fine institution. It seems that voting for you as the class president wasn't the wrong decision on my part. He revealed, getting a few others to agree. As the bus started to move, everyone started chatting amongst each other. As for Izuku, he had quickly found himself in a peculiar situation. Shoko Todoroki had chosen to sit next to him, being a bit too close for one's comfort. Her mismatched eyes seemed to constantly shift to take glances at him. Did she even know that she isn't even discreet with her gaze? Izuku doubted that she even noticed, unless she was the type who did not care what others thought of her and thus did not conceal her interest. Is she sizing him up? He could tell from the very first day that she was looking at him as if he was her own mortal enemy that she needed to defeat. It wasn't really uncommon. He had many people in the past who had wanted to defeat him to prove a thing or two. Or is she already having the hots for him? Izuku was very much aware of how extremely handsome he is. Back in his middle school, Izuku already had many girls simping for him and trying to get in his pants, so he jokingly imagined that Shoko is also the same. I feel like I've seen him before, Shoko thought. This was her first time being close to him like this, especially being shoulder to shoulder. So getting a good look at him from up close, she had felt like she had met Izuku before, but she can't remember. It had bothered her. Usually, she'd shrug those unnecessary thoughts away in order to focus on her goals, but she now had a hard time ignoring them. Shoko wanted to know, since Izuku was making her feel an odd sense of security and warmth. I generally say what's on my mind, Midoriya. Tsuyu spoke, getting Izuku to look at her. What exactly is your quirk? It feels like you can do anything with it, so I'm curious as to what you can do. She asked, getting many to be very surprised by her bluntness. Isn't that a bit too intrusive? Ojiro couldn't help but point that out. The class was divided on those who genuinely wanted to know and those who felt that it was way too personal. It's fine. I don't mind. I half expected that some of you would be curious to an extent. Izuku said, surprising them that he didn't seem to mind. Even Aizawa, who sat in the front, listened closely. My quirk is a bit tricky to really explain, Izuku admitted, but to put it simply, it's an energy-type quirk. Izuku said, getting everyone to listen attentively. I have a reserve of energy inside me. I could tap onto them and use them for a variety of purposes. Izuku wasn't lying. He is a life force energy that every living being possesses and could use for a variety of purposes. The quirks that everyone uses is just a watered-down version of ki itself. The name quirk is just a term that humans had given to the new superpower they received. Whoa, that's kind of awesome, man, Shiro said with awe. Everyone in the bus also shared the same opinion, with some even firing many questions after another as they wanted to know more about their resident op class president who can do anything. So what can you do with your quirk? Like, we already know you can use some sort of gravity, if not a telekinesis type quirk. Mina said. Ooh, there is also the whole spatial thingy and the superhuman power. Mina fired questions after another with an eager look. Well, there are the basic abilities. I could use my energy to enhance myself to beyond superhuman level. I could also use it to sense everything at a certain radius. Not to mention I could also fly in the air, Izuku revealed as he levitated from his seat a few feet. Amazing, Mina shouted excitedly as she watched as Izuku slowly lowered himself to his seat. The others also seemed to chatter amongst each other at the revelation of what their class president could do. This world is so unfair. Mineta sulked with a look of envy. His jealousy was so high that blood started pouring from his eyes. I should have expected that damn Bishonen bastard would have some overpowered abilities that just defy common sense. I feel you, Mineta. Kaminari spoke tearfully with a look of envy as well. The world is really unfair to us normies. Kaminari sulked. His quirk, electrification, while flashy and good, but it wouldn't compare to someone like Izuku. His quirk also had its weakness, in which it fries his brain temporarily if overused. I could also shape the energy into weapons, Izuku added as the energy in his palm started to take the shape of a sword. It's useful in certain situations, but I rarely use it nowadays, Izuku explained, getting many of them even more excited. Izuku had decided to stop here. He didn't have any reason to reveal this kind of information, but he did either way. Those are some of the basics of what he could do, so revealing them wouldn't affect him that much, and because he had a big reason for it. Gohan is obsessed with keeping everything about himself a secret. He even started to hold back and intentionally lose in exercises just to keep the secret going for as long as possible, but Izuku wouldn't do the same thing. There are different types of secrets. The secret that you keep in the confines of your own home. The secret that you keep in the confines of your own social circle or friends. There are more secrets, but those are the two important ones in his dictionary. Keeping a secret is not necessarily bad as long as it doesn't hurt others. One is not obligated to put everything on the table for others to see. Even then, if you intend to live a life of lies and secrets, one will eventually start to lose the ones close to them because there is no trust. Izuku was aware that the secret from 7 years ago wouldn't last forever. Many had already started to call out Satan for being a fraud due to inconsistency on Satan's part and because Satan's victory over Cell didn't make sense at all to many. For now, those people number in the few, but eventually, the truth would come out. When that day comes, Izuku will be at the spotlight right alongside Gohan and the Z Fighters. Izuku wanted to genuinely build and foster good relations with his classmates and possibly his sister class before that day finally comes, where he is thrown into the spotlight and thus be unable to form genuine relationships, since many will want to form relationships with him for their own benefits. So Izuku decided to show them that he is willing to trust them. By revealing information about himself, it gives the impression that there is a trust forming between them. From the looks of it, he had managed to succeed in doing so, as everyone looked at him with respect. Naturally, he wasn't going to reveal everything about himself. Doing so would make him a fool, and he was not a fool. He might do it gradually, but he will still keep some secrets close to his heart unless he meets someone who was good enough to entrust secrets to. So he hit the quirk lottery. Aizawa thought as he organized his own thoughts after hearing everything his problem child had said. It wasn't uncommon for a person to develop one quirk that is capable of doing many things, especially as of recent times. Aizawa had remembered the number 1 of the USA Star and Stripes having a quirk that has the potential to toy with the laws of causality to an extent. She was capable of enhancing herself physically, manipulating her surroundings to do various things and more. So Aizawa felt that many things that confused him about Izuku had started to make sense. He probably doesn't know the full extent of what he can do with his quirk, hence why he said it was complicated. Aizawa thought, energy is very vague. What type of energy can he control? To what extent can he control that energy? Is there some sort of limit to what he could do? Those are questions one needs to ask. Aizawa felt satisfied either way. He got a very good description of Izuku's quirk. Izuku's openness also reinforced Aizawa's thoughts that Izuku is in no way a traitor. Thus, he let it go. We're here. Look sharp. Now, Aizawa spoke, getting everyone to pause and look in front of them to see the giant dome that is the USJ. Slowly, they all made it outside the bus ready to start their rescue training with their teachers. All of them were oblivious of what would happen inside. Izuku and Bakugo shot one another a look, having felt a sense of premonition that it isn't going to end up well. Class 1A all went inside the dome, being greeted by the space hero 13, who had been waiting for them to arrive. There were various positive reactions to the training facility that contained 8 main sections. 6 of them emulated a particular disaster scenario. That's kind of impressive in its own way, Izuku admitted. They were currently standing at the entrance of the USJ as they looked from above, as there is the central plaza that connects to the 6 areas such as Ruins Zone, Landslide Zone, Mountain Zone, Conflagration Zone, Flood Zone and Downpour Zone. I built this facility myself. I call it 13, who had started her introduction with a bit of pride in her word, paused for the dramatic effect. The unforeseen simulation joint. This earned some disappointment from those who expected that the USJ had meant Universal Studios Japan. Regardless, everyone in the class had been excited at the prospect of getting to train, albeit some had noted that All Might had yet to show up. 13. Where's All Might? Aizawa asked his junior as he looked around in an attempt to find where the symbol of peace was. It shouldn't be that hard to miss that guy given how he stands out too much. I thought he was meeting us here. He turned to look at the rescue hero with clear annoyance. Aizawa had a sense of foreboding similar to both Izuku and Katsuki, albeit not to the same extent as the two. The symbol of peace, while a buffoon in his own eyes, but his presence will be needed. Not only is it his duty to teach this class, but for safety reasons, especially given the break-in hours ago. 13 hesitated to answer, and despite the fact that she was wearing a full-body suit that covered her body and face, her body language showed that she is nervous. Aizawa's outburst in the meeting room made her realize that she is only giving him a reason to hate All Might even more. About that, Senpai. 13 raised 3 fingers. It seems he just about reached his limit during his morning commute. She revealed something that Izuku and Katsuki had noticed, despite the fact that 13 had lowered her own voice to a whisper. 3 hours, huh? Izuku mused. He already had an idea. All Might hero activity decreased in recent years to only 3 hours. Izuku continued his trail of thoughts. Izuku remembers that there was a particular incident 4 years ago. A battle had taken place between All Might and a powerful villain. The HPSC, Hero Public Safety Commission, at the time had done everything to avoid any news of the incident spreading to the country. After all, the public had just started to regain their trust in the heroes after the Cell incident 7 years ago. If everyone were to learn that there is a villain that is capable of nearly killing the symbol of peace, it will cause a lot of problems for Japan as a whole. Of course, no one knew that All Might had fought someone. As far as many had been concerned, a villain had planted bombs around the area and just activated it, causing devastation to the prefecture in which the fight had just happened. All Might had disappeared shortly after. The HPSC justified his disappearance by claiming that the symbol of peace was invited to the United States for some sort of gala, which was believable as the USA is the place where All Might had first made his hero debut and studied there. I never really paid much attention to it to begin with. Izuku thought in clear amusement. He had sensed the clash back then, despite how insignificant it was in his own eyes, but instead of doing anything about it, he just ignored it and went on with his day. The supervillain that was exchanging blows with the symbol of peace at the time had been surprisingly strong, with a higher level of ki compared to many of the humans on the planet, but he was pretty weak by the standards of those of the Z Warriors. So be it. Let's get started. 13 brought the attention back on her as the class looked at her with eagerness. Before we do, I have 1 or 2 points. She raised 2 fingers. Or 3. She raised a 3rd finger. 4. She raised a 4th finger and looked awkward. As I'm sure many of you are aware, she started to speak once more after regaining her composure. My quirk is called Black Hole. It can suck and tear apart anything, she explained as she looked at her hand. However, my power could easily kill, she revealed ominously. I've no doubt there are some among you with similar abilities. 13 addressed the class while looking at some particular students like Izuku and Katsuki. In our super-powered society, the use of quirks is restricted and monitored, she explained. It may seem that this system is a stable one, she said, but we must never forget that it only takes one wrong move with an uncontrollable quirk for people to die. She explained ominously, making a few gulps. Way to state the obvious. Izuku wanted to scoff at her words. Quirks in this society are heavily restricted, and for a good reason. Even then, humans by nature itself like to do the opposite, especially when the laws are very strict to them. Everyone wants to find something to rebel against, and thus the rise of villains and other secret organizations promoting unrestricted quirk use, like the MLA in the past or the Red Ribbon Army, who aimed for world domination in which they control everything. Of course, the quirk's law in itself is rightfully inflexible. The government just wants pump heroes because it's the money of the people that fills their own pocket. Governments are just plainly brainwashing their people to maintain the agenda or status quo. During Aizawa's physical fitness test, 13 shot a glance at Aizawa, who stood at the side. Quote, "You came to learn of your own hidden potential," 13 explained. Through All Might's battle training, she started and looked at the batch of students who looked at her with their full undivided attention as they listened to her wisdom. You experienced the danger that your respective quirks can pose to others, she explained. This class will show you a new perspective, she explained. You will learn how to utilize your quirks to save lives. Your powers are not meant to inflict harm. I hope you leave here today with the understanding that you're meant to help people. That is all. I thank you for listening, 13 said as she gave a flashy bow to the students who started to shower her with heaps of praises for her good speech. Izuku twitched as he looked at the center of the plaza, having sensed something amiss. A black swirl appeared at the center of the plaza. It was so small that no one else besides Izuku, Katsuki and Aizawa had noticed. It grew, allowing a hand to come out of the portal, and before long, the face of a young man appeared as well. "Huddle up and don't move," Aizawa shouted to the confused students, except for Izuku and Katsuki, who, while looking sufficiently relaxed in such a situation, they had their guard up. 13. Protect the students, he ordered his junior quickly. "Wait, isn't that the villain who broke the UA gates this morning?" 13 had quickly recognized the man with a severed hand acting like a mask. So it was true. 13 looked very baffled, especially that Izuku's words turned out to be true. Even then, 13 acted and stood ready to protect the other students from the dangers of the villains. As the swirl of black vortex expanded, an army of villains started to appear one by one. They were naturally a group of low-level thugs even then. One of them is dangerous enough to pose a threat to even All Might at his current level. Izuku thought as his eyes fell on a large monster with his brain exposed. Izuku, who is familiar with the androids, knew that the creature at the plaza is a very poor attempt to replicate their power. Its power level is impressive since it could pose a threat even to the symbol of peace, but it's nothing to both him and Katsuki's power. Even then, the others are going to be a liability if they were to stay here, since Aizawa and 13 wouldn't be able to properly fight while worrying about all of them. Izuku thought with a grimace. He knew that some of his classmates were going to likely cause more trouble than good. Izuku wasted no time in extending his hand towards his classmates. The floor beneath them started emitting a green light, much to all of their surprise. It was the instant transmission, albeit a much better version, or rather a variation, that had allowed him to teleport many people without the need of physical contact. "Don't panic," he snapped them out of their shock. "I'm going to teleport all of you back to UA for safety," he assured them, knowing that some had started to exhibit panic. "Yaoyorozu," Izuku called out to the vice president, who flinched. "As the vice class president, you're to inform the staff at UA that there had been a breach in the school's security. Tell them exactly what you saw," he ordered her, and saw her nod frantically. He didn't wait for affirmation. The green light had enveloped all of them before it dimed down, revealing that they were gone. Izuku smiled, sensing the rest of the students besides himself and Katsuki returning back to the main building of UA. Aizawa and 13 were surprised, having been clearly unaware that Izuku could use teleportation. The same also applied for the villains who came that day, clearly not happy that they couldn't use the students as hostages against All Might. "What the hell?" the leader of the ragtag group had shouted in annoyance. "Oi, Kurogiri," he turned to look at the warper. "You told me that All Might is going to be here. Where is he?" he asked angrily while scratching his neck in clear irritation. "According to the staff schedule that we all received the other day," Kurogiri had calmly started, "All Might is supposed to be here," he explained as looked at the 2 staff members and 2 students that remained. "But it seems there has been a last-minute change, young Master Shigaraki." The warper spoke. It seems that he too hadn't anticipated this. They expected that the symbol of peace would be present, as he is scheduled to teach at the USJ for the first year of the hero course. "Damn it," Shigaraki shouted once more as he scratched his neck even more, causing even more rashes. "All Might isn't here like he is supposed to be. And now," he turned to look at Izuku from the plaza with clear anger. "They have a teleporter in their midst, so we can't use the students as hostages." Shigaraki had started to childishly stomp on the floor in clear irritation. Since All Might wasn't here, the best next option was to target the students, maybe even kill a few of them to get the symbol of peace to come out of whatever hole he's hiding. It was a brilliant plan, since All Might will be worried about protecting his own students while at the same time trying to defend against the horde of villains, albeit the army he brought with him today were filled with expendable pawns who were there just to create the perfect stage for his Nomu. The NPC's job is to target the hero students while also serving at tiring out the symbol of peace, whom his sensei had confidently told him that he is not in his prime form. His Nomu, who is the anti-symbol of peace, is present to kill him and bring their small group infamy for having killed All Might. "Oh well," Shigaraki stopped scratching his neck. "We could still get All Might to come out if we kill 2 staff teachers and 2 students," he said with a bit of confidence, as if everything is going to play out his way. "You too." Aizawa turned towards Izuku and Bakugo. "You need to get out of here as well," he ordered. Me and 13 will stall them until backup arrives, so use the teleportation you have and get out of here. He urged them to also leave. So basically you're asking us to leave you both to die. Katsuki scoffed as if Aizawa had said something so illogical and ridiculous. We're staying here to also help. Katsuki stubbornly said, I've teleported the rest because they're going to be more of a liability. Izuku said, crossing his arm. You may be strong enough to make quick work of that motley group of villains, but eventually, you both will tire out and just end up in a grave. We're teachers. 13 spoke in a hushed voice as to not allow the group of villains to hear them. As well as being pro-heroes. It's our duty to protect you all, even if it means to die to protect the next generation. Aizawa nodded in clear agreement with her words. Izuku and Katsuki couldn't help but develop a newfound respect for their own teachers, given their unshakable resolve to protect them even at the very cost of their very own life. Even then, Izuku has a particular distaste towards what he perceives as an unnecessary sacrifice. Him and Katsuki are strong enough that the horde of villains that came today are just fodders. Their power level was so pathetic that they might as well be just mere insects in his eyes. Izuku could flash his kill intent on the spot, and he is confident that all of them will drop like flies and die from a heart attack. You should have already seen our capabilities from the quirk apprehension test as well as the hero training the day before. Izuku pointed out, give us your permission to aid you until the backup arrives. You both have nothing to lose in this. Not only that, Katsuki interjected once more, if you both died here, even if the other staff were to arrive and subjugate them, UA's reputation will take a hit. He pointed out, we don't want credit for contributing in the defeat of the villains, we want to help. Aizawa paused. Both their words were true. He had seen what the two had been capable of, and he knew they were both trained extensively to control their quirks. It wouldn't be bad to give them permission to help, even if they were to just support them from the entrance. Before he could say anything, Kurogiri appeared in between them, attempting to divide and conquer them. Both Izuku and Katsuki had sensed this. Katsuki smirked as he extended one hand towards the villain, who started to glow in an ominous dark orange glow. Explode, Katsuki said, causing the non-corporeal form of the villain to just suddenly explode in a brilliant dark orange light that had shook the USJ and caused all the glasses throughout the USJ to shatter. Gah! Kurogiri cried out in pain as the force of the explosion was enough to force him back to his humanoid form. The teleporter, who couldn't resist the force of the explosion, fell to the ground incapacitated, with Katsuki stomping on him with his boot. Izuku extended a hand forward as chains of green light materialized and then binded the teleporter, ensuring he wouldn't be able to go anywhere without his permission. Now their ticket out of here is no longer present. Katsuki laughed as he then sadistically placed an explosion collar, which will turn the teleporter into ashes if he does anything that Katsuki doesn't like. If he values his life, he wouldn't move around too much. Aizawa and 13 sweat dropped at the sight of their students acting like a total villain towards the villains. Even then, the way the two efficiently took one of the main villains down gave the two of them credibility that they are capable of supporting them. This is your call, Izuku said. Even if you refuse, we both are willing to take responsibility for disobeying both your orders. Izuku said, after all, we won't allow you both to throw your life away so easily without our permission. Izuku said with a smirk. Damn problem children. Aizawa sighed, but he had a small rare smile that he did well to hide it, but two had noticed. Fine then, I, the pro-hero Eraserhead, give you both the permission to help us until the backup arrives. He said. So don't make me regret this. Both Izuku and Katsuki smirked at each other. They now had a solid excuse to use a bit of force to suppress the villains. Even if the villain's power level is very pathetic, it was good enough. Kurogiri, Shigaraki shouted in clear disbelief while calling his bodyguard a few times, but his teleporter didn't even answer. Damn it to hell, he shouted as he started to scratch his neck and turned to look at the Nomu that had so far stood behind him, silently waiting for his command. I was planning on using the Nomu against All Might, but I need to get rid of those two hidden bosses first, Shigaraki said to himself as he finally stopped scratching his neck and gained a self-assured look. The Nomu is designed to defeat All Might, so no way two brats would ever beat it. Nomu, he called out, attack those two brats up there, kill them. He ordered the weapon he brought today. Nomu didn't waste any time as he launched at a great speed, leaving behind a great shockwave, closing instantly the distance between it and the two. It had attacked Izuku, who was close to it. The blow had connected with Izuku's face, causing an explosion of shockwaves that sent both Aizawa and 13 flying away, except for Katsuki, who stayed firmly rooted in the ground and had a bored expression. "Problem child," Aizawa shouted, startled. Aizawa, who had rolled to a stop, looked horrified. The speed and even the force of the punch reminded him of the symbol of peace, All Might. This made him worried, not only at the fact that one of his students had been hit by such a force that could rival All Might's punches, but because they had an All Might level villain in here, which meant that unless All Might himself is to appear, the casualty will be high on their side. He planned to jump in the fight to try and save his student, but he didn't need to, as a burst of ki had pushed away the dust and debris. To everyone's shock, Izuku wasn't fazed by the attack. Instead, he stood firmly in his place and had a bored look. Even Nomu, who lacked the ability to think for himself, let out a few strangled noises from his mouth as if to express his surprise and shock. Given its order, it had tried to exert force to push Izuku, but it instead couldn't make him even budge from his place. It was the equivalent of trying to push a mountain around. It was impossible to do so. Nomu's foot had started to slip underneath him, even nearly falling face first to the very floor. Pathetic. Izuku's voice echoed throughout the USJ as his hand grabbed onto the extended hand of the bioengineered weapon. Adding pressure, Nomu got forced onto his knee right away as he struggled to get his hand away from the green-haired Saiyan. Krraaahh. It screeched as it hit Izuku a few more times, but none of them did anything to the half-breed Saiyan, who tanked it all with a smirk. Izuku then brought his other hand and started to flick his finger in the air a few times as if to warm up his fingers. "You need to be severely disciplined," Izuku said as he flicked the head of the monster, causing its head to jerk backward abruptly and causing a shockwave to travel all across the USJ, toppling all the villains to the ground. Laughing, he continued to flick Nomu in the forehead. The Nomu screeched in pain as it helplessly tried to get away, but Izuku was just toying with it. To Izuku's mild surprise, Nomu was regenerating, but it was inconsequential as it wasn't the first time he dealt with opponents who could do this. "What the fuck?" Shigaraki shouted in shock, unable to really believe what he's seeing. "Is Nomu being bullied right now? That should be impossible. It didn't make sense. That thing was supposed to be the ultimate weapon against All Might, but yet his Nomu is being bullied instead of being the big bad bully he was created to be. He's going to be filing complaints to his sensei for giving him such shoddy Nomu." Ahahaha. Izuku laughed as he had stopped flicking Nomu in the forehead and instead switched to lifting Nomu by the arm he was holding hostage at the moment, and then started to spin him like a fidget spinner. "Man, this is really fun." The Nomu screeched in pain as Izuku continued to spin it with such force that it was blurring. Any human would have died, since the human mind isn't strong enough to handle such abuse, but Nomu had regeneration, so Izuku felt like he could have fun with it until he gets bored. "Oi, Katsuki," Izuku called out to his childhood friend, who perked up with clear interest, wondering what Shallot had in mind. "Want to play volleyball?" Izuku asked with a grin, which Katsuki blinked a few times before his grin became sinister. "Do you really need to ask? I'm already in." Katsuki jumped in the air, floating while Izuku followed him up there in the air. Using his own ki, Izuku had then folded Nomu into a ball and wrapped green chains around the bio-weapon to ensure it would stay the way it is. Just like that, the super weapon created to bring the downfall of All Might got turned into a volleyball for two chaotic problem children who tossed the Nomu around while laughing, causing shockwaves to blow everywhere around, which resulted in the villains to start running around while screaming. "So, what should we do, Senpai?" 13 asked with a sweat forming in her brows as she had turned towards Aizawa, who was still reeling from the shock of what he was seeing before him. "This is ridiculous," Aizawa thought. "This is beyond logical. It didn't make any sense to him. Even if Izuku and Katsuki are strong enough that they could in theory rival the top 10 pro heroes of Japan, they shouldn't be this strong to go and toss an All Might level villain around." Aizawa had at one point held a bit of suspicion about the two students, but he had squashed those suspicions because he didn't have any proof to make an accusation, and because the two in question are too sloppy to be hidden spies for some secret organization. Not to mention how Nezu seems to favor them. Aizawa thought. Nezu had never particularly said it directly, but it was obvious to him and to some of the staff that Nezu favored them along with a student by the name of Sun Gohan who was in Class 1B. This only brought him to a single conclusion. Given Nezu favoritism, it means that Izuku and Katsuki come from a good background. It isn't uncommon for those types of students to be far advanced since they had their own family to train them. Adding on to the fact that the two had won the quirk lottery by gaining a very powerful yet versatile quirk that is capable of doing many things made Aizawa unable to be suspicious of those two. Maybe the two had to be trained from a young age due to the threat of their quirk. I don't think we need to do anything. Aizawa sighed as he watched how his two problem children were already knocking out the fodder villain around the USJ due to the shockwave of their game. If we go down there, we'd likely be caught in this, he pointed out at the plaza. Even though Izuku and Katsuki were having their game in the air, their attack not only caused a shockwave but it also caused earthquake. Surprisingly, the fodder villains were simply knocked out cold. Boom. Fear not. A voice boomed throughout the USJ as the dust and debris settled from the door that had been just destroyed. All Might could be seen along with a lot of staff from UA. I am here. All Might announced his own presence without wearing his usual smile. This was short-lived when All Might and the staff witnessed the villains running around screaming for their life. Even more absurd to All Might and the staff is how the villains seemed to look very happy at his arrival and begged him to save them. What's going on? All Might asked. Clearly he was very flustered by what was happening. Aizawa gave the symbol of peace a tired look, not having the power to glare at him, and instead pointed to the air. Izuku and Katsuki continued to toss around Nomu, treating it as their volleyball while not even minding the arrival of the staff. They were both radiating killing intent while letting out a chilling laughter, causing the villains to scream even more. So, Present Mike spoke with his mouth open at the overwhelming display of power. Are we really needed here? He asked. The staff of UA had reconvened once more at the staff meeting room, and this time, they had a guest in the form of the detective Tsukauchi. Aizawa as well as 13 had been present and were given the center stage to explain what had happened. All the villains present in the attack, including the ringleader of them, had been apprehended. With their ticket out of this mess being incapacitated far earlier, they were trapped with no way to escape. In hindsight, the villains had been compliant as long as they were to be taken far away from Izuku and Katsuki. In regards to the two problem children who left all the villains at the scene very traumatized, they had easily stopped without making any fuss once Nezu had asked them. It had been very surprising since most staff expected them to be difficult to stop. It later became very clear to them that the two had done it intentionally, since the villains at the scene had looked at them as if they were their saviors and had thus far been complying with the investigation as long as they were kept far away from the two students. Afterwards, Izuku and Katsuki had left through teleportation, returning back to the school while leaving everything to their discretion. They didn't mind. It had been obvious from the start that the two, despite their chaotic nature, had been helping them greatly. The incident of the USJ attack had already been leaked. Midnight revealed as she held her phone and turned it around to show the news. Don't know if this is a good thing for us or if it's a bad thing. She sighed. UA had tried to keep the incident under wraps until they conducted all of their investigation, but the media learned about it. UA had taken credit for defeating the villains at the USJ as well as managing to get the students out and back to the safety of the UA main building. Of course, the news had been divided. They still received criticism for the fact that a group of villains successfully managed to breach UA's security, but since they were convinced that UA had successfully protected the students and had neutralized all the villains on their own, had helped get the heat off them. I'd like to think it's a good thing for us, Smintos said. After all, it will only further reinforce the image that UA not only is the best hero school in Japan to teach the next generation of hopeful heroes but also the safest to be in at the moment. It will also hopefully act as a deterrent. Vlad King added as well with a sharp look. Villains around the country will think twice before attacking us. Fear is a good way to put some of the unsavory individuals in line. Vlad's words earned him nods from others. The reason why UA's reputation had improved greatly is because the incident today had given the impression that each staff at UA is a one-man army who can defeat hundreds of villains. According to the news, 2 UA staff teachers successfully evacuated all of the students while holding off hundreds of villains until backup arrived without the need of All Might's help. It was overinflated, but it had been beneficial to UA in the end. After all, villains around the nation will think twice before attacking them again because they will be afraid of coming into contact with one of the teachers of UA High. Everyone was aware of the risk that comes with lying. Even then, it was a lie done for the sake of the students' safety, since the villains might think they are beatable otherwise. They can't afford to look weak, especially to the people of Japan who might lose faith in them. All of this is possible thanks to Eraserhead's quick judgment in allowing those two to fight. Tsukauchi said with a smile. Usually, his decision is questionable considering that it's his sole duty to protect the students, but it all worked out in the end. Many nodded their heads in agreement. It was surprising that Aizawa, who is known for being the rational one among them all, would make such a decision like this out of nowhere. In hindsight, if Izuku and Katsuki never helped, they would have been retrieving the dead bodies of both their staff members. When thinking about losing two of their valuable staff members as well as the consequences that follow, everyone in the room accepted everything and did not reprimand Aizawa for his decision. Instead, they praised him for not being stubborn in throwing his and 13's life away. It wasn't a rational decision on my part to allow students to put their lives on the line, Aizawa admitted. Even then, I guess an irrational decision like this had been the right one, even though I may not like it. This had surprised the others. I can't believe a day would come where the mighty Aizawa would finally do something irrational. Vlad laughed, earning him a glare from the person he is making fun of. No need to be this grumpy. I think you made a good decision in the end. A few of the staff voiced their agreement or just gave nods as if to show their support to Aizawa for his decision that ultimately benefited UA in the very end. Some, on the other hand, were really bothered by the incident for a completely different reason. I feel like everyone is just trying to avoid this topic, but it's bothering me like a lot and I need to get it off my chest. Present Mike stood up, getting everyone's attention on him. What are we going to do about those two? He asked. I'm talking about Midoriya and Bakugo. Everyone in the room went quiet. It wasn't like they didn't know what Present Mike is trying to insinuate by this question, but they didn't know what to say to it, so they opted to stay quiet. We've known for a while now that they're both incredibly and absurdly strong for students that are supposed to be just inexperienced first years who joined this academy to learn the ropes on how to become pro heroes. He continued, not really disheartened by the silence. Sure, some students who entered UA High do have some understanding of how their quirks operate, either because their powers are too simple and thus it isn't complicated to understand, or it was due to having prior training before joining the academy. Izuku and Katsuki were seen to be the latter. Given how destructive both their quirks are, it was only natural that they received extensive training in order to properly control those quirks that could pose a risk to the country, but the USJ incident had redefined what they already knew about those two. That monster they called less than Nomu greater than was created with the sole purpose to kill All Might. He paused and looked around at the staff who attentively listened to him. But yet two of our students toyed with it. They literally and figuratively used an anti-symbol of peace bio-weapon as a volleyball. The Nomu had two quirks, which were shock absorption, which is meant to act as a perfect sandbag for All Might's punches, and regeneration, which will allow it to regenerate limbs and thus making it impossible to defeat. It was also enhanced to the point that it could go toe-to-toe with All Might if the two were to ever fight. With all that, even if the staff of UA were to have come together to fight it, the outcome would have been their defeat or death, which is bad for them. Even All Might wouldn't be able to defeat it, especially at his current state, that is unless All Might were to pull a power-up from right out of his ass like some shonen protagonist from a comic book and defeat it, but they're not the type to gamble with others' lives. To summarize everything I said so far, we now have two students who are All Might level, if not above even All Might. Present Mike concluded. What do we do now? He asked. Everyone paused. They thought back on what they saw and what they heard from both Aizawa and 13. Everyone agreed with Present Mike's concerns, since they heard how Izuku had tanked through several punches from Nomu while coming out completely unharmed. They also heard how he had even toyed with Nomu, who was beaten so badly that it was struggling to even regenerate by the end of it all. Not to mention the incident where both Izuku and Katsuki turned Nomu into their own volleyball to play with. So in the end, Present Mike's concern was rather valid and nobody could deny it. If anything, everyone silently agreed with him that this is now a concern to all of them. But I don't know what you want us to do exactly, Mike. Snipe said with a sigh. It's not like the two did anything illegal in the first place. If I had the power, I'd give those two a big reward for their heroic deeds. Snipe said firmly, earning him a lot of nods from others. With the knowledge of the threat of the Nomu, everyone in the staff realized how lucky they were that day. If Izuku hadn't teleported all the students back to the school, they would have been informing the parents of the students of their children's death. If the two didn't fight, they would have also had casualties from the teacher's side. Naturally, both Aizawa and 13 wouldn't be sitting here with them all, and neither would some of them, since they all acknowledged that the Nomu was too much for even all of them combined together. In the end, it was due to Izuku and Katsuki that everything ended well for them, and their reputation didn't take a nosedive, instead it went up. So in that sense, many agreed with Snipe. The two should be receiving a medal for their action that day. I have to agree, Ectoplasm said with a nod of his head. Besides, should we really be antagonizing the two of them by treating them differently? He asked as he looked at Present Mike. If they're as strong, if not stronger than All Might, then it only just means they are very valuable. Hound Dog added as well. Our duties as teachers of this academy is to nurture the students' body and mind so they could be powerful heroes who'd protect our society. Most assume that entering the hero course of UA involves learning how to use one's quirk, since society is very obsessed when it comes to one's meta ability, but there is more to being a hero than a person's quirk. Attitude is important to be a hero. Their jobs as teachers is to not only teach them how to control and strengthen their quirks, but to also teach them how to become law-abiding heroes. To be a hero, you have to behave like one and not act like some back alleyway thug on the street. I second that. Vlad King showed his agreement. The only thing we could do now as teachers of UA is to guide them both on the correct path so they don't lose their way. Vlad said, from what we saw so far, I doubt we'd really need to worry that much. I couldn't have said it any better. Toshinori smiled. Let's all have faith in our students. Toshinori firmly said, it's understandable that some of us would be concerned, but their actions so far have proven that they do have the qualities of being the greatest heroes this world has ever seen. All Might by nature is optimistic. It isn't to say that he was completely naive, but as a teacher, he needed to have faith in the next generation. Not to mention, it would be good to have heroes just as strong as him, if not even stronger, since Japan will need a lot of strong heroes once he retires. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I agree with All Might. Aizawa spoke with a sigh of annoyance, as if he found the idea of agreeing with All Might to be very repulsive. The two have too much pride to debase themselves into just petty villains. It's unusual for you to have this much faith in someone. Present Mike sighed. You only had them for less than a week, yet you already trust them to such an extent. Present Mike was bewildered. I don't trust anyone blindly unless they've proven themselves. Aizawa huffed in annoyance. You also underestimate their intelligence. The two are no fools and will easily notice our intentions right away and might feel aggrieved by the lack of trust. Izuku and Katsuki got perfect scores in the written exams during the entrance exams. UA had also done their own background checks on the students that were accepted, and Aizawa, who had access to such files, knows that they were both geniuses. Everyone in the room knows it, since it's mandatory to read them to familiarize yourself with the students whom you're going to be teaching for the very next 3 years. Everyone went quiet at Aizawa's words, especially Present Mike, who had nothing to say. Besides, Aizawa then turned to look at Nezu, who was calmly sipping his own tea, barely having talked since the start of this meeting, instead opted to just watch everything unfold. Our principal definitely knows a lot more about those two than he's letting on. Everyone shifted to look at Nezu, who didn't say anything and instead had just smirked at them, clearly not denying the accusation since it was true. Some of them noticed that Nezu seemed to be invested the most in two students. Izuku, Midoriya and Son Gohan. You've caught me. Nezu jokingly raised his hand like a child caught with his hand in a cookie jar. It's true. I favor both Izuku, Midoriya and Son Gohan, he admitted unashamedly. Crash. The shattering of a glass could be heard through a small bar in Kamino Ward. Bottles of alcohol, chairs and just about everything were tossed to the ground in a fit of childish tantrum. Kurogiri, who was manning the bar, shook his head and let out a sigh. You've lied to me, sensei. Shigaraki raged at the computer screen. You've told me that we only had to worry about All Might, but yet you didn't even think of warning me that there were 2 hidden level bosses amongst the students of the first year. Shigaraki's anger wasn't unjustified. Both him and Kurogiri got arrested since they couldn't escape, especially since Kurogiri was knocked out way too early into what was supposed to be an invasion where they'd kill All Might. They all made fools out of themselves. Luckily, the master had pawns in the police force who helped release Kurogiri from his quirk suppression cuffs, who in turn had warped himself and Shigaraki away and back into the bar where Shigaraki, who now became conscious, had started to throw a large tantrum. I didn't lie, AFO calmly replied through the black screen computer. Today was just a series of bad luck that was simply unavoidable. AFO calmly explained. From All Might being late to his class and to those two you speak about who toyed with our Nomu. We merely got ahead of ourselves. AFO said confidently. Yes, we had underestimated them. Good thing that the League of Villains came really cheap. He said rather dismissively. In reality, AFO wasn't that bothered about the loss. The attack squad had only consisted of cannon fodders, a group of petty criminals who were only brought to deal with the students more than to deal with All Might. The only real loss to the League was the Nomu. Nomu was a bioengineered weapon that was created with the sole purpose of dealing with the very weakened All Might. It had the quirks and the strength to carry out the execution of the symbol of peace, and even if it didn't have the means to do so, Kurogiri was there to support the Nomu in battle. You're coddling him, Master. Another voice came from the monitor. How can the two of you fuck up this much? I'd expect that from Shigaraki, but I didn't expect it from you, Kurogiri. The voice disparaged the two for their failure, which made Kurogiri lowered his head while Shigaraki growled. You've made us lose Nomu. The doctor had angrily complained. Do you know how long it took me to create it? At the very least, you should have killed those teachers or some students. The voice continued to chastise the two failures. I apologize for my failure, Doctor. Kurogiri apologized while bowing his head in shame. I was quite hasty. I underestimated the students' capabilities and didn't expect that among them would be someone who would neutralize me so easily. Like hell I will apologize. Shigaraki yelled, wanting to just throw a chair at the monitor out of anger for being reprimanded. It's your Nomu that was garbage. If two students could make quick work of Nomu, then you just gave me a dud. Shigaraki provoked. You were very lucky that Sensei favors you, or else I'd have turned you to dust by now. Shigaraki threatened as he disintegrated an entire chair into dust in an instant. The doctor behind the monitor bristled with anger at the fact that he is being threatened by an upstart brat. Now, everyone. Let's not get on each other's throat, AFO spoke in amusement. It's not anyone's fault that it ended like this. There were too many variables that we didn't expect. AFO continued. Today was a good learning experience for Shigaraki, who had made his first debut in the world, albeit it had ended in a failure, but mistakes are the nourishment Shigaraki needs for his growth in order to become the new symbol of evil. AFO said. Either way, AFO paused a bit. We have now learned that All Might is the least of our concerns. UA currently has two students who are on par, if not even stronger than All Might. We need to properly prepare. AFO said. AFO didn't try to know who these two students were, but he naturally assumed that one of them might be All Might's successor to his quirk Alpha. Given how OFA keep growing stronger each generation, AFO didn't doubt that All Might's successor will be stronger than the symbol of peace. Shigaraki. AFO called out to his successor. You should start focusing on recruiting reliable and strong troops. Those cannon fodders will no longer do. Show me into the world that you are not someone to be ignored. I will, Sensei. Shigaraki grinned sinisterly. I will make sure All Might dies and then make those two brats pay for delaying my plans to plunge this world into chaos. Classes had been cancelled the very next day after the incident at the USJ, as UA had required some time to investigate as well as fortify the security at UA, especially after news of Shigaraki and Kurogiri's successful escape from police custody due to a mole who was later found dead. The League of Villains, which appeared to be a motley crew of low-rank villains whom you could typically find lurking in the dark alleyways of Japan, became a genuine concern for many, since it gave an implication that Shigaraki is not the real mastermind behind the attack. This was of course kept a secret from the public, as nobody needed to know this in order to avoid public unrest. UA did contact some of the trusted heroes on the field in order to warn them in the likely case they were to come across either Shigaraki or Kurogiri. They sure are fast on the uptake, Katsuki said as he walked towards the UA gates. Hound Dog had stood near the gates of UA High acting like the school personal bomb-sniffing dog that had made sure that all the students were safe while also stopping anyone suspicious. Hound Dog wasn't alone since ectoplasm clones were scattered around the school ground doing patrol accompanied by UA robots equipped with motion sensors to alert the school in case of illegal entry, and they were strong that in theory should be able to detain low-ranking villains. I'd have called them clowns if they didn't at least do this much. Izuku said. This is the first time in all its year that UA High had been invaded in such a brazen manner, especially by nobodies. The nobodies part could be debated. While it's true that the 100s of villains that invaded UA were but fodders that could be easily dealt with by both of their teachers, but the real threat were Handjob Guy, Mist Guy and Birdbrain Android Wannabe. Both of their power levels and quirks made it very clear that they were a threat to both of the teachers and students. If the three main villains could coordinate their attacks instead of being typical villains who want to work alone, they will be undefeated. Of course, it wouldn't have changed the outcome of the battle since both him and Katsuki are way too overpowered to be bested by things like the power of friendship, that is if villains do actually know the concept of friendship to begin with. They've both made it easily to the classroom without any trouble at the gates as the teachers had been very hospitable. It did not surprise either of the two since they did save UA from the worst case scenario, and so their respect for them are quite high. Midoriya and Bakugo are here, Hiroshima announced when he saw the two enter the classroom. Very quickly, many started to surround them singing lots of praises for them. The news of what had happened at the USJ had reached those of 1A, but they were all made to stay silent about it and keep it all in the confines of the class, which they accepted, especially when both Izuku and Katsuki expressed their desires to keep it secret and let UA take credit. It didn't really take long for Aizawa to come in for everyone to get back to their seats, some doing it more out of reluctance. Aizawa's eyes scanned the room of seated students and fell for a bit on both Izuku and Katsuki, who noticed his gaze and acknowledged it. The memories from the meeting were still fresh. Despite Nezu's admittance in the meeting, he never shared any information with them, claiming that it's their secret to tell and not his. Some accepted without much complaint while others were a bit reluctant about it. Aizawa would be lying if he had said he wasn't curious about the background of both Izuku and this one named Son Gohan. Nonetheless, he had to accept that Nezu will never budge on his silence and will remain tight-lipped until one decides to reveal it. "How are you doing, sir?" Iida asked with his hand stiffly raised high into the air, which snapped him out of his reverie. He appreciated the worry, but he was perfectly doing well. "I'm doing fine," Aizawa answered rather bluntly. "Let's not waste any more of our time on useless pleasantries and get right to the homeroom class." Being rational as he always mostly was, Aizawa decided to get right to starting the class as if nothing had really happened. Despite how normal the homeroom class had been, the perceptive students in the class had noticed that their teacher is quiet on edge. It didn't surprise them since the attack 2 days ago had been an unexpected blow to the reputation of UA High that prided itself for its top security. "Do not get relaxed. Your fight is far from over," Aizawa said abruptly without much context, leaving many in the class on the edge of their seats as they all assumed that the villain's attack at the USJ was only the start of more attacks in the future. "UA's sports festival is fast approaching," Aizawa revealed, ignoring the fact that he scared almost the entire class. Izuku was amused as he realized that Aizawa is doing it on purpose, maybe taking some bit of enjoyment in all of this by scaring the students. "Is it really okay to go with the sports festival, especially after the attack at the USJ?" Jiro asked skeptically, her voice carrying throughout the small class. It earned her nods from many who shared the same concerns. UA can't afford to cancel the sports festival this year over something as silly as a villain attack, because it will only have the opposite effect of what we want to deliver as a message to the entire world. Izuku interjected, getting attention from everyone in the class. "By that I mean that the villains will get very emboldened by the fact that UA is very shaken by the attack." Izuku paused but continued, "We can't have them get any ideas nor give them any fuel to use against us, since they might really try their luck on us as well. Villains are just too simple-minded and predictable. Even if they know they can't defeat the heroes, they will try to do anything to get infamy, even if that means testing their luck by seeing how much they could corner the heroes in their little protective school ground. The news those past 2 days had not only praised the UA staff for their quick response to both protect the students as well as repelling the villains, but there were those that talked about the villains' successful breach in UA's top security, which made many concerned. The villains may have in the end failed to do any significant damage to UA, but they did actually damage their reputation as the safest place to study in, since some low-ranking villains did manage to get past the security to attack. It had brought the media as well as the people of the country a lot of concern that this might only be the start. Villains hate heroes with passion. They will try to risk it all just to damage the reputation of the best hero academy in all of the entire nation. We're hero in training, Izuku reminded them all. You all joined this academy knowing the risk that comes with being one. He continued, so, you shouldn't ever show any fear to the villains because they will try to use it against you all, since they're only good at exploiting others' weaknesses. This seems to light fire inside many of the students in the class who realized that they shouldn't be afraid. After all, villains are only weak when they can't crush the hero's spirit, especially if they don't give anything that they could use against them. I couldn't have said it any better. Aizawa nodded his own head in agreement. Adding on to what our problem child said, the sports festival is one of Japan's biggest events. He pointed out, the UA Sports Festival is like the old World Olympics but on a lower scale than the old one. Aizawa said, the entire world will be watching us closely, and so none of us could afford to cancel the event even if we wanted to do so, since it will result in a headache that none of us are getting paid enough to deal with. Everyone's sweat dropped at their teacher's complaint, but they understood his point of view. The UA's sports festival is not just a big event that the world is watching closely, but it's also an important event for all the students in all the courses. Japan's top heroes will all be in attendance on the day of the sports festival. Yaoyorozu pointed out, this is an opportunity that none of us could afford to miss, as we will get the chance to get scouted by pro heroes based on our own performance. What makes UA the top hero school in the country is partly due to the sports festival. By putting yourself out there in front of millions of worldwide viewers, you get some early exposure that will help you out once you finally graduate from the academy. Pro heroes will all be waiting on leg for you to graduate in order to recruit you as a sidekick. The early exposure will also make it easy for the top students of the school to create their own agencies far more quickly and easier than your normal hero graduate from another hero academy. What's even better is that the sports festival is an annual event, which means that you have 3 chances. Even if you did badly on the first sports festival, you still have 2 more times to do better. So overall, the good outweighs the bad. But it has its downside. Izuku thought, since the entire world will be viewing this event, it will also include villains as well. Smart villains who will watch and take notes on the quirks of the students and formulate plans to exploit them. While it was never said out loud, some heroes had died due to that reason, as the villains had access to the sports festival past videos and formulated plans to deal with them. But you can't be a hero otherwise. Izuku thought, being a hero means being in the spotlight all the time. If they can't adapt and improve their quirks, then they should reconsider a career change, because they won't make it in this highly competitive profession. Hero profession is a highly competitive profession. Even though heroes share the same goal of cleaning the streets of villains and the like, each hero can be like bitter rivals to another. Endeavor is an example, given his obsession with surpassing the symbol of peace. As such, striving to improve your quirk to reach the zenith is the goal that one should strive for in order to reach the top. Hence why the Academy motto had always been about going less than beyond plus ultra. Greater than, by acknowledging our limits and breaking them to reach new heights. Aizawa continued with the class, explaining all the details. They had around 2 weeks to prepare for the sports festival, and many already had plans for what they will do with those 2 weeks, but Izuku on the other had different plans for the entire class. The 4th period with their modern literature teacher Cementos had ended. This meant that it was time for their lunch break, but the class remained a bit in the class. Everyone had already huddled up in groups discussing the benefits of getting recruited by pro heroes. We already know who is going to get recruited right away, Tsuyu said as she looked at both Izuku and Katsuki. Everyone agreed wholeheartedly, as the two were in a different league than the rest of them. Recruited. Kyoka couldn't help but snort at Tsuyu's words. Those two are likely going to form their own agency right away after graduating. They're too high level. I have to agree. Shiro nodded his head in support of what Jiro said. Only the top heroes of Japan, and I mean the top 10, will be good enough to teach those two, since the rest will be intimidated. Tell me about it. Kaminari laughed. I bet the other heroes, if they saw those two fight, will wet their pants from fear. Kaminari said, getting others to agree. After all, anyone will be afraid to recruit the unreasonably overpowered main character and his deuteragonist. We don't go around breaking the fourth wall, Kaminari. Mina huffed annoyingly as she punched Kaminari on the shoulder while Jiro ear-raped the poor guy with her deadly earphone jacks, making let out a screech much to the pity of others. Seeing as everyone is still present in the classroom, Izuku made his way to the podium, ignoring Aizawa, who remained in his sleeping bag. Clapping his hand together, he quickly got everyone's attention. I have an offer to make to all of you that I want you to consider. Izuku spoke, which intrigued everyone present. We have around 2 weeks to prepare for the sports festival, and I'm sure some already have plans for what they want to do while some others might not. I'm proposing that we all do group training outside of the academy in order to better prepare for the sports festival. Izuku offered, surprising everyone in the class including Aizawa. Me and Katsuki will oversee your training for the next 2 weeks from here on out if you agree. Chatter exploded amongst everyone as their interest was piqued. Some were already pumped about the idea while some are reluctant to accept, while there is the minority who outright rejected the idea, not out of malice but due to being busy. The training will be more of a boot camp style, meaning you will have to pack bags for 2 weeks worth of clothes and whatever else you want to bring with you in this. Izuku revealed, much to the shock of many. This is done to avoid unnecessary distraction while creating an environment of training. That's kind of abrupt, Sato said, scratching his cheeks while earning him nods from others. I don't know if I can really make it, so I might end up not coming. Is there a reason for that offer, Midoriya-san? Yaoyorozu asked curiously, as she doubted the class president would make such an offer without a reason. You don't strike me as the type to do anything without a sort of good reason behind it. As I said before, we have 2 weeks to prepare for the sports festival. Izuku reminded them. This is an important event to all of us, since pro heroes will all be present in order to scout us as potential recruits, and it could affect some of our future. We're only at the start of the first week, but this boot camp style training will help us bond even further as classmates. Izuku said, making some like Iida smile brightly at the idea. Not only that, it's also a matter of pride. Class 1A must dominate this event. As he said, Katsuki interjected as well. Some of you might not know this, but the reason why the sports festival is open to all other courses is because it's a second entrance exam for those who had failed to make it to the hero course the first time around. This revelation greatly shocked everyone present, who were unaware of that tidbit of information. What did it mean for them? After all, both hero classes are filled in. So where will those that do well go? I'm sure some of you have already caught on to what Katsuki had said. Izuku said, that's right. This sports festival is where all of your positions in the hero course are under threat. Izuku said with a dangerous glint in his eyes, sending terror in the hearts of his classmates. That means if one of you were to perform very poorly, and let's say a general course study student did far better, he might end up taking your seats and you will be demoted to another course until you get the second chance next year to retake someone else's seat in the hero course. Izuku revealed. The entire class went into pandemonium over the revelation. Some who had barely managed to get into the hero course were outright freaking out, as they wondered what would happen if the staff had deemed some of them unfit to even continue in the hero course and demoted them. What he said is right. Aizawa's voice pierced through the pandemonium as he pulled himself out of the sleeping bag. While it's rare for it to happen, there were times where hero course students such as yourselves had lost their own seats to other students from another course. No way, Toru shouted in clear shock and fear. We weren't told about that. Isn't the sports festival supposed to be where we get to shine to the heroes to get recruited? She asked, earning nods from many. That's right, Aizawa agreed with her. But as you were told on the first day by your class president, your seats in the hero course are not permanent. On any day, you could lose it for one reason or another. Aizawa's eyes seemed to look at their souls with such intensity. Albeit, a vote is done by your teachers to decide the lowest student's fate in the hero course in the case of the sports festival. Aizawa added, much to the relief of some. This is done to ensure lack of bias, so no student would say that they were wronged by their biased teacher. This seemed to relieve some while others remained deathly afraid. Izuku and Katsuki had stayed quiet for now, observing the expressions of everyone in the class. Izuku once more clapped both his hands a few times, getting attention back at him. As your class president, I'm very worried for your future in this course. I don't wish for any of you to get kicked out of the hero course after we've warmed up to one another in this single week. Izuku said with a bright smile, using his S+ charisma, making all of them feel touched. Even if you feel confident in your strength to breeze through the event in the coming 2 weeks, it doesn't mean that we can't all train together united as a class. Izuku said, after all, we're all in this together and it will remain as such for the coming 3 years. Many seemed to roar in approval at his words. All of them are ready to take the offer in order to ensure their own positions would remain secured and so that they could help one another. As expected of our class president, Iida said rather passionately, with tears streaming down his face, clearly touched, which is mirrored by other students like Kirishima. Your foresight as well as your compassion to your classmates is touching, he said, while Yaoyorozu nodded her head with a bright smile. Yeah man, Kirishima agreed as well with his own manly tears. I've always wanted to train with both of you. Getting to be trained by 2 of our strongest classmates might be what I need to evolve. This earned him nods from other students. I will ask Principal Nezu to appoint 1 or 2 of the staff teachers to also be present for all of our safety as well as your peace of mind. Izuku added, albeit he doubted anyone could pose a threat to his classmates, especially since he will be present along with Katsuki. I will naturally volunteer since I'm curious about how Problem Child number 1 and Problem Child number 2 will train you all. Aizawa said with piqued interest, as this is an opportunity to watch those 2 more closely. After discussion amongst the entire class, everyone had agreed on the group training. Even someone like the elusive and silent Shoko Todoroki had given her approval to be part of the 2-week boot camp training for reasons that are unknown to many. This is my chance to know who you really are, Midoriya, Shoko thought, as this is an opportunity for her to not only get away from the training of her own abusive father, but it's an opportunity for her to uncover who Izuku Midoriya is and why she feels like she had met him before. Overall, Izuku felt immensely pleased by the results. This is just the first step for his plans for Class 1A. He is going to make sure they're strong enough that they will crush all students outside their class into dust and make sure that the world will see their ferocity. It's already after school that everyone had decided to finally vacate in order to prepare and pack their bags for their next 2 weeks. They all had planned to meet 2 days from now on in the school where Izuku will take them wherever he deems fit. Uraraka was taken completely aback at the sight of many students from different courses all standing in front of the classroom door, blocking their way out. What's going on? She wondered. True enough, a large crowd of students formed in front of Class 1A. Many of the students had their phones out recording the famous class that survived an encounter with the villains at the USJ. Some were mostly there to scout the competition, as was the case with some who already started to murmur between one another, discussing all kinds of rumors which undoubtedly held a lot of exaggeration and subjective opinion that seemed to be rooted more in jealousy than anything else. So this is the famous Class 1A that survived a villain attack. One muttered from among the crowd. Don't really see what the hype is all about. They look like wimps. Haha, I've heard that when the villains had shown up, they hightailed it out of there, running away like cowards. One laughed as he just bragged. The poor teachers, if I were only there, I'd have fought to repel all the villains by myself. This had made many in the class to clench their fists in clear anger. Izuku and Katsuki had remained rather indifferent about this since the word of weaklings did not bother them, but seeing his classmates' frustration, Izuku felt compelled to do something as the class president. Izuku had stomped forward, getting attention on himself, and released a wave of killing intent directly on the students that bragged. Their haughty expression crumbling was a sight to behold to everyone in Class 1A as they trembled at his gaze. Those are some big words you all said right there, Izuku said with a smile as he walked towards the crowd of students who seemed to unconsciously take steps backwards. Care to repeat that again? I dare you to say it to my face if you're so brave. Izuku's eyes turned slitted as the wave of killing intent continued. Many had started to crumble on the floor, wetting their pants, and before long they were foaming at the mouth from sheer terror before they too hightailed out of the way with so much terror. This caused many in Class 1A to unconsciously burst out laughing. They felt really happy when seeing the students that mocked them run away with their pants wet. The irony of the situation. They talked big words and ended up just hightailing it when pushed to a corner. If I may ask, what business do you all have with our class? Iida had stepped forward with his hand chopping, earning him weird looks from others. As you could all see, you're blocking our way out. Iida quickly tried to resolve things diplomatically. Iida had come to the realization that if he allowed Izuku to talk right now, he would end up provoking every student in the vicinity and making enemies with the entire school. So Iida tried to resolve it peacefully, only that none of them had moved. They're scoping out the competition. Katsuki pointed out the obvious with the still irritated look plastered all over his own face. We're after all the class that experienced and survived a villain attack. It makes sense they'd come to look before the sports festival. Izuku nodded. He felt irritated. He could easily use his telekinesis aspect of his power to push them all away, but they might try to use this against him to start some drama. It's true. A voice came from among the crowd of students as one had pushed his way out of the crowd and stepped forward. We came to get a good look at the class that had survived a villain attack. A purple-haired kid with a look that could only be matched with their own sleep-deprived homeroom teacher stood up before them rather boldly. Many looked at him very oddly, as he just looked like he's going to keel over at any moment and die, but he didn't seem to mind or care. The purple-haired teen started to rant about the unfairness of the entrance exam and how he aims to enter the sports festival in order to take one of the seats in the hero course. Effectively, he had declared war on the entire Class 1A. That's quite the ambition you have there, which is good. Izuku had stepped forward, making some in the class look worried. But can you prove them? Are you willing to take responsibility for those words you said? Izuku asked as he looked directly in the eyes of the teen. It's easy to speak big words all filled with empty air, but in the end, it all comes down to one's actions. Izuku said, we will all see during the sports festival if you were simply just another fraud talking big, or if you're the genuine article who deserves respect. You're right, the purple-haired teen agreed wholeheartedly. Do keep your seats warm, since I will be taking one for myself. He then walked away while others dispersed as well. Did you all see? Izuku asked as he glanced at the entire class. If you still have some lingering doubts about the boot camp training, this right here. He pointed out at the students in the far distance. Should be enough of a reason why you all should take training seriously. Everyone in Class 1A understood. They felt frustrated with how many from other courses looked down on them. They treated them as cowards for just teleporting away on the day of the USJ incident. None of them liked this at all. Do you want your seats stolen not even a month in your first year at UA Hero course? Izuku asked, using his charisma once more to inspire them. You all deserve better than this. You all are better than them. All of you worked hard to be here, and no one should be allowed to question your position here. For the next 2 weeks of the boot camp training, you all will be reborn once more. Izuku said with a smirk. I will crush you and rebuild you all once more. Endure and the results will speak for itself. Izuku said as he motioned for all of them to follow his lead. They all cheered loudly. It's been 2 days ever since the announcement of the school sports festival. Everyone talked to their respective parents or guardian to permit them to be a part of the boot camp training, which had been met with some resistance from some of the overprotective parents, but that changed quickly. The sports festival is an important event not only for their future as heroes but also their future in the hero course. Usually, transferring entire courses is quite rare, as it is difficult since the hero course is not the same as any of the other courses at UA. This is why the sports festival was done only a month after the start of the first year, since if a transfer happened in that period of time, the students that might join the hero course through backdoor might be able to eventually catch up to the other hero course students in terms of academics. So you all came. Izuku noted that everyone is present with their luggages, while some came empty-handed but in reality had a Dynacap in their pocket ready to pull it out at any moment. That's good. At least, you guys have the resolve to go through this. Not like we have a choice on the matter. Ojiro said with an uneasy smile on his face, mirrored by many of them. If we had refused, you'd have tyrannically kidnapped us from our homes, kicking and screaming. He rubbed the back of his head. Ha. Well, you look at that, it seems like someone knows you too well. Katsuki laughed while Izuku pouted. You wanted them to resist so you could kidnap them. It was true. Izuku did want some to resist so he could have a reason to pull off a piccolo on them by abducting them all right underneath their parents' noses and taking them away to the training field. Izuku's silence had been enough to make them all sweat drop. They had all anticipated as such. Izuku did have that air around him that made him appear like a tyrant leader who only knows how to enforce his own wishes on others and damn those who don't like it, but even then. It's indeed true that our class president appears forceful in his approach. Iida was the one to speak. But I believe that this is his most powerful aspect of his leadership. What we all need is a decisive class president who would not shy away from making decisions aimed for our benefit. It is undeniable that Izuku does appear to be tyrannical, but he has very good intentions. He is also willing to hear other opinions but will ultimately make a bold decision for the sake of the development of his classmates, which is the quality Iida admired. Everyone nodded their heads in agreement with their stiff classmates' words. Even though they knew Izuku would have hunted them all down if they didn't show up, they still came of their own volition because they believed in Izuku's speech 2 days ago. They want to be strong. Let's get to it, problem child. Aizawa stepped forward, deciding to put a stop to this long-winded talks. The only thing he had brought with him was just the sleeping bag and nothing more than that. Where are you going to take us? He asked. Izuku didn't answer. Instead he had opted to just show them. Green light had melted into the ground and stretched until it surrounded the entire class, who realized right away that Izuku was going to use his teleportation. The scenery shifted from the school grounds of UA to a large open green field surrounded by mountains as well as green lush forests. Dangerous predators who had marked this place as their territory hid themselves and observed their prey from a distance away in order to hunt them later. Izuku's black eyes narrowed and looked directly at the hidden predators, giving them all a silent warning to stay in their lane. This seems to have just done the trick, as they've gotten frightened by his mere presence and backed away all completely. No one seems to notice this besides Katsuki. Where are we? Yaoyorozu wondered out loud, a question shared by all the others. There is no signal at all. We must be far away from civilization. She had pulled out her phone and noticed that there was no signal at all. This had meant they were stranded here. Everyone had shifted to look at Izuku, who had brought them here, wondering where he had taken them all. Some even turned to Katsuki for answers, but the latter remained mute, not even deigning to acknowledge their questioning look written all across their faces. Izuku had pulled out a Capsule Corporation box and opened it to reveal several sets of Dynacap, to the surprise of many present. Pulling one, he clicked on the top button before tossing it a few feet away. The result had been instant, as a puff of smoke swallowed a part of the area before it settled down to reveal a futuristic 2-story house with the Capsule Corporation logo etched onto it. It was definitely large enough to house all the students present. As you can all see here, you don't have to worry when it comes to any of your biological needs, since I've prepared them all. Izuku said with a smirk, making many smile in clear excitement. They get to live in a house made by the great Capsule Corporation. I didn't know you were pretty well connected. Shoko unexpectedly was the one to make the remark, which many in the class seemed to be of the same mind as they all touched the futuristic dome-looking house while letting out odd voices. Everyone started to make assumptions in their mind. It all came down to 2 conclusions. Either Izuku is very rich like Yaoyorozu, Iida and Todoroki, or he may be acquainted with the Brief family and thus he gets discounts for their products or even for free. A simple small house from Capsule Corporation is usually in the 500,000 zeni. Uraraka said with a dejected look. It was obvious that she had browsed the market to see if she could afford one, but it was too expensive. They say that the Capsule Corporation only accepts the world currency, which is the zeni. Kaminari said in a hushed tone, as if he was talking about a sort of big secret that will get the snipers to bust his head. Talk about being stingy, he joked. Each nation has its own currency, such as yen, dollar, euro and the like, but the zeni is a worldwide currency used by everyone. There were businesses that only accept the world currency while rejecting others, and the Capsule Corporation only accepts the zeni currency. Then how about this? Izuku brought attention back to him. If you manage to push through this training, I will reward each one of you with whatever gift you want. He said, watching as their expression brightened up considerably at the prospect of a reward. Are you for real? Mina jumped excitedly, latching onto him like a koala. Are you really going to give us any gift we want? She asked, with her face being too close, which Izuku flicked her lightly in the forehead, making her fall to the ground on her butt. Yes, Izuku said firmly. If you want a house from Capsule Corporation, then I will give you one. He said while looking at a few, mainly Uraraka, whose faces had brightened. If you want your hero costume made by them, I will make an arrangement for it. I will give you anything you want from Capsule Corporation, Izuku said with a smile. Many in Class 1A vocalized their excitement through their own very loud cheers. Of course, that's in the condition that you all give it your all. Make it till the end and I will make your rewards worth it. This is so manly. Hiroshima shed tears of manliness as all of them started to discuss what they would want. Aizawa just let out a complicated smile upon hearing that. Motivation is a good way to bring out the best in everyone. His own method is to bring out a sense of urgency using his threats of expulsion to make them try even harder, as the hero industry is a highly competitive one. If you slow down, you will get crushed. Aizawa wasn't a big fan of the reward system since it makes everyone expect something in return for everything and get addicted to dopamine. Being a hero is quite a dangerous yet thankless profession. You need to have an obsession comparable to All Might to be a good hero. Unfortunately, these generations of heroes gravitate more towards both fame and money. If the camera isn't zooming at any of them, or if they don't receive a paycheck each month, it wouldn't be a surprise if they just let the world burn as a whole out of spite. Regardless, letting the students walk all over you is just asking for them to do it again, since they will start to think that you're a pushover. What the children need the most is discipline for their future, not coddling and spoiling them with gifts. That's probably what he is thinking. Izuku thought, almost as if he had read his homeroom teacher's mind. He both agreed, but at the same time he had disagreed. There should be a balance when you're doing just about anything. Teaching requires flexibility. Sometimes, rewards should be given for a job well done in order to promote growth. At the same time, threats should be used in order to ensure that your authority isn't challenged. Besides, what's really wrong about rewards? There is no such thing as doing something for free. After all, humans are biological creatures and have needs that should be met. Without money, how else were they going to satisfy their own desires and needs? Not only that, the hero profession is one where you could even lose your own life at any moment, as rare as they are to happen. So being compensated for putting your own life on the line is only natural, since being a hero is not only a duty but also a job. The only thing that could be considered as bad in his eyes is if you base your entire life around money, fame and the like. If it gets in the way of performing your duty as a hero, then it's a problem. Like the heroes who would only help others when the cameras are on them. Now, I want you all to get inside and pick your own respective rooms that you will be in for the next 2 weeks of training, Izuku said as he clapped both his hands once more to get the attention back at him. Everyone had stopped for a moment to look back at him. Their eyes were all brimming with excitement at the prospect of getting such a reward by training for only just 2 weeks with Izuku. If only they knew they were going to just regret this. The arrangement of the rooms will be the following. The boys will be in the base level of the 2-story house, he said. The girls of our class will be on the floor above us. Everyone seems to have no issue with the arrangement so far, seeing the logic, and immediately dispersed. She ran as fast as her short legs could carry her. The smell of burning and the metallic taste of blood had overwhelmed her senses. Her heartbeat was going wild, as if it was going to burst out of her chest at a moment's notice. She didn't dare look back, knowing exactly what she would see. Shoko Todoroki was afraid. She regretted running away from her own home. She thought that her childish action of fleeing from her home would make her father acknowledge that he was going too far in her training and may lessen it, or at least return her mother back. She was born having everything, but at the same time she had little. She had a good pedigree, as she is the daughter of the number 2 pro hero. She also had 2 heroic quirks that complemented one another and balanced each other out, so from a third-person perspective, she looked like she had it all. Nonetheless, what many didn't know is that her own life inside the household of the number 2 pro hero was not filled with joyous laughter or celebration. It was only filled with the constant shouts of expectation from her own dad, who had wanted to see results. She is Endeavor's masterpiece. A forced union between her own mother and her father in order to create a child with both fire and ice attributes. Her other siblings who failed to manifest both quirks were tossed aside and thus labeled as failures by her father, with one of her brothers perishing in a fire. As the only one from among her siblings to have manifested both her father's fire quirk and her mother's ice quirk, Shoko became weighted with her father's unfulfilled dreams of surpassing the symbol of peace all might. If he couldn't do it, then his own progeny should be the one to do it. This was how her father had thought. As he failed to overcome the imposing shadows of the symbol of peace, he could derive some pleasure by having one of his bloodline do it for him. Training, this is the only thing she knew from a young age. She'd always be dragged into the family dojo and trained until she was vomiting on the floor of the dojo while her father stood towering over her and demanding that she get back up for more. Her mother tried to lighten the burden on her by trying to shield her or be the voice of reason, but it all ended with her father swatting her away with the back of his hand. Her siblings couldn't do anything either since they were young as well as lacking in power to challenge their father. It's not like she minded training, she had always wanted to be a hero. Her own brand of hero like All Might. Shoko had truly wanted to be someone who could use her own power to help others, not hurt others like her father did to her and her mother. But no matter how much she tried to free herself and decide her own path, her father always stood there as an obstacle. To her own father, she isn't allowed to take any other path than the one he had already predetermined for her. It had all come crashing down when her mother reached her own limits. Being treated as a baby factory by her own husband to produce the perfect child had taken its toll. In the end, her mother poured boiling water on her face, leaving her with a permanent scar. After that, her father had tossed her mother cruelly into a mental psychic ward, having finally deemed his wife useless and unnecessary in his grand plans for his daughter. Shoko didn't want to see how worse he could become and thus decided to run away. While her father was doing hero work, she had hastily made her escape from her home. She only took a single bag which had money, water and even food from the trip. Whatever sentimental objects that she had possessed, rare as they are, had also been included. She had even gone as far as to dye her hair completely white using her older brother Natsuo hair dye. She even changed her own name to Rei Himura in order to not be tracked down. She had planned to go far away into the countryside where the heroes are low in numbers. Even her father, for all his influence as the number 2 pro hero, will not be able to find her all the way out there where the peasants live. Her plan in her own mind was perfect. Maybe the nicer folks there might help hide her as well. While it was true that there were nicer folks who did offer her a shelter, the cost had been that she had lost all of her belongings after getting scammed and even nearly got sold off. Now she was left stranded far away from home and with no means to even return back. Even worse, the place she ended up in happened to be where Cell, who looked different at the time, had attacked, taking the lives of many people. Ah, stay away! Shoko screamed in fear as she stumbled on a corpse of a man. Cell, who stood a few feet away, had naturally followed her at a relatively very slow pace, his steps making ominous noises each step he took towards his victim. His sadistic laugh told her everything. He was deriving pleasure from her fear. After all, Cell had found it more fun to watch as his food tried to put up some resistance, only for him to catch it in the end and taunt it for its weakness to escape the inevitable. So while Shoko was growing far more exhausted, Cell continued to replenish himself by stabbing the end of his tail at the corpse of those whom he killed and absorbed them until only their clothes had remained as a proof that he was present here. Shoko found herself tiring away. Even when she tried to resume running, she could only find her legs slowing down against her own will. In the end, she got cornered while Cell towered over her. Shoko screamed in terror when Cell approached her with a mirthful laugh. His tail rose up ready to turn her into a husk like all the others. Just when she had thought that her life was going to get extinguished that day, he showed up out of nowhere like a prince in shining armor. Ha! A boy let out a yell as he landed a kick to Cell's face, sending him flying miles away and into a mountain range, much to Shoko's great surprise, having never expected that she'd receive help given that everyone in the small town had died. But that wasn't the end. He put his right hand to his side and started forming a green energy sphere that held immense power that she couldn't hope to even comprehend. Final Shine Attack. The boy declared the name of the attack as he launched the green energy wave where Cell had been kicked to. What followed is a big explosion that vaporized the entire land, resulting in dust and debris to scatter everywhere. Turning towards her, Shoko was able to see his features more clearly. He had beautiful golden hair and green eyes. His build was quite impressive as he is no older than her. He wore an odd blue gi with a symbol at the center of the shirt in red. Don't worry, He spoke for the first time since his bold entrance. "I will get you out of here," he reassured her. She couldn't help but lean more into him when he picked her up like a princess who was being rescued from the evil demon king. With 2 fingers brought to his own forehead, the two vanished away from the village, having teleported. For the first time in her life, she felt relieved and safe in the arms of someone who looked no younger than her, and so she clutched into him tightly. Shoko's eyes trembled at the memory. She looked at what Izuku was wearing at the moment, which happened to be a blue gi with a symbol at the center of it in red. Her savior had worn the same one all those years ago. "It's him," Shoko thought, clearly alarmed. Looking at Izuku, she could see the golden warrior face overlap his. 6 to 7 years ago, there was a group of vigilante individuals who had been dubbed by the world as the less than golden warriors, greater than due to their blonde hair that glowed like the sun. Despite the fact that Hercules attempted to deride those warriors that fought all those years ago, many people including her father had tried finding those people for one reason or another. Unfortunately, nobody in the world could really find them. It was almost like the entire earth had swallowed them all completely, and it had left many who were searching for them extremely frustrated. Shoko has reached 3 conclusions. Either they had dyed their hair blonde or they dyed it after the incident with Cell, as if predicting that the entire world will try to locate them for their power. Another conclusion was that this must be a sort of transformation-type quirk. Now that she had thought about it, he told me his name is Shallot. Why did I not connect the dots far earlier? Shoko thought, feeling ashamed that she did not even remember her own savior who had saved her from certain death on that day. That didn't matter for Shoko at the moment, as her heart thumped against her chest and her cheeks reddened as she stared at her savior who now stood a few feet away from her. She could remember how nice he was to her before he took her back home to her family. It felt like fate had brought them together after all those years. How she had missed him. How she had longed to see him again and be embraced by him once more. A few gasps were heard as Shoko hadn't realized when her feet had started to move on their own, or when she had hugged Izuku tightly while closing both of her eyes as if to savor the feeling of being able to once more enjoy the very warmth her savior's body exuded. Izuku was speechless. He was completely blindsided, since it was only a few days ago that Shoko had been shooting him a look that declared him as her eternal rival, but now she did something completely out of nature and took him off guard. Today was finally the day of the very much awaited sports festival. Many from across the country of Japan came to watch the highly televised event, from the many reporters looking to increase their ratings to civilians who just wanted to see the new generation of heroes. Many pro-heroes from all over the country were invited, with some being there to be part of the security details to protect both students and civilians alike, and some came purely to scout for potential from among the students of UA High who will be showing off their quirks to the world. Normally, the third-year students of UA High are usually the center of attraction, as they are in their final years before their graduation into full-fledged pro-hero, but this time around, the center of attention were the first years, specifically the Class 1A who recently survived a villain attack. Speaking of Class 1A, the news of the secluded training had spread quickly to the outside world. All kinds of rumors had spread around about the fate of the students, with some believing that the students of 1A had been kidnapped and that UA is trying to cover it up. HMPH. Damn women, why'd I even have to come to such a useless event when I could be training right now? Vegeta grumbled angrily as he followed behind his wife and son. Bulma paused in her steps and turned to her husband with a glare, completely fed up with her husband's constant complaining over the past hour. Izuku and Gohan are going to be participating and you can't even spare some bit of your time to watch them. TCH. Vegeta clicked his tongue in annoyance. We both know very well that my nephew is going to win this entire competition. Why should I even watch a one-sided tournament where the winner was already decided from the start? Vegeta grumbled in anger. What about Gohan? Bulma asked, both surprised and curious as to why her husband isn't rooting for Gohan as well. Aren't you going to cheer for him as well? She asked, while Vegeta for his part scoffed at her words as if she said something foolish. Kakarot's spawn is not going to win this tournament, Vegeta said, as if he is speaking an irrefutable fact. He had been fooling around for the past 7 years trying to fit in, unlike Shallot who had never stopped training. Vegeta said as he crossed his arm. Bulma went quiet. She could understand where Vegeta was coming from. The Gohan from all those years ago during the Cell Games had that imposing aura that screamed less than I'm a warrior greater than, but now, he looked like a geek, or rather a nerd, like Katsuki had taken to calling him. Don't be like that, Vegeta. Krillin spoke with a smile from behind the Prince of Saiyans. Gohan may have stopped training like before, but he is still a Saiyan, and so he is definitely going to be putting up a good fight. I think he is going to be second place at the very least. That is if he didn't try to hold back. Android 18 disapproved of her husband's optimism. He's either going to hold back or lose intentionally to avoid getting any attention on himself. Krillin let out a sigh, having expected his wife to say that. Even though he was trying to be optimistic about this tournament, he too believed that Gohan, who for many years had been holding back, wouldn't advertise all his powers to the entire world. Not to mention the fact that Chi-Chi would have likely forbidden Gohan from standing out unnecessarily. Speaking of Goku's widowed wife, she was going in their general direction while holding Goten by his hand so he wouldn't run off somewhere. "Oh hey, Chi-Chi," Bulma called out to her friend. "Did you come here to see Gohan fight in the tournament as well?" She asked as Chi-Chi gave a smile as she hugged Bulma. "Of course I'd come and see my son." Chi-Chi huffed as if it's an obvious thing for her to come and see her son fight. "Although I've already told Gohan to not stand out." Chi-Chi revealed, not to the surprise of anyone present, having really expected that much. "How long do you plan to suppress him like that?" Inko asked with a scowl as she approached the group. "He is a Saiyan even if he is just a half-breed. This event is also very important for his future if he wants to progress in this kind of showboating industry." "I don't care." Chi-Chi firmly dismissed their opinion. "I'm his mother and I know what's best for him. Maybe if this silly tournament had a prize money, I'd have told him to win, but there isn't one, so there is no point in going all out in such a tournament." Chi-Chi explained. To Chi-Chi, even if Gohan didn't end up in the finals, he is bound to still receive internship requests from a lot of heroes. Besides, those heroes had nothing to teach her son, given that Gohan is one of the strongest beings on the face of the planet. She allowed Gohan to join the hero course instead of pursuing a career as a scholar due to their family being very tight on money, and admittedly, the hero profession is where Gohan could shine in due to his power as a Saiyan and make a lot of money. So there is no point in Gohan standing out this early on. If he uses his power, he will end up scaring people away from him. He will end up becoming just a muscle-brained hoodlum, and she was never going to allow such a thing to happen. Everyone at this point had given up on trying to change her mind. While this was happening, both Trunks and Goten had come to one another to talk about the tournament. "Hey Trunks." Goten waved at his friend, having detached himself from his mother's grip. "Did you come to see the tournament as well?" Goten asked with a big goofy smile, looking every now and then around given how many people are present for today's event. "No, I came here just to walk around." Trunks rolled his eyes at the question asked by his friend, but Goten didn't seem to pick up on the sarcasm and had a confused look. "Walk around? What's so fun about doing that?" Goten asked as he tilted his own head, while Trunks just face-palmed right away and let out a tired sigh as he had to deal with this almost on a regular basis, given that Goten lacked any social skills. "That was clearly a sarcasm, you idiot," Trunks pointed out with annoyance at his friend, but again, Goten seemed to not understand what Trunks was saying and titled his head with one finger in his own mouth, clearly feeling hungry as he traveled such a long way. "Sarcasm? What's that? Is it something to eat?" he asked with a drool while Trunks once more facepalmed. Trunks decided not to say anything anymore. "I'm kind of hungry right now. I wonder if Mom will allow me to eat right now." Goten rubbed his belly. While this was going on, Class 1A, who had returned 2 days prior and had been resting, were now seated in the locker room, all wearing their respective PE uniform. Despite only 2 weeks having gone by, the changes outside and inside were significant even from a glance. None of them had held any doubts about this tournament because the power they attained in that short window of time was enough to instill in them great confidence. While they may not necessarily win given they're competing against the likes of both Izuku and Katsuki, they knew that without a doubt, they were going to defeat all other courses at UA. Losing to other courses at UA was just inexcusable considering what they've endured. It wasn't only just a matter of what they had endured these past 2 weeks, but rather they would be disrespecting Izuku, who saw so much worth in all of them despite some of them possessing mediocre quirk. They wanted to prove that he was right about them. That he didn't make any mistake in dedicating those 2 weeks of his time training them earnestly to overcome themselves and evolve. Don't overthink all of this. Izuku spoke, getting all of their undivided attention. You should dedicate this sports festival to yourselves rather than to me or to anyone else. Today is your chance to shine, a perfect opportunity to see how much you've all grown. Izuku paused as he looked at each of them. He felt proud of them. They've all grown strong, and while they may not be strong by his own high standards, but they were nonetheless strong by this world's standard, and so he wasn't really worried about them. You all achieved a quirk awakening in that short span of time and learned to also control it to some degree. Izuku spoke again. Even if some of you end up failing to reach the finals, as long as you give it your all in this, that's all that matters. He's right. Katsuki nodded his head in support. We only had less than 2 weeks of training. Frankly speaking, we had to rush some things, but you all did better than what I really expected. Katsuki admitted. We will have more opportunities to arrange for training like this one, but that is likely far in the future. Izuku interjected. For now, focus on giving it your all in this and don't ever entertain any negative thoughts about yourselves because it will affect your overall performance. The entire class felt touched by their words of encouragement. It was true that these 2 weeks of training had been extremely hellish on all of them, that they all had wanted to run at one point, but the results had spoken for itself, and so they didn't doubt him at all. They even got Aizawa to praise them for their growth by the end of it all. That in of itself is a very great achievement, since despite how short they've known their homeroom teacher, they all knew that he is not one to just throw around praises like this so casually. So manly. I'm really pumped right now, Hiroshima said with clenched fist and manly tears. I may not be able to rank in the top 3, but I intend to show the world how manly I am. He declared loudly. This seemed to ignite the fighting spirit of each member of Class 1A as they all started to chat amongst each other, showing their respective determination to prove their strength to the entire world. Izuku smiled in satisfaction seeing this. He had been mostly focused those past 2 weeks on getting them to receive a quirk awakening for many reasons. For one, the people of this backwater planet care more about quirks than anything else and discriminate against the ones that don't conform with their ideals. The sports festival is no different. If anything, quirk is a heavy factor in order to get scouted by pro heroes. This is why he focused on quirk awakening and trained them to control it. That should be enough to get many high-ranked pro heroes to recruit them. Izuku wasn't worried about them. Izuku's thoughts were interrupted when he felt someone hold onto his hands. He glanced to the side and saw Shoko Todoroki with her cheeks colored red. He scratched his cheeks awkwardly and sighed. Ever since that day, Shoko had become very attached to him. Whenever he was around, she was always there, glued to his hips. Izuku knew that she is socially awkward, so he didn't really fault her for her attachment and instead had taken to helping her. He frowned a bit at the thought of Endeavor and his abusiveness towards his family. Luckily, he was able to help Shoko start to use her half-fire side after he talked to her and helped correct some of the misconception that she had about the fire aspect of her quirk. You will do great, Izuku whispered to her as he wrapped his arm around her hips and pulled her closer to his chest, which made her blush but also made her happy. Don't think about him at all. If you want, think about me instead, he whispered, making her nod her head shyly. Gather round, mass media. It's time once again to see those very high schoolers you know and love revel in their youth. Present Mike started his speech with a big grin. It's the UA's sports festival, everybody, are you ready? The crowd had cheered loudly in approval, with the media taking their position in order to record the students that will come out from the several entrances in the arena. Everyone held their breath in clear anticipation. First up. You know who I'm talking about. The miraculous rising stars who brushed off a villain attack with their steely willpower. Present Mike started the introduction. In the first place, Class 1A didn't really brush off the villain attack since they all were evacuated as soon as possible through Izuku's teleportation, but Present Mike as a commentator and thus hyping them up to the fans that came to watch was part of his job description. The first years of the hero course. It's Class 1A. Present Mike loudly introduced, pointing at the door in which Class 1A started to come out together, showing their strong unity as a class with Izuku at the forefront. Present Mike continued to introduce Class 1B and the other courses, but it was clear that his introduction to all of them was completely lackluster compared to 1A, who were hyped extra hard, which seemed to rile up the other courses at UA, who came out glaring at them. I don't know if he's trying to paint a target on us or not. Izuku glanced at the commentator box where Mike and Aizawa were. Even then, it's not a problem. This could be beneficial to them to endure the peer pressure that comes with an industry like this. He glanced at his own class. They were nervous to an extent which is natural considering how important this event is for their respective future as pro-hero, but his training those 2 weeks is hard enough that they shouldn't have any trouble with such a competition. Raise your heads high and straighten your backs, Izuku said without looking back at any of them. You are now in front of the eyes of the world as a whole. Consider today as a preview of what you all will have to deal with in the future once you all graduate from here. He reminded them, you all worked hard, even harder than the other courses. Izuku continued, I believe you all will do great. Have confidence, and once everything starts, you will realize how silly your worries are. WHKRAK. The sound of a whip caught the attention of everyone as they looked to see the R-rated hero Midnight. Now for the athlete's oath. Midnight declared, standing before the students of UA. Naturally, Midnight had captivated the hearts of both students and spectators alike due to her beauty as well as her hero costume that accentuated her own voluptuous body. Pipe down. Your student representative is, Midnight shouted, striking her whip on the floor to get the attention back on her, seeing as everyone is now distracted partly due to her. From Class 1A, Izuku Midoriya, she declared loudly while the aforementioned individual just smirked. Izuku then walked forward as he climbed the stairs and stood in front of the microphone. He is now standing in front of countless spectators and he can already make up where his family and friends are in the stand. As the class representative of Class 1A, I only have this to say. Izuku paused as everyone held their breath waiting for what he's going to say. Class 1A will obviously dominate this entire sports festival without a question. Today, we will crush all other courses and show why we are the best. To our sister Class 1B and other courses in UA, struggle with all of your might, but in the end, we of Class 1A will show you the difference in our levels. This is an official declaration of war from all of Class 1A to the other courses. He concluded with a smirk. Izuku walked away. After a few seconds, the other courses shouted in outrage at his words, hurling insults at him and the rest of Class 1A. It was obvious that they were not happy with Izuku's declaration of war and were radiating killing intent. Damn it, Izuku, why did you have to do this? Gohan whispered, gripping his head as he couldn't believe that Izuku would do something like this and right in front of the entire world as a whole. Class 1A on the other hand just sweat dropped, having expected this from their class president, but oddly enough, they were not upset about it. Having spent the entirety of the 2 weeks together, they knew he wouldn't do this simply out of maliciousness. Izuku had intentionally provoked other courses to give them a reason to fight, giving their all. If they perform badly, Izuku is the one who will be embarrassed all over the social media, and they can't let that happen no matter what, so they return the glares and killing intent with their own. Whoa, an official declaration of war right out of nowhere. What a bold move, Mike shouted in both shock and excitement while Aizawa sighed next to him. Aizawa would normally reprimand his student for such a thoughtless action, but having spent the entire 2 weeks with Class 1A overseeing everything, he knew that Izuku had trained them well enough that he didn't doubt that his class would dominate. What do you think about your own student declaration of war to all the other courses, Eraserhead Sensei? Mike asked as he had then pointed the microphone towards his best friend, hoping he'd give his opinion on the matter as well. I will refrain from giving any definitive opinion, Aizawa said calmly. I'm of the belief that action speaks louder than words. If they fail to show the results, they will all have to take responsibility for those words. Aizawa finished. Despite those words, the perceptive ones could tell right away that Aizawa is confident that his students are going to live up to the hype. The crowd were now excited at this point as they cheered rather loudly, drowning the hostility of the other students. That's an unusually very risky move on Izuku's part. Bulma let out a sigh as she sat in the VIP section with her husband, son and even Inko. What is he thinking provoking others like this? He's practically recorded live. Bulma had continued to express her frustration. HMPH. Vegeta huffed as he crossed his arm while leaning on the side of the wall. The boy is obviously a Saiyan elite. We strive when put under pressure, and he's using this event to further push his subjects to the top. In Vegeta's opinion, his nephew's royal subjects Class 1A are weak even by the Z-Warrior standards. Still, The fact they had achieved such power level in the span of 2 weeks made him acknowledge to an extent their potential to grow even more stronger. He also had an idea of what Izuku is up to and what he is trying to achieve by training those weak humans, and smirked in satisfaction as he nodded his own head as if approving of it all. "Don't call them that," Bulma glared. "They're his friends. I'm actually glad that he's actually expanding his circle of friends. If only Gohan could do the same as well." She glanced at Gohan, who was nervously trying to not stand out. But what if the rest of the weaklings just failed to live up to the expectation? Wouldn't Big Brother Izuku be humiliated for his failure? Trunks interjected into the conversation curiously as he looked at the rest of 1A. "Shallot isn't one to make such gambles recklessly," Inko interjected. "Those brats may possess weak power levels by our standards, but they now possess higher power levels compared to the other competition, so they won't lose no matter what." "Ooh, okay." Trunks nodded his head as if he finally understood what his aunt had meant. He even looked down, and true enough, even the weakest of the members of 1A had a higher power level than the others, besides Gohan, of course. So if a large number of 1A made it to the finals, then it would technically still mean that Class 1A did in fact dominate the entire competition. Trunks was excited now. He never watched the UA Sports Festival before because they were boring, but he knew this year was going to be exciting. The end. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Please make sure to like and subscribe to the channel, and now we will see you in the next video.